sponsors that are joining us here to get things going. First and foremost, we have Crafted and Heroes Esports bringing you the game, as well as all the production that is going to be going down here live from Shanghai, China. So thanks to them. We have op.gg, if you can overpower your game if you head on over there. You can keep an eye on all the stats that are going to be kind of going on from game to game. Check in with that.
Long time no see, homies.
How they're all doing numbers-wise. We also have Aurus, our official PC partner as well. Thank you to them for joining us and making sure all of these players are good to go and situated. And whilst we're talking about how they're all situated, of course, we also have AMD joining us as well here. It's funny because I'm doing all these sponsors and I was like, I had 4 last time. Now we've got even more, so we're chugging them all
for
on.
us, bad for you.
That is crazy jacket shirt thingy. I don't even know how you would describe that.
And we also have Underseat for all of these players to be comfy.
External
and good
stitching
to go
is
when
wild.
all these games are going down.
They've definitely gone a more
finally,
casual style this year.
Lexar as well, our memory stick partner for the tournament. So every little piece is in place here for these players to get good to go for PGS 7.
Yep, and that's what it's all about, is getting a fast start. Okay, as we talk, we're going to get into groups in a second, but here's my big takeaway, is you need to start fast here at PGS 7.
Why is that?
Because Group C is wild. Now, granted, there was a little bit of a nerf on Group C when Diffx wasn't able to make it on that flight to get here. That said, C is still brutal. So if you are an AB team, which is today, you have to start strong. You have to get points.
I have to agree. I have to agree. And here's how everything's going to unfold. Obviously, as you say, we start with A and B today. We have the group stage across 3 days. We'll have that 1 day off, and then we'll move into that final. During that final, of course, it will be the 16 teams that have qualified via that group stage to find themselves an opportunity to qualify and compete for the PGS 7 title. And after we've just had a back-to-back-to-back Twisted Minds, I think that this is the perfect opportunity for these teams to try and get things up in the air and take a
Gonna watch back later.
You want to take,
Sweet, I appreciate that.
Incredibly difficult to stop
Cerberus.
there's a really big
Yes.
pool available to them, and they seem to struggle.
I wish I knew, man. I wish
They're
I
also
could
the
tell
kind
you.
of team where you know that's only going to drive them to work harder. So I think this is a potential four-peat for Twisted
Not
Minds.
looking good, Brev.
Maybe, unless we see the dichotomy of what's going on in PCL and PWS, and these big dogs being able to do so well. And here is how the groups break down. Now, everybody is very familiar with how the groups are already. If you've been watching out and about, you've seen that Group A and Group B will be going head-to-head today. And as you said, the Grim Reaper of Group C is lurking in the wings for the next 2 days. You want to get those points on the board now.
Absolutely, because you got
Lambo already has a new team? Oh, damn, that's fast as hell.
Staring down that pipeline. You know Virtus Pro is always consistent. Geekay had some crazy numbers. They're hunting you. So it is going to come down to that AB. I think Falcons, this is their chance if they want to make a statement and Twisted Minds that we're still here to play. They have to start really strong.
It's a good start, potentially. We got $300,000 on the board for each of our PGSs as well. First place will walk away with $100,000, which is a nice chunk of change.
It's beautiful.
Not gonna lie, but also all the way down. Like, as soon as you qualify for that finals, you're already guaranteeing yourself at least $5,000. Yeah. So getting into that final, nice start.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got a little bit. You got a little extra to go have some nice steak dinners while you wait.
Wild.
For PGS 8 just around the corner if you have a bad go.
We've got a lot to do. We've got a lot to do in that week, and all of these teams got a lot to
Let
do
me,
in game as well.
back it up a little.
To earn themselves as many points as
Oh
possible.
god, I just missed the entire pre-show. That's crazy.
Things rolling.
Well. Then after week break, that will do it for us here on PGS Preview. See you on April 28th for PGS 7.
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the pre-show show here.
They forgot to turn the lights on.
Talk about everything that
XD.
Regionally, teams
there are some points on the board, as well as PGSA, of course, on the road to PGC. Now, this is interesting.
With FCR, for Crazy Rabbits.
We're seeing kind of reverberations through some of these regions to the point where some of the teams would, in theory, already be qualified from their regional. However, PGS points comes first. So if you qualify via getting all these points, you suddenly start unlocking extra slots for your region, which is huge.
That's a
huge
big time. Teams like BB Team are always happy about sort of those decisions, right? Those extra slots that you want to earn, so that is a big move. Participating teams that are in here, obviously our global partner teams over on the left side get their automatic bids, and a surprising amount of those teams needed them this time around, and everybody on the right are the teams that played their way
sorry,
in,
just
the ones
doing
who are
my
in the top form, if you will.
Instagram story post.
Nobody could have predicted Furia and Rock coming in. Nobody saw that coming before it was announced. As we've got plenty of opportunities to see some fantastic organizations trying to represent here on the international stage. But today, Groups A and B will be playing things out. it's a mixed bag.
It is a mixed bag.
Especially considering, I think that you've got teams like T1, for example, who looked spectacular at PGC, looked great at the start of PWS, but then sort of kind of wound down. Looked very strange in the last week, so I'm hoping that they step things up for international play.
Yeah, I think maybe they took their feet off the gas for a second, kind of knew that they were on their way here, and used that break to sort of prepare for international. These are the amount of moms that each of these players have. That is
moms, you say?
Man of
moms.
I can't imagine fielding calls from 8
That's
moms
fire.
on a regular basis. No, Example does have the most with 8 counts, tied with Perfectix and Shrimzy, and these are just impact players. If you're building a fantasy roster right now, this is a great example of why you want some of these guys on your team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even if Example is not getting a man of the match, chances
so
are he's
what I
ADR
want to
farming
do
anyway. So if you want
is
someone on your fantasy that's just going to get you guaranteed points, regardless if they get kills or not, he is your man. And then you can only have one from Twisted Minds. So if you've got him, you can't have Perfectix.
Right.
As we focus on what
And
Twisted Minds has
this.
been able to do in the past of PGS is the most winningest
There
team.
we go.
Not only when it comes to matches, but also, let's be real, PGSs.
Absolutely, these guys dominate, and honestly, it seems like they found the right recipe. Batulin and the rest of his squad have been grinding for a long time to be that top team.
All right, there we go. Now we're ready.
That secret sauce they added to it, and the thing I love most.
Yeah, roster changes are always like sad
Example's
but
come even more out of
exciting
the
at the
shell.
same
He's
time.
Smiling more, he's more involved with the team. Like seeing the growth of them as a foursome has set the stage. I was shocked at PGC. I thought Twisted era. This is their run to win.
Should have been.
Their finish was a shock to me, a shock to their fans, and a shock to all of PUBG. And I think their goal this year is to prove that it was a one-off, that they are still going to be dominant.
Was it 8th on the World Championship stage, which is funny because it's Twisted Minds. And any other team that gets 8th, you're like, oh yeah, commendable performance.
Commendable for, exactly.
But, and of course here, as you can be joining in, the Fantasy League over at T-Wire is available. We have all locked in our rosters.
We have.
We thought that maybe they would be quite similar. Then I overheard some conversation going on, and apparently not.
Well, I always believe in Shrimzy. I got Example because you talked about the ADR.
It's a given.
I have I got a little feeling that Fury is going to come out really strong on day one.
Ooh, I like that.
You know, they just came out. They've been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and I think they're going to be one of those teams that says, hey, no one knows what to expect from us.
Yeah.
Let's make day one our day.
I like that. I mean, as long as we, well, I
There
was
we
about
go.
to say as long as we all beat Matrim, but that's a guarantee, so it doesn't really matter that much. Even Paper's nodding his head. This is ridiculous.
You were betrayed by your co-caster.
Oh, Fantasy League. Speaking of which,
win. Huge amounts of Bitcoin actually.
Yes.
Alongside this, so make sure.
I haven't done my
play.
fantasy
I think
team yet.
Sometimes when we've got internationals going
Let's
on,
do that.
Upwards of like 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 players joining in. It's a great way of being really invested in every single battle that goes down, every single match that gets won.
And for me, it's also one of the best ways to meet new teams and meet new players, because you're going to add something to your roster that you don't always watch because you're money driven, right? And then you're going to
might have to order a Cerber shirt for the memories. Yeah, man. The day they announce they disband, I'll throw mine on.
I know him very well because he was on my team so often.
Come on, let me in.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. And today's matches are as follows. We start on the grassy pastures, and then it's time to Tega. Then we roll into Rondo, and it's the Dusty Dunes of Miramar.
Love it. That was clean. That was beautiful.
You liked that?
I like the roll into Rondo. I missed the condo a little bit.
No, but only Avenger misses the condo.
Misses the condo.
I even saw him looking
Let
at
me
Rondo
in.
yesterday, and he's like, "Is there any condos on here?" And I was like, "We're not on Rondo. Can you calm down, please, Avenger?" Crazy boy. Crazy.
It is. I love that we're starting in the grassy pastures. The players know it. They're comfortable there. It also means we're gonna have to play pretty aggressive.
And of course, you can join in with the co-streamers as well.
Okay, well.
Terrifying logos.
Wow, that's a very mean group.
They mean business. As we mean business as well here for PGS 7.
Our metal streamers.
They're all going to be watching. We have a few more coming up as well. Good old Pokemolodoy. We got to see Pokemolodoy back in PEC 7. Co-stream down, please, Avenger. We've got terrifying logos. We're going to have it is, I'll say the least.
Go watch the co-streamers. Have both streams on. It's always fun to hear. Like I think Pokemon sort of talking as he watches the play is always interesting and a nice little fill. So check them out. We're glad to have them supporting us here as well. Big day today. Number one, you got to come out with Group AB. It's got to be a huge day.
Yeah, very exciting stuff here.
I can't sign
we have
in.
an opportunity to really lay the foundations for international
can't
PUBG
sign
esports
in.
once again, and
No.
this might be the most unpredictable it has been for me on international slot for a while.
I mean, yes, because we've talked
Let me try
about
my
the
phone.
top, the pretenders, the contenders, but there's also a lot of wild card teams down there on the bottom, right? We got Forest, we got a couple of other teams that are
Forest isn't winning shit.
Wow, you guys really snuck into this one, right? And I mean, Rock will be interesting for me. They slipped in 2 points over Liquid. I expect them to throw some serious wrenches
also
into
isn't
a lot of
winning.
people's play style, and that's, I think, where it's going to be wild for some of these teams on the first day.
I mean,
My login was bugged yesterday too. Oh no.
They're going to come in very studied. They're going to have watched PAS and how things
Oh
went
no
down
no
there.
no
That
no,
said, though,
not
can you subvert
good.
other teams'
Can I sign in on?
Can you change
Yeah, I
things
can
up
sign in
so
on
you
regular
study
player. I'm
as
already
like a
signed
role,
in
for
on regular
example,
player.
and then maybe catch some people off
Well,
guard
and that's
that way.
if you talk to any top player, that's one of the biggest challenges. The
Fantasy ain't letting me in.
Watch you. Everyone's chasing you. It's harder to sort of innovate when you are already the best, right?
Usually the Twisted Minds is the target.
Exactly. So all of these teams have been studying Twisted Minds
Oh.
for years. And now they had Twisted Minds has maybe 3 regional days to look at these teams in reverse, and that is where you need to make a move on day 1 in these events, right? By PGS
That Discord's definitely getting lit up right now.
Your style has been exposed. So if you want to be a new team and you want to set the standard, you got to do it here during the first 3 days when no one knows what to expect.
I mean, to kind of talk to that a little bit as well, the smart money when it comes to internationals now almost always is on Twisted Minds. Even though we have a new world champion, the smart money would still be on Twisted Minds. That said, I'm keen to find out if their regional performance, even though you heard it in the interview of like, oh yeah, well, we're focusing on internationals, we're a little bit kind of, we won 7 regionals, we can do
easy
well
to say after you've thrown, you know what I mean?
I think their website has just simply exploded.
How it all formulates and comes together here this time.
Got 11 minutes.
Even if you are the most confident team in the world, there has to be a little bit of like.
Well, no fantasy team for me today.
Like that little
just
inkling
a tiny
behind
bit.
you.
That sucks.
Especially because when you look at Twisted Minds, if we go over their PGS performance, it's 3rd, 1st, 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 right? Then you go to EWC and it's 18th. They didn't even make the grand final. PGC 8th. So there is that stressor behind them of saying, okay, we're good at PGSs, but where are we when it's a big show? We need to start setting that this is our
I may need to switch to this, because this one will be slightly further ahead, and if I'm going to use Le Map Stream, which should be around.
Coming into groups A and B, are there
Here it
any
is.
particular wild cards that you think might make a shake up today, or
Ads
those big names to try and come out
on my map stream
and figure it out?
Yeah, I'm definitely watching the mainstays. I want to see what Falcons and Twisted Minds do when they sort of have their feet under them.
Disgusting.
And, you know, have maybe the easier lobby to make some movement on. I think teams like Furia is one of my wild cards. They're a team that not a lot of people are expecting. So that's kind of my 3 to watch. Is I'm Falcons,
This is
Twisted
way
Minds,
quieter.
and I
There you
really need to see is Furia
Boost that
gonna
bitch
make a
up.
big
Let's
push or
go.
not. And if they show up here on day 1, they could actually be a contender in this event.
Oh, I love having these conversations.
Right?
It doesn't even feel like working because you get to see and we get to set the foundation for what can occur here today. It's an exciting time, and the group stage is now up on us. We are going to have ourselves all of these teams battling for as many points as possible to try and qualify into that grand final
good,
here
man.
for PGS7. Ladies and gentlemen,
Don't do that. Yo, there's my boy. That's that guy walking past in the background. That's my guy. That's my guy. I don't remember his name, but he's a cool guy. Oh shit! I'm gonna find out his name. Milo. Got him. That's my guy Milo. Shout out Milo.
Welcome PUBG fans, I'm your host Lisa and welcome back to Shanghai, China. We are mere minutes away from kicking off the 2025 PUBG Global
I'm
Esports
pissed, man. No fantasy team for me.
$300,000 on the line. All the teams are
R.I.P.,
ready to
buddy.
bring their A game. Every region has brought their best, from familiar faces with new names like DN Freaks and Team Falcons to tried and true teams like the Expandable, Twisted Mind, and Patrico Road. Will it be the GPT team that come out on top, or will we see one of the new teams tear up the script and lift the trophy for themselves? Let's find out.
Okay, she's improved a lot since last time. The way that she said "let's find out" was the incorrect cadence. It should have been a "let's find out" and not a "let's find out." But that's it. Oh, and hold the mic slightly further away so it doesn't pop when you say the letter P. Only notes. Otherwise, no notes. Great stuff. Yeah, Hisaki leaving. I'm upset, brother. I'm going to I'm going to
Được bánh mình.
That's not an overreaction. Let me in. I could not imagine Hisaki to AGG. I mean, undeniably he is the best IGL. Except for maybe Delwyn at this rate. But the most experienced, most titles, all that shit. But he would have to 1v1 Tycon on Valorant every day. Windy Gaming, that'd be cool. Hey, Cross, bro. Miss you, man. Hope you're doing good. I mean, look at this, look at this. Vietnam series, which leads into APAC calls. Windy Gaming, 5th place, 40 PGC points. You know what I mean? Cerberus only has 20. AGG only has 30. If our boy Hisaki wants to go to PGC, go sign to Windy Gaming. Easy. Easy.
It's Navi.
These pre-recorded intros, they do love to do them.
Let's hear it for Team Falcons.
Fire.
It's Big Opa. New to the scene, Forest Natural Gaming.
That's not true. They're not new to the scene. They were like top 6 at PGS 2. Ah, where's the APAC stands? Come on.
It's T1.
Bruh. I'm pissed. Ain't no way bro said that.
Here's E Arena.
Look at this shit. Oh, wait.
Let's welcome Day Trade Gaming.
Bro, why do I get a link to a qualifier, to a qualifier? Just show me the fucking event. What are you doing?
It's Bestia.
PGS 2. Look at this. 5th place. Forest Gaming. What you talking about new to the scene?
Let's hear it for New Happy.
I'm going to fight everyone who is not a APAC Ultra stan. No, it's not. The real Divine died in 2019.
And here's Virtus Pro.
2020 or something. Oh shit, let's go.
It's Ty Kool-Aid.
I made it.
Get ready, it's Rock.
guys, if you have not already seen, I am running a giveaway again on my Facebook page and on Twitter. So if you have both, you can enter both.
Next up is Therathon 5.
Crafton gave me a bunch of G-Coin codes to give away. And you can have them. Not you though, Cross.
And Freaks.
You don't have time to spend G-Coin, you've got coaching to do.
It's GK
Because you have to make your team good.
Put it in
So,
overdrive because it's time
okay,
for
no spoilers.
Petrocoro.
Obviously. Don't tell us if AGG Hisaki is real. But right now, the plan is for Destroy to be IGL, right? Right? And who that actually gets to play the game?
Back to
Please say
back to
yes.
back. Let's hear it for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, let's go, who dat? Yo, we ordered Vietnamese food yesterday. I had a disaster. A total nightmare. So I always said that my favorite food that I had in Vietnam was bún chả Hanoi. Nobody told me that there was two different kinds of bún chả. I didn't know it was bún chả cham that I had. So when I went to this Vietnamese place and I ordered bún chả, I got bún chả chan. And it's not the same. I was like, where's my soup? I love Robinho.
Everyone knows us in Europe as the Revengers, so now it's time to show it on
Chicken in Chicago? Yeah, it's good. It's good, man. Hell yeah. Korean fried chicken always bangs. Go again sometime. Himas is IGL? Ain't no way, dude. How? How are you letting that happen? Cross, explain yourself. Diffx will not be playing at PGS 7 because there was some problems with traveling. Yeah, it said bún chả Hanoi. Himas IGL, bro. No. You're gonna Hisaki his ass? You're gonna let him get top? Okay, dude. Top fragger MVP. Like 2 years in a row, and then be like, okay, you're in charge of all the young kids now. Listen, I'm not on the team. I'm not part of the staff. I'm not a coach. It could be the best thing you've ever done. I'm just saying, I'm not a fan. Not for me. I think
PUBG is a team game, and experience
when he's that individually good, taking his focus off just shooting at people in front of him, and then he has to worry about what everyone else is doing and where their position is, you know? Yeah, Hisaki was a fragger, I know. And then he became IGL, and like, he can still frag, but he lost some of his fragging. And that, like, last few years, Hisaki's #1 role is to drive by himself, scout, and then die. Nobody wants him as to be that. That's a playstyle difference, though. So don't do that. It's not impossible to have a fragging IGL like Purdy last year. was IGL, but fragging like a freak as well, so it could work. It's just super rare and super stressful.
It's time for PUBG Global Series 7. It's this matchup joined by Paper Thin. We'll
But
be through the action, and I am excited. Today is such a good day.
I mean,
the start of internationals for PUBG for the
it's
year.
worth trying. You have some time to like play around with things.
Nice. It is a lot of fun to be here. Obviously, always excited to be with you, my friend. But we've got some great teams,
do some experimenting.
I mean, you've got teams that have won a bunch of PGSs, like that team you're seeing on your screen right there.
You'll figure it out,
Mind,
I'm sure.
The defending PGS champions. They have won 3 of those in a row. Really excited to see what they can do. 4 a.m. continuing along here with Godby coming back into the squad.
I'll wait to see how it works. When's your next events that you're playing?
There,
in Vietnam.
Player alongside him. So a lot of really strong teams here. Navi, this team, I really think this
have to wait for the announcement.
So
yeah, dude. I know.
Had a little bit of trouble coming into this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happens at the start. Whenever we look at every single year in PUBG and how everything kind of develops out.
They've really convinced them to go for a way less Korean style, more casual,
and what the strengths of the teams are.
More comfortable.
We also have a lot of rosters that have been sticking together. We saw just in the package right before we got in.
Match him with the like massive oversized sleeves, looking like a grand wizard, but not the bad kind.
Specifically talking about synergies. I feel like that's
I mean, like a guy who casts spells and shit.
Specifically, teams that have been around for so long is finally finding
that's
that
hype.
last little crack, taking care of it, and
yeah, like when Pero didn't have Axe left at PGS 5.
I
Yeah.
have to worry for like Twisted because there's a lot of pressure on them. Specifically,
Oh, you have a cat in the AGG house? Yo, send me some
No doubt.
pictures.
I mean, I think that's a team everybody's going to be thinking about. It felt like it was just going to be all
I have
2024 was
2
gonna be
cats
They
here.
were going to win everything except for the
We can
first
trade.
PGS,
We can trade.
and then it was just
Trade
over.
pictures.
But, you know, EWC was a struggle for them, and then PGC, yeah, they didn't place where they wanted to. They were very disappointed with that. They were very vocal about it, and I think for Twisted, they want to come into this year, start strong, continue to show that they are the team to beat. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Well, I mean, Colaris and Toffees were talking about it, and this is a really interesting series that we're going to be looking at because we do have a lot of like up-and-comers that have kind of showed up, found some big performance.
Who's this?
ใช่ครับนี่ฮะธีรทร5ครับครับผมสำหรับวันนี้โอ้โหดูจากสีหน้าคือเตรียมพร้อมมาเต็มที่นะครับไม่ค่อย
I don't know who that is.
1 second, no more
Don't recognize that voice.
No more theory crafting. It's time. Let's go ahead and take off.
Very excited to get the event.
Yeah, when Hudat played in the PAQ, he had like one game where he looked pretty solid, and then the rest of them just did not work. But they also didn't work for anyone, so it wasn't like he was worse than everyone else. It was just the whole team was just not doing great.
Skins and everything you could ever want.
No, we're actually playing on the 8th anniversary
I am a sucker.
decals.
Every single time I see one, I'm always going to find nice new phone. All right, so playing path,
Interesting.
kind of northern, but not enough that it's going to cause anything for a big issue. Maybe a couple of our
Bat cat.
teams that might have to do some secondary compromises, but I don't think that there should be any problems.
Hell
in this
yeah.
Yeah.
British short hair, fat.
With P1,
Sounds
there
like
has
me.
been some history with 4AM going back to PGC. Thinking about, you know, those two teams kind of scuffling for some control of the territory near Yasnaya.
Well,
is that gonna be something
I have no fantasy team.
in this event? You know,
That's a
that
shame.
came
It wouldn't let me
personally
sign in.
like,
I'm
but
pissed.
Okay, there is a challenge for the
17
Central
Navi.
location.
Okay, well,
17 Navi lined up against each other. Pachinki insights. How many
someone
times have we
when
seen 17
I don't know if you guys
position?
saw,
They're
but
gonna
I
go
put
ahead
out a
and drop
video
directly
where I
into it.
put out
Get a quick lineup of what's gonna be going on with
stupidly
players.
early
Realizing
predictions
exactly what's gonna be
for
going on. We already
PUBG
have
Global
Push out a
Championship
little bit of trouble trying to make sure you
2025
get everything set
PGC.
up, taking some shots,
And
but
somebody
does.
said
Push so said out. So with this, the
that
Tommy gun gonna be enough
Navi
to at least secure the building for now.
Yeah, you can see that.
basically they said that I'm stupid for overrating DN freaks because if they were hot dropping 4v4 against Navi, Navi would win every time and it wouldn't be close. So if Navi don't win this hot drop, they are proved wrong. I'm proved to be a genius. So I have stakes in this game. I need 17 to win this fight. Holy shit, the expendables have so much space, bro.
I mean, Soset's got himself some toys to play with right now, and everybody else, it looks like, on the opposing side of this.
I'm pretty sure
working with lower economy shotguns,
Duck and Delwyn are not supposed to be looting this close together, but they saw that there was a hot drop and were like, let's just go into this compound, see if we can find. Yo, they've got a team stream.
The rest of the members for 17, so
They have
trying
comms?
to line up, set up some defense, couple of bullets going between them, but no firm committals right now. It's
If they have comms, I'm gonna need you guys to
45
translate.
ammo for 7-7.
Yeah, it's it's the AK though. That's the good news. So if you can find that headshot, things.
Any comms? Bro. No. No, Delwyn's talking right now. There's no comms on this stream. That's a shame. Okay. Well, if we see them fighting in the kill feed.
Tory at range. So it looks like he's trying to dance around, get a bit more high ground vision on what's going to be happening off of it. Tory's still playing away. Little Ghost still looks like
We can go back and watch
I don't know if anybody's going to be able
what
to
happened.
out from Na'Vi just quite yet. So really it's just trying to hold different positions. Stayed kind of looking around right now, and you can see it's all still information gathering, trying to see if they can source all of the bullets, trying to see if any movement's going to be
Damn,
happening.
Bunt
Just
is
like
fighting
Ryan,
already.
very caught up in the 1v1, lined up on the flanks, up into the north, couple of shots. It's going to be Ferris that gets better. Little Ghost.
Oh no, that's not good. I need them to lose.
Of this city for their control. It's going to make it harder for 17 to track exactly where they're going, but no doubt that 17, a team that is one of the best in the business at fighting for these drop spots. So just because they've lost one player doesn't mean that they are out of it by any stretch of the imagination, and that's going to be the first kill of PGS going over to Na'Vi. Just keeping my eye on the map a little bit. One team I was kind of curious about was Bestia here today, talking to Mime a little bit earlier about his experience joining that team.
Not fully, not yet.
Really keen on trying to get them ahead of the curve in these lobbies to try to be aggressive in the early parts of the game, but for now,
They're still alive.
Foldable shield set up to try and protect this angle.
On Vietnam
like
PUBG
17 now is
community.
just somewhat content to hold the line except for 7-7, trying to see if he can find a way to hit the other side of Na'Vi. But Na'Vi, the way they've fanned out, it's going to be kind of tough.
I mean, with 17 being down a member now, they're definitely going to be forced in the more defensive position, but we've seen 17. They will make a commitment in staying in this the whole time. We also do see that Vinny is going to get taken out. Thandal's going to go ahead and find him, so bit of a hard start for Bestia on that one. I think that was a bit of a rotation skirmish, so we'll have to see what's going on with that one. But this is a very weird fight because we know that 17 will fight for Pachinki to the death. They will hold this forever. But we also have the circle that is so Western set that half of Pachinki is still inside the circle. A couple of shots now as it's starting to connect up the shield, but Xiaobei on the side. So it's going to go down. Xiaobei also going to find Stave.
That's two big knocks there for Xiaobei. Able to swap over. And now Xiaowu knows there's a player out there. He can hear what's going on, knows that they're going to be thinking about the red
What are you saying? What are you saying, bro?
Oh, and that's a ton of damage up on top. So Trouble's now abounding for Na'Vi.
Where you at? Where you at? Huh?
17 Gaming maintains Pachinki.
Bro, they're literally out of their seats screaming. The admin had to tell them, yo, sit down. He fucking wiped them.
Oh, yeah, they were popping off behind
us.
To see it. And these guys maintain their control of this pivotal drop spot here on Erangel. And, I mean, to Na'Vi's credit, they've also been aggressive about trying to contest drop spot at Globals. We saw it last year. It's continuing into this year, so really curious about Na'Vi's future plans.
Quick updates on what's going to be happening inside the circle. Corey
bro says,
you can see Genji that we're following right now. Bestia just
saw a stat where DNF could not stand a chance against Na'Vi boys in hot drop fights, and I won't be surprised if the same hard scenario happens in the main event as well. It's not DNF, it's 17.
Rabbit dip itself, we're going to have 4 angry men.
But hold that.
The Expendables.
Yeah, it's a pretty wide wrap there for Genji.
Hold
Bit of
that.
a new look for Genji.
17 lost one, and Bestia lost one.
So
2 day trade.
That player that they
Let's go.
took a gamble on to be their star player after he performed so well in 2023 in the PWS.
So disband 10,
didn't quite
10
work
of the
out the way
4.
that Genji wanted, so they made some changes. 4 a.m.
It's 2 weeks ago.
Setting up, just kind of chilling on the. Well,
Is that like where the rumors came out?
Become
or
the edge of this circle for these teams. I mean, there's teams who are outside of the current circle, but in the current one,
you haven't watched it?
Ridgeline and there's nobody within a couple kilometers to
All
the
you have
west.
to do
So
is don't
for
take
now,
it too seriously.
4 a.m. It's all about watching your backs, making sure that any of these teams
But
that are going to be rotating in are going to be
a
under
lot
your
of people
control.
will
The
make
rotations
a
just
video
out of Chinky. We've got
or
it is going to be
post
Furia,
on
Falcons,
Facebook or
and
something
BB. That's where we
about
saw
their
Falcons
prediction
with the
for
Kimura leading
PGS
them
7.
just 1 moment ago.
Who will win?
So,
PGS
I mean,
8.
I think there should be enough space that they're fine. Meanwhile, over here
Nah,
on
that's
Everest,
boring.
we got-
He could take the
I
peel out
did
of
my
Big Ol' Bob.
prediction
yeah,
You
no,
can't
for the
take-
end of this year.
no,
Can't take his strategies out of him.
PGC.
I mean, we also did see, I think it was Fluky that
I
was
made
over
my
here just a moment
prediction.
ago trying to do some scouting as well. He's going to retreat away. This is
And
I mean,
everything in
this is a
between.
pretty strong spot
I have to make
even
it
though
up.
is so far
PGS
down,
7, 8,
especially
9,
in the amount
10,
of breathing room. There's not a
EWC.
lot of squads. It's just down to Gatka itself, like
Yeah.
Gatka proper, and so a lot of space to play around.
You can see kind of the
It's a
ideas
reach.
that
I'm going to
Neo's
be
gonna
very
bring to
wrong
this
on
team
a
that
lot of
they're
things.
carrying over. He likes,
And
a
I'm
lot of
okay
times
with
it's him
that.
going up here by himself at first, and then
Maybe at the
bringing
end of the
people over.
year
Not sure.
after
We
PGC,
get to see
I can
exactly
go back
how they
and look
rotate up
and
there,
be
but
like,
that's neither here nor
okay,
there.
I kind of got this
They're
right.
doing
This was
simply
way
because
off.
watching
You
all
know?
that flat terrain out.
But, you know, it's
We got ourselves
fun.
H-Win leading the way for Falcons, the birthday boy himself.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah, if you kind of noticed whenever they were scanning the crowd or scanning players earlier, I think that they've got a crown that they're making him wear at different times.
They
today.
should.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got to embarrass the heck out of him. I hope he doesn't embarrass himself in game, but, you know, outside of the game.
Oh.
Look at that peak.
Cowboy
rate.
almost just
I
double.
mean, dude, if you gotta
double
make the
barrel,
best of
double
what you
taps
can
them.
with shotguns and SMGs, a close
Just
range fight
slightly
in an
missed.
alleyway is gonna be the way to do it.
Yeah,
That's really
hip
fucking
fire.
sick, though. He didn't
So potent with
ADS a
SMGs
single
at close
time.
range now. Putting it to good use as Xiao Bei.
Oh,
Just
okay. There you go. He
phenomenal.
ADS to that.
Phenomenal stuff. I mean, he continues to be such an impact player. Obviously, 17.
Oh, they're right
PGS.
behind him as well.
Feels like forever ago now, even though it's only 2 years ago. But he
That's
is
why he stood up, huh?
tremendous.
That's funny.
Especially here in his home territory, right?
And
This is China.
And respect. I mean, 17 Gaming.
But that's like that's what people were saying last year. It's like, oh, 17 Gaming are going to do really good because we're in China, we're in Shanghai. You know, they've been. Oh, I triggered myself by saying we're in Shanghai. God. But that's what everyone said last year, and they missed finals. So
Yeah, it's tough to get a good read on how the lobby is going to play. I mean, this is something we talk about coming into every international
Gotta get good.
event for PUBG. You know, what are your opponents going to
Chinese
do? Who are you
teams
gonna
when they wipe out the
anticipate
other team.
that's gonna
I
change maybe
mean,
their rotation timings or
if you hot drop
strategies?
17
T1
Gaming
also
in
coming very, very
Pachinki,
late out of
you got to
Yasmaya,
expect
so
to get
Bigglebot's
smoked.
gonna be tracking this and
It's been their spot for
shots
years,
in
apart from that
favor,
one
so
time they gave it up. So
Tire
Tiamba could
or
take it
Biden.
and took a minus 2 point penalty.
And what's going on with the lobby? This is a bit more of an unruly lobby as well. It's not going to be as formulaic. We've got a lot of like new faces
Remember that?
we're going to be looking at as far as teams and play styles.
Why they don't give it up to Na'Vi
It's gonna
and take the
kinda
2-point
throw
penalty, huh?
some into this tried and true
They actually
methodology
fight when
for
it's
what we
Na'Vi?
get
That's
going
crazy.
on with the meta. We might be looking
I
at an
fucking
entirely
love the
new
blue
development
color
in
that
how
T5
we're going to
uses,
see
man.
PUBG
That's like
play
my
out,
favorite kind of
depending on
blue.
how this all goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Even
mean,
though
every
I am not a
event
Manchester
is
City
so
fan.
hard to read because
But that
everybody's gonna be
like
trying to
light
outguess
aqua
each
blue.
other, right? They're going to try to find
Sick.
those moments.
Oh yeah,
where
that's
they can
right.
catch
You've got
you in a
random
rotation
drawings
trap
on the
that
map
you normally
again.
don't get caught up in your own region,
That's good.
or you're going to try to get ahead of the other teams with some timings.
Love that.
I've also got my eyes on the Expendables. They've got a lot of pressure in on themselves. We're talking about Twisted Minds and the getting so close with PGC. The Expendables have a lot to prove in this one,
Absolutely.
as they have to come out and they have to showcase that they deserve it all. A couple bullets come out from Delaware trying to prove it, and that is going to be Tanvu that gets down on the tight. That should be
Okay.
easily picked up. The rest of T1.
They've got a nice
just
little
having to
setup here.
separate. They're cutting all the way back down. They have to shift over into the east. Furia did hear this, and it looks like they're going to be playing more to the south. So T1 should be safe for now.
That's
yeah,
good.
I mean, the good
Good
news
little
for
crossfire
T1
setup.
is this can be a pretty powerful compound. I mean, this is where PGC ended, if you remember, back last year. So this one can be quite easy to fortify. We saw TSM able to kind of lock this down when they were on their way to second place. Now, of course, their Team Liquid. This
Day
is
Trade.
right on top of Day Trade.
BB
Ooh.
just going to land on top of the flat top itself. Going to try to navigate maneuvering through this one. Slowly shifting in. See how they play. Oh, nade's going to connect. Get some damage coming out from Belmont. Going to see the counter nades now coming back out. But Belmont has shifted to a new angle of defense. Kind of dancing around. The rest of Day Trade's trying to come and provide some support. But he's just got to survive here for as long as possible. Give reinforcements time to get here. That's why you can see a couple smokes going down. just trying to stall it out. No,
Oh, that's a good nade.
Bestalock, though, is going to take down Bellamoth and get the flush quite quickly.
They
With
got him.
Moldoc going down, though, it is a bit of a problem. Remember the fact that Phil First is already down as well, so it's just 2 members up. The rest of Day Trade trying to roll on shots. Got to connect, but good shots coming up from back behind. Vanadol goes down. Bestalock manages to take him, but a doozy goes down as well. It is all just down to Bestalock.
Oh my god, what a drop shot from Bestalock. I can't believe he just won that battle. He was getting shot in the back. Should have been dead to rights, but he's able to turn around.
It stalled it all out.
That's
and now
crazy.
He might be able to even get a doozy back up. This should be fine and safe. I think he's a bit nervous about it, but it should be clear.
Genji is kind of in this direction. Genji,
I mean, yeah, 17 should have won PGS 5.
dare I say, freaks-esque of them to take up that much real estate.
The
early.
reason that they didn't win PGS 5
Irresolute here, and I
is because the
don't think they
Expendables ran them over.
any close
Yeah,
full
Vietnam,
information
Vietnam.
on what's going on around him, so he wants
And
to
gave
keep
the win
safe.
to
So sorry,
Twisted
took a
Minds.
point, so he's good to go.
I mean, that's also a strong compound for BB. It's right
Cerberus was even quite close. If they got like 8 to 10 more points, they could have done something.
So while it did come at the cost at least buys them a bit more time and safety, as a lot of the other teams still playing around Corey are going to find themselves more clustered depending on how the circles pop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Corey, you can stack a lot of teams in and around it because there's so much terrain to play with. So I love Corey circles because they're quite fun in terms of
No,
what is available
bow.
for the teams to
Hit
work with,
bloom when
the
I'm
different
riding
strategies
out.
they can use. High ground, low ground, actually somewhat playable in those terrains. And it is going to stay up in there. So still got some of Corey, but centering towards New Happy's compound that's out in the field.
Okay, that's tough. Delwyn has to deal with Twisted Minds on his hilltop.
Might have to find their way through.
And if he doesn't know he's there, it's already too late for him to get in the car.
Taikula.
Taikula, I think
Taikula.
that's correct with it. Too
Nailed
cool.
it.
Too cool.
Too cool.
Okay,
Oh,
so kinda
it's
lined
too
in. I
late.
think
Lou is watching his car.
excited of the fact that we are not going
For
into
sure.
back field with Twisted Minds. They did send Lou over here a second ago. He's trying to bend it, but you can see a quick
Yeah.
shift coming out. Delwyn is going to go down. Perfectix
Oh, he
gonna
wasn't
pick
even
up
at the
easy.
car.
Force
I think he
retaliation back onto Perfectix.
maybe
Don
knew that they
Vu
were
trying to
coming,
bend
but
in.
oh,
High
hold
ground
up.
not providing a ton of
Glories,
cover, but
what
the
the
slopes down, they can
fuck?
retreat in and should be able to find some safety, but with example Perfectix both down, it's going to be a lot of pressure in. But you can see near no cover to be had for the Expendables. And while they had such good position coming into this one, where they were trying to play around, they've kind of caught
Glory's
themselves in the open.
just bodied
Yeah,
2 people from
T5
this
is in
angle.
the Sharkfin compound way out to the west, and they found some angles into this fight. It's like you're talking about some of these
That's not the
exposed
shark fin
battles that
compound.
the Expendables were having to take. Caught up in transition here with Twisted. I mean, you're talking about the PGC champions versus the PGS 3-time champions. Quite an exciting battle. Trying to find a way to get back down to Perfectix. Gonna have to use a lot
No
of
wonder my
smoke to
shit
get
was
there.
lagging so
If it's
hard.
downhill,
God
no,
damn.
it's just not going to happen. Tanvu is going to find that flush, get some more points here. But the Expendables are going to lose Delwyn along the way. And this is a team that I know is hungry. I was just talking to Duck Juice before we got in today. And he said, you know, I'm like, what have you been doing in the offseason, man? And he's like, we've been grinding. We have just been grinding since we won PGC. We want to win more.
I mean, that is just Duck Juice, man. This is a guy that, I mean, he wants it so bad. Should be noted that Batulins is not with the rest of Twisted right now, so while we do see the Expendables trying to get out of a precarious positioning, Batulins is having a problem of his own up next to Begopa. So
They lost one
Expendables are
each,
gonna be trying to play
not
along this dip
the
line, and
end
that's
of
no
the
surprise.
world, I
Kind of how we've got
guess.
the fields that are just gonna be kind of the southwest of this.
See, did they get Glory shots on here?
Leading all the way into swamp. Nobody wanting to make the commitment into that, because if you have to try to get out with 49 people still alive, it's just
So Lou is like definitely already watching Delwyn.
You know, there are worlds, I should say, where you can get through situations like that. But
Yeah, I didn't actually see him go for the bike. He tried to get out on foot, but it's just a little bit too late. And we're just watching a dude who's proning. Damn, Glory's just fucked the example up. But,
oh, yeah, okay, he's running from it. He's running from the angle. He's fine. He's fine. So
Sick.
TC also getting the information is going to step away.
you like the
Genji was
the hood?
playing this really quiet for a very long time, though. So, if anything, the trap did
It's all
get
right.
spotted. You can see reinforcements now coming in from the Falcons, and I mean that's interesting from Falcons.
Well, the thing that I don't like about it, I think they used this for like okay, well T5 are winning. They did this for a couple of events.
Next to Falcons, that's going to be very hard to get out of. So there's going to be a ton of problems in trying to get yourself out of Corey.
It's kind of a good thing because you don't have so many numbers on the screen, but you have points, which is your overall points, like your total, and then kills this game.
But that compound that T5 has,
But it doesn't separate it to say like
and you know, I was kind of expecting
how many of those points that you have are placement points.
In APAC to maybe have a good day here, whether that would be
So if you have teams that are tied,
or day trade, for example,
like a few games in, you can't see who's winning a tiebreaker.
Might be in a good position to score some big points early. Twisted now,
And that's going to matter a lot in a group stage like this.
and it is actually going to be Tosi who's found out by the Falcons. Good play
If
by
you
them to
can't
get that point.
see who is winning in a tie situation, that makes it really hard to cast. Because you don't know what teams need.
So Falcon's going to be the odd team out. It's going to be them in 17. We also have Takulu's member in Sousa that's going to have to go ahead and kind of regroup.
You probably don't have the chance just to go check on Twire, like if you're sitting here watching. You could.
Running right into Twisted. One already down. Example going to be looking right down on top of them to boot. It's going to be a couple of shots coming in.
No. What are you doing, bro? Oh. Oh dear. They're old.
ทางด้านของฟูเรียนะออกไปอันดับที่ 14ทวิตได้
โอ้
มา
ก็
ได้แต้มคิวมาเพิ่มเติม
Fair enough.
ตรงนี้ครับ
24.
ยังไงดีครับตรงนี้ทางด้านฝั่งตัวทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ครับ2คิวนะครับ
I don't know who these casters
ที
are.
นั้นฝั่งมามครับไปโดนทางด้านฝั่งพ้นเฉินครับโอ้โหลงพื้นพบใส่
bò này. Đội tuyển tiếp theo phải dừng cuộc chơi đó.
I had I had to call Zuiduk last night.
Bắt lại một khẩu cối.
I had to ask him for advice when I ordered my buncha. I said they didn't send soup. No soup, no broth. What do I do? He said call them and ask. I tried calling them, and the owner was a Vietnamese man who did not speak English, so he didn't know what I meant. He thought I wanted to order a whole new buncha, and he told me to go to the shop. So we drove there, and he gave me a whole new buncha. I was like, no, oh, no, I just wanted the soup. But okay. Small problem.
Bất ngờ hay không đây? Esquin đã bị bắt lại bởi đội hình bên phía team Suku, đó là câu 119. Falcon đã mất đi người đầu tiên và thậm chí Kickstart cũng đã yếu máu, tinh của tuần ra đi trước họng súng của Americano. Kickstart cũng ra đi trước họng súng của Bin. Có vẻ như Falcon họ không thể đi qua được khu vực này rồi.
They just got absolutely rolled. That is a tough angle to approach from. There's really nowhere good to pull up anywhere on this zone. Either they try and find some way to wrap around, or they have to drive in the middle of Bestia and still get shot by Genji.
New Happy cũng có một khu vực
New
công trình nhỏ,
Happy.
mất rất nhiều người đến bên phía đội hình của Phong Rayman. Họ đang ở đâu trên
Yeah,
bản đồ
not sharing anymore, are you, Xiaobei? Sit.
Khi đó thì Genji đã dừng chân ở cái
Heard a minimap.
rồi khi mà bị quá nhiều đội tuyển bắn vào. Sukun họ đã kiểm soát được hoàn toàn vùng viên bóng. Đây là một tình huống
my God.
dừng chân cái top thứ 11. Đó là một tình huống mà NH Esports
Okay.
diệt sạch những người đồng hương của mình.
Nhưng T1 thì sao? T1 gặp
Nope.
gỡ với Theraton 5. Đây
No
là
hiding.
một tướng cướp khác ở tại ngày thi đấu hôm nay.
T5 was getting knocked when the Expendables and Twisted were fighting, but guess they didn't flush any. Lucky's trying to line up the nade, but Raining's already moving. Raining was a player that, like, damn, bro, like 2020, maybe? Back when Paper Thin was, like, grinding his fucking Korean PUBG Esports Korea English streams, like all the Korean tournaments, scrims and shit. Raining was playing in some like weird kind of dog shit random team. It was the first time I heard of him, and I was like, hey, this kid's pretty damn good. Let's see, he's finally getting chances.
Mạng cho Akan bên phía đội Begopa, họ đang khởi động cực kỳ tự tin trong ngày hôm nay. Chú Hớt đang là người chủ động đẩy lên rồi, Sông Giang sẽ đi theo. Những anh lớn đi trước để có thể tanh cơ cho những người em của mình. Một phát được trả vào gần như là không thể phản kháng, nên Example anh ta vẫn có thể đổi được một ở trong tình huống này.
Just dodged that flashbang so perfectly.
Lu đổi được một mạng ở phía bên kia. Lu đã nhảy xuống tầng 1 rồi. Lu sẽ móc ngược lại lên hay không đây? Anh ta có những quả bom.
Dodged that flashbang like it's Counter Strike.
Trong tình huống này họ cũng tự vụt vỡ luôn.
Giao tranh dài hơi và Lu vẫn đang có những tình huống xử lý cá nhân rất hay. Và đó là 2 mạng liên tiếp dành cho vị trí của Lu. Và bây giờ thì đội hình của bên phía team PGS họ chỉ còn lại một mình có vị trí của Suhut mà thôi.
He didn't quite molly himself, but almost.
Đang là những tình huống tát tầm xa đến từ vị trí của Glory.
What's going on,
Nếu làm tốt
Vetrix?
chúng ta hoàn toàn có thể có được 2 điểm kill của đối phương đến từ cả Twisted Mind và PGS, trong khi đó BB Team dừng chân ở cái top 9.
Nhảy qua nhảy lại thì cuối cùng Lu lại là người vào trong nhà, Suhut lại lọt ra ngoài, nhưng cảm giác là Suhut sẽ rất khó trong tình huống này. Ngồi dậy có thể sẽ bị bắn bởi bên phía đội hình của The Expandable. Nào đã lên cái góc đủ trống để tè bắn hay chưa đây? Suhut vẫn đang kê. Bây giờ vừa kê vừa bắn, không biết phải chọn cái nào hợp lý. Blue Zone Grenade đốt không đủ, Lu lại lên máu kịp thời. Tuốt cắn thêm cái first nữa. Một cuộc chiến bất tận giữa hai thành viên của PGS cũng như Twisted Mind.
Nhưng bây giờ cả hai đều đang ở ngoài bo và đây là vòng bo phase thứ 5. Máu tụt là không phanh đến từ cả Lu cũng như là vị trí của Suhut. Thêm một quả bom Blue Zone được trả ra.
Sau kịp
bây giờ Suhut.
Ôi, Blue Zone Grenade nhà quê. Tự giật mình luôn ạ. Trời ơi, người Hàn nhưng mà lại thích giật điện. Và đây chúng ta có tên là Phái đẩy ra để hạ gục bên phía đội hình của T1.
They're doing it. They're doing it.
Khu vực tầm bò và thậm chí là vẫn gài được Resistance lại phía khu vực nhà đằng sau để có thể kiểm soát thông tin xung quanh. Vậy là thời điểm hiện tại chúng ta còn 5 đội với Bestia, New Happy và Tukun vẫn đang ở ngoài bò. The Expandable cũng thế.
Bây giờ chúng ta muốn tiến quân thì sẽ phải đụng độ với đội hình bên phía team Tiraton Five. Hãy nhìn cái cách răng đội hình của Tiraton Five mà xem họ kiểm soát hoàn toàn vòng bo phase 6 lần này. Tương đối là khó dành cho TE.
Let's go.
Chúng ta vào thì cũng sẽ gặp phải những sự trở ngại đến từ những tình huống bắn tầm xa của Resistance. Trong khi đó thì NH Esports ở đây họ cũng bắt đầu có những tình huống di chuyển rồi. Khu vực cánh 6 giờ đang là đội hình của bên phía team Bestia cũng như là NH Esports. Bây giờ chỉ còn lại đó là 5 đội tuyển mà thôi.
Một New Happy rất khác biệt, chúng ta không còn nhận ra New Happy đã từng vô địch PGS năm 2021 nữa rồi, họ đã
English channel back yet?
Và bây giờ thì 12 tháng 12 núp qua được siêu gen bên phía đội hình Bestia. Mình đang cố gắng đổi nhưng ta không nhìn thấy gì cả, cái chiếc xe nó che vừa đủ đẹp cho New Happy. Chỉ có một vấn đề thôi, Po đang vào, phía bên kia Flucky là tận dụng những khẩu súng tốt của mình phá mắt. Đang bật quá tốt, Lucky bắt được thêm tần vũ, Tề mất tới người thứ 3 và chúng ta chỉ còn một người có thể chiến đấu được thôi.
Tương đối là khó khăn dành cho đội hình của TE khi mà góc đứng của Tiraton Five đang là quá đẹp. Không quay trở lại tình huống này, Rapking đang cố gắng níu giữ lại trận thi đấu này dành cho đội hình của mình. Beam thì lại không nữa nằm xuống với quả bom tự trả ra, không khác gì vị trí của Suhut trước đó cả. Và đó là top 5 dành cho đội hình của team Bestia. Còn đây Di Long đang có những tình huống bắn tầm xa tương đối là tốt nha. Đòn đã nằm xuống rồi.
Nào liệu có hạ gục được các thành viên bên phía đội Tukun trước khi mà The Expandable
T5 have had this game in the bag for about 6 zones.
Có một quả smoke của đối phương đang tự trả để có thể chắn mặt và muốn lợi dụng quả smoke này luôn đến từ 12 tháng 12. Phía bên này Tukun đang bung mọi có thể bế người đồng đội về góc an toàn.
Unless they fuck it up.
12 tháng 12 thì không có ý định dừng lại.
Probably not, right?
Góc người ta bị lộ rồi, lần vào trong smoke cực nhanh. Thoát về góc an toàn, không cần về góc cây đã có smoke che, anh ta vẫn có thể hữu giữa đường được.
If New Happy and TKL, if they both lose at least one player here, it's over.
Còn một nữa.
Vẫn còn một người nữa. Nào Di Long.
If either of the teams get up with 3 players alive, by which I mean New Happy, maybe it's winnable. But if they lose one, it's over. And they're isolating them so hard because Cold is just not looking while the whole team just pushes his teammate. So they are getting out with 3 alive, unless, oh my god. A 1 HP repeat was kind of insane. And they're not winning now because T5, no Chloris is dead. And they're sprinting in. How is Cold still going? Phantom 5 holding the anchoring position. Lucky around the back line. Sit down, New Happy. He wants this kill. They want that 2 point for the solo. They didn't get it. They've got 20 smoke grenades. He's trying to deny it. He's gonna get it as well. Oh no, Flucky got him. Let's go.
Trận thi đấu phải nói là may mắn dành cho đội hình của Tiraton Five, một vòng bò quá đẹp.
1 ไก่เนี่ยแทบจะการันตีเลยว่าจะได้ไปนะ
ใช่ครับ
นะครับ
เพราะว่าเราแข่งขันกัน3 วันนะในรอบกลุ่มสเตจแล้วก็จะสลับฟันปลากันไปเรื่อยๆนะครับที่บีเจซีแล้วก็สุดท้ายเอเจซีนะครับ
ใกล้
We are
ไก่
going
ก็
to go
คือ
ahead,
ต่อแน่นอน
shift it over, and throw it to our
เพราะว่า
analysts.
แต่ละทีม
Break
คือ
down what they saw
12 เกม
last game.
ทุกทีมคือ 12 เกมที่ได้เล่นครับแล้ว1 ไก่ยังไงก็คือการันตีผมว่า
ใช่ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นทีไฟน่าจะได้เจอพวกเขาแน่นอนครับไฟนอลนะฮะ
ใช่ครับ
อ่า
วินเนอร์ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์ในรอบ
P5 rats. That's an American comment right there. Anyone gets a win while getting slightly hard fed a compound and they immediately get called rats. GG. Alright. Stream is alive. Let's go. Oh, he already ran away.
How you been, man?
Honestly, this seems like the story of a run for you, and we just see a lot of fights on the outside. I think I counted 5 players dying to blue or self-sacrifices in that game.
APAC number 1
before we got to the
confirmed.
final.
I'm rooting for the APAC boys.
So I think a lot of teams
I really am.
really knew as you watched this
I really am.
that it was not going to be a late game option.
Trying to go back to
Probably not the most
2021
exciting
Buram, you know what I'm
first game
saying?
I've ever seen in PGS, but
That'd be
maybe it's
ideal
just kind of like
situation.
we're all kind of figuring each other out.
100%. This felt exactly like that from the
2021 Buram.
Buram, except I don't know which APAC team I want to replicate that.
Yes, we have scrim games. Yes,
You know?
we have some practices.
Like, do I want to be TE? Do I want to be
T5? Seriously? Not
Day
entirely. Not at all.
trade?
This really did feel like the first
Probably go TE. My boy Doctors, you know.
seriously against one another. And it kind of, how many? I don't even know where to begin because it was slow in some spots. It was aggressive in some other spots where you weren't really expecting it to be. It was all over.
I mean, the thing is, cheering for Doctors feels kind of redundant now because he just won fucking PGC, so it's not like, you know, I'm rooting for an up and comer to just dominate, but still. What's up?
He never really.
Kids, if you root against them, you're objectively a bad person. Fuck.
T never really fought anyone that game, did they? So.
Like to win, right?
I mean, I've seen teams throw entire tournaments away trying to get them out.
No.
And 17 doesn't care.
And one of those things was RV last year, actually, when it came to PGS.
Why?
However, at the same time, when it comes to trying
What's up, Gary?
to spot them, it
Hey,
looks
man.
like they may end up committing.
The least?
Remember, both of these teams are GPTs. They are guaranteed to get the PGSs. And if Navi really wants to
there's
try and wrestle this away, I don't
You have
see
two.
it unless it's a full year commitment. And even
That
then,
is true.
I don't see it.
And that's the problem.
So-
even
What about Doctors?
Even then, I don't see it.
And that's the problem.
Listen, man, he yoinked the trophy from me.
He did actually. He did. He
So
did.
I hope they get last, respectfully. Fucking 24th is TE, and then 23rd is Bagel Pot.
What the fuck? Hey, man.
That's not like I wish bad upon Bagel Pot. It's just, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Bro, I think Twire is like genuinely overloaded right now.
Yeah.
Not shit is loading.
I think it's just full down. Who do we have from APAC? I have to look at the full list. I think you can understand that I've been somewhat disconnected from focusing on everything to the lead up to this tournament, or this tournament in general, just because we didn't qual. But Day Trade, TE, T5, E Arena. Am I stupid?
This top from Caleris is strange.
That's what I'm saying. Crazy shit.
It's like when
It's like he's getting it tailored.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
And he's
That's
like,
Like,
exactly
listen,
what
we'll
it
finish
looks
it tomorrow. You gotta wear it for now.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is.
I think it could be real stylish. You know what I'm saying? But it does look like that right now.
Oh.
I watched some of APAC quals, but I kind of lost interest when Decimate started doing badly, to be honest.
Let's go, Flucky MVP. Stop the count. Bro, not one of them in the whole game took enough damage for them to die.
That's right.
You know the worst part for day trade that game is they're the god team, but they got inted by fucking that boom and fucking hermit. That's gotta be a fucking tilter.
Like,
from the game-winning C9 spot.
what actually happens to them? I think Flucky just farms them when they come in. Yeah, they tried to drive forwards, and he's just... Oh, it does have comms. They just didn't have them active. Okay, let's go. You guys can translate for me, please. Wow. Oh. They had him 1 HP as well. They're still not winning this fight, even if they kill Flucky, but like... I now see how Clories ends up dying to Blue Zone.
So like,
yeah, but they're not a run it down.
Yeah, I guess. But cheering for APAC is fun because they're underdog, right?
Yeah, the PGS teams are underdogs. I got you.
No, but what I'm saying is now that they won PGC, it feels redundant to kind of cheer for them a bit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to watch him sit.
No.
And shoot.
I'm cheering for Vega Park because 2 Hot's on it.
Alright. Let's go to C. Can I get a fucking leaderboard here on Twire? Or is this shit just gonna be perma-fucked?
I think Twice just full fucked. Not gonna lie.
Let's see, who's your underdogs? You get roof like Bestia.
So,
No, I
Twire leaderboards work.
You can root for like work in silence.
Let's root for the team that took us out. I agree. Fuck it.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna ruin our chances at land, you might as well go win the thing. Like, wouldn't you feel better if they won it?
No,
That's real.
absolutely not. No, man.
Like, yeah, at least they went and won it, or they went and they got last. Like, I feel good about it.
Is it like the same logic as dying to a team in game and they're the ones that won it? So you go, oh wow, they won it at least.
No.
No?
Don't love that. Yo, it's H1's birthday today. He's officially as old as I am.
Oh, damn.
Okay, what do you mean, damn, man?
I'm not far off you.
That's what I say.
I can start saying this shit soon enough.
How old are you, Russ?
26, almost 27. Let's say I'm 27. Round it up.
No, you gonna let this shit slide?
Yo, fucking round it up.
Just round it up. Round it up. I'm 2 months off.
You gonna let this shit slide, Nemi?
I'm staying out of this one. I'm just gonna attack. I think the difference here is you guys are still awake and I woke up, and we'll leave it at that.
I'm in a different time zone though.
I was just taken aback. I'm surprised that that's the same. But anyway, yes, we have Twisted Minds on camera. They're not going to be too.
He's got a good point, Nomi.
Oh,
I
fuck.
Have no excuse.
Yo.
The game starting at 5:30 is unreal.
What? What's he saying? Anyway, bye, Russell.
Only upside for all these
Good
teams
chat,
is
brother.
none of our
If you haven't
runaway
seen,
threats were the teams that finished in the top three.
hold
So
up,
that does mean it's kind of open for everybody to make
hold
their
up,
moves.
boom.
And we're taking a look at all these teams getting ready and good to go. Seems
I
like
have been
few more
given a
minutes
bunch of
before we get
G-Coin
into
codes.
this game here, so we
If
can
you would
take
like to
stock of-
enter,
I mean, there's not
you
much
can
to
type
take stock of
exclamation
a
mark
game
giveaway
like that,
Right.
or go to my Facebook page, or also you could go to my. Not you, Thomas. You've already won way too many giveaways. You can go to my Twitter. I have a giveaway on there as well.
Another big question mark here is
And you could go get yourself some free G-Coin. Hooray.
Definitely. All right, well, the teams are getting good to go now by the sounds of things as we get into our second Erangel. It's already been a great start.
I think the way I'm going to do it, let me check how many codes I've been given.
Hugely instrumental in them being able to hold out a compound like that. Up until that point, it really felt like New Happy was going to be able to have a significant control of that middle part of the
1, 2,
circle.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god, I've got loads.
And you saw that entire south side of the circle became a everyone
1,
else
2, 3.
Like, they don't even want to expose themselves.
I can't. It doesn't even fit on my screen. I've got like 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. I have 37 codes. Jesus.
I mean, 17. How many people are going to drop on 17 gaming before they go? Okay, I think we should.
You know, you would think by now people have learned their lessons, but they haven't.
No,
I get it.
I respect the ego. We think that we can do it. Nobody else will do it, but we think that we can do it. But then they go.
Viewers can redeem codes from multiple different streamers. They can only redeem a code for one different code from each streamer's batch of codes.
And every time it's 17 sitting there, you know, just squatting on this territory.
This time, since it's not my rules and I'm not just buying them with my own money, you cannot just sit here and farm me and take a whole bunch.
We got this, and then you just get dumpstered by him again. You're like,
Talk yourself into some great decisions every once in a while, but it looks like commitment's coming in. Navi is also going to go for another drop in. I respect it. They say, okay, we did get the first kill inside the last time, but we misplayed, so we'll have to see if we can get a follow-in. And this is directly on top of each other, so see a quick come out. Soset's going to find himself vectored right off the get-go, and that's going to be great for close range. He's going to be over the corner. Good shot coming up from Jalbay. Soset down already.
He's got another MP5.
Dude,
oh my god.
It's unfair.
I see.
Too good?
Oh yeah.
He actually has a ton of ammo, all considered. Right?
Oh yeah, he grabbed a bunch
Boom.
of it.
My fucking... My link isn't working. I'm pissed. I literally checked to make sure that it was enabled.
Okay, T1 is also fighting 4 a.m. by the way. So that's another. We've got 2 hot drops. What a great start to the day.
And we have
Why isn't it working?
Juice is in church. He's technically here as well. What is even happening? Okay, 4 angry men get eliminated, so T1 win that one. Jalbay does go down. 7-7
Maybe it's broken. Okay, well,
Okay, so back in between the two. So
yeah, I'll just manually do it. Boom.
I don't know why Duck Juice is there, but respectfully here as well.
Boom.
He does what he wants.
Yeah, this is Apex style, right? I mean, you remember Buriram used to mess with the power grid fights back in the day. I just love it. I mean, they're hungry.
Yeah.
Need points. You know, the first game not too bad for the Expendables, but
Bro, there's like 9. There's so many people dead already. What the fuck?
Where we saw we saw in the kill.
The 4 a.m. just got fucking obliterated.
That looks like it's entirely resolved. No other enemies that are going to be around them for the time being. I find this interesting because the other members for the
Who did 4 a.m. hot drop?
did a bit
I
more
missed
to the
that.
west. Duck Juice is still staying there. He might be able to exploit something.
absolutely. I mean, there's high ground up there too, so he's going to be able to see some of this. If somebody takes an angle on a roof because they think.
Oh,
it's
you
safe,
already did it.
and
Okay.
They expose themselves.
Yeah, just
completely changes the dynamic.
you can enter on each of the giveaways, one on Facebook, one on Twitter. I'll draw it like
I love the fact that
the end of the stream and then message on whichever one you win. And I have enough codes that I can do one on each every day. I have 37 codes to give away across PGS 7 and 8. So I'm not running out anytime soon. So if we've got 6 days of games, I could give away 3 codes a day.
I genuinely have no idea what that's about.
I don't either.
Oh, maybe it was the kill.
Yeah. The Facebook one. it's because I have a lot of I'm streaming on YouTube at the same time, and the Southeast Asian audience pretty much uses Facebook as their main social media. So if you don't want to join with like a private personal account or anything, that's cool. You can just do the Twitter one.
This is a bit dangerous on both regards. So you can see that Na'Vi is much more condensed. 17 is kind of go for see if they can find different angles to pick apart what's going to be going on with the defensive line for Na'Vi, but that does mean that 17 inherently is putting themselves in very disadvantaged firefights. If Na'Vi can find the lines in faster, then what we can see the condensing coming down and the control coming out from 17.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by.
There is a way to flip this back behind, because you can see that 17 is playing this pretty slow. They don't want to overcommit because they know
I am
that's how you can screw
praying on Navi's downfall here, just pettily, because I put out a video yesterday, which was my way too early premature predictions for PGC at the end of this year, and somebody told me that I'm underrating Na'Vi because they would beat any team in the game in a 4v4 hot drop.
The good thing for Na'Vi, he's
They've already lost once.
They're coordinating their locations very nicely.
But if they lose 2 in the first 2 games, you know what I'm saying?
Kind of isolated in on this. So if he tries
yeah, but it only happened after Na'Vi moved their drop spots.
You can see Hackatory's already trying to creep forward. I think that they
like
little ghost positioning now. So this is all
after they made their roster changes. Oh, that's a crazy angle, but it sucks to have an MP5 because those bullets are going to take 2 days to reach him. He's not going to be there by the time you shoot them. He only has a shotgun. If he had an AR, he probably kills Fairest here for free. He's trying to look at that other roof to see, like, can I jump onto that and have an angle? But nope. No, he can't. Oh, he's... Fairest didn't see him.
So well known for back in the day, that grenade usage. Instead, I think Xiaowu has
been this is an esports hot drop for you. It's nothing like actual ranked. Where any of these players are hot dropping in ranked, they will just 4-man ball and sprint at you.
You heard that thing just rip through all of its bullets in a half.
It's kind of using the shadow to kind of bait. Wood definitely got hit because he's tagged up. Oh, but they know he's there. They can see his. They can see his shadow the whole time he's here. Oh, they're double swinging it. Lil Ghost went a little early. He didn't see the toes. No fucking way. If wasn't ready for the repeat.
Quick exchange between them, but now
he can get that flush underneath. But I don't think he has enough bullets.
Shotguns flipping back out. It looks like a quick push coming out.
Oh, look, Falcons is here.
Back down, stepping around new angles and trying to see if they can get a counter flank. Little Ghost shifting back around.
That is
Hackatory defending great.
What?
He's got the final. What a play here from Hackatory.
Wait, he gnome stayed from miles away.
So round 1 went.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to take that back because it looks like actually yes they can, but it was close. It was close.
Neither squad giving up. You gotta love it. I mean, again, you're taking risks there at 17 in that fight because you're spreading out and you're trying to go.
The 17 basically prioritized get one gun and get on the high ground on the roof. Na'Vi had the time to get better equipment. They have vests and helmets and stuff. They have heals. Whereas 17 is just basically relying on having their position and no other advantage. So as soon as they start taking damage, like Xiaowu got tagged to like half HP, he's just like stuck there. He had like the MP5 where they pushed into the house, got one knock, and then backs out, but he only has 18 bullets. So it's like he can't really do anything else. But that's the risk you take.
Right now, you've got some teams to their east.
All right, 1-1.
Gen G, I believe, and then nothing for quite a while until you get towards the hospital area.
At least this time, it's not Hackatory doming 2 of them with a Desert Eagle.
Furia hasn't really gotten in kind of danger close territory.
That's kind of crazy.
take a look at some of Fluky's settings.
He uses half the ADS sense as his general sense.
Tanvu did find an kill onto Orca there from Gen G, so big power weapon in the hands of a big team. They are collapsing in towards Gen G's direction. Another knock on a Tosi that they're trying to get the res for as Gen G.
Yeah, dude, did you see Flucky's settings?
Already down a player.
His general sense is 22. His aiming down sight sense is 11. So if he ADS's, it's half of the sensitivity. That's so insane. Oh, here we go. Hello? Did the casters audio? Oh no.
Just a repeat what we saw earlier.
What happened?
Between 4 Angry Men and T1. Again, this is a
What happened to the caster audio? Did Matchroom's mic just die or something?
4 a.m.
Yeah, that sucks, buddy.
Been really tenacious in those fights. I mean, that's, you know, going back to when Sonic was coaching.
Yeah.
Donawa,
he lost the caster, I think.
On this map, and he doesn't want to give it up. And now that he's on T1, he's back to business.
What's up, Kenny?
That territory. Gen G is able to get their reses, and they are looking to.
Oh my God, T5's winning again.
Oh God, this circle shift! What in the world?
Yeah, Matchroom's still dead. Okay, that's annoying. You know what? Nah.
รวมไปถึงทางด้านของนี่ฮะธีรทรฟ้ายเดย์เทรดขยับเข้ามาได้ไม่ยากเลยแล้วจอร์จโพเนี่ยไม่มีคนนะครับตอนนี้
ไม่มีคน
เมื่อกี้ครับเดย์เทรดอยู่ในวงที่เขาวงแดงๆไว้ไม่แน่ใจว่าหมายถึงว่าจุดที่ดี
khả năng cao là chúng ta sẽ cần phải căng mình ra để có thể phòng ngự trong giai đoạn tiếp theo. Bệnh viện
Đài lên, T5 đài lên.
nghẹt các tuyển thủ của chúng ta.
T5 can play.
Rất nhanh chân đến từ bên phía đội The Expandable chen vào cố gắng xin một slot ở trong
T5 can play or have outplaying. It doesn't really translate very well. Wow, let's go.
Bộ đôi Spaceman và câu 119 đã cực kỳ hiểu nhau rồi, họ đã đồng hành với nhau từ thời Jufu. Nhưng mà để 2 đánh 4 thì tôi không chắc lắm về kèo này. Thiên Tân Phai cũng bám theo luôn. Cuộc gặp toàn những người quen, lối di chuyển cực kỳ
Okay, T
đến từ các đại diện của
making moves. See what they're doing.
Vậy là TE đã có một khu vực căn nhà ở phía bắc của bệnh viện.
I got 1440. What happened? My Miquan is no one here. Yeah.
Đây là một vị trí vừa đủ đẹp dành cho 3 thành viên còn lại.
Luleo, Pom Luleo.
Và với cái lượng tài nguyên mà chúng ta đã thu thập được trong suốt giai đoạn phase 1 thì mình nghĩ rằng đây là một lượng đủ để có thể phòng ngự. Còn quay trở lại với Twisted Mind, họ lại chạm trán P3, nhưng chỉ một mình Park Pro đang ở bên trong những cái thùng container này thua.
Alone.
Twisted Mind có info hay không đây? Perfect Tick leo lên lại nhìn thấy bên phía
ไม่มีเพื่อน ไม่มีเพื่อน
phần nào đấy thì sẽ bị sao nhãng. Đặt tâm là khá chuẩn rồi, khả năng là cũng đã biết đâu đó khoảng 2 người bên phía Begopa ở đâu nhờ những cái thông tin từ tiếng súng trước đó. Nhưng Park Pro có thể tạo ra trong tình huống này đạn là đủ
17 tem.
Nhưng đó là người bên phía đội T1. Twisted Mind mới là mục tiêu chính mà bên phía đội của Begopa cần tập trung trong pha này. Góc về là rất đẹp rồi. Chỉ cần Perfect Tick hứa hành một điểm thôi.
Oh wait, no. Wait. No. Wait, hold on. He's got the cat ears. That's jokes. Oh no, wait a minute. T5 actually have to fight someone this game? Ah, it might be over. That angle from Songjang. You can kind of cover a little bit. Bro, throw the nade. Where are you going? Just throw that shit.
Thả tầm gần có thể phơm được kill thôi. Begopa đã bỏ lại Park Pro trong tình huống xử lý quá khó khăn. Và Twisted Mind chiếm được khu vực cùng thùng container và hoàn toàn là có thể cộng sinh với đội hình của Begopa nếu họ muốn. Họ cũng chưa bị áp lực quá nhiều để phải chạy thêm những bước thực sự sâu. Nhưng Begopa liệu có chịu để yên cho bên phía đội Twisted Mind làm điều đó hay không đây? Sư Hot có vẻ như đang muốn mở cánh ở trong pha thi đấu này. Nếu không có một người nào tạo ra những khoảng trống đột biến thì Begopa ở những cái cuộc chiến 1v1 mình nghĩ rằng là hơi khó cho họ để có thể đánh bại một Twisted Mind đang có đầy đủ cả 4 player. Bản thân đây cũng là đội tuyển cực kỳ có duyên với kỳ PGS. Năm ngoái chúng ta cũng thấy rồi, 3 chiếc vô địch liên tiếp.
Twisted Minds enjoyers.
Vẫn là những con người đó vẫn rất nguy hiểm và vừa rất câu xong
Okay, they got one.
Akan luôn. Cảm giác như là Begopa sẽ khó lòng có thể qua khỏi cái cuộc chiến này. Trong một diễn biến khác thì Adoji của bên phía BB Team cũng
This zone is gonna end south of Furia.
tái đấu ở ngay tại map 2. Chúng ta đang nhìn thấy rất nhiều màu sắc xuất hiện xung quanh khu vực.
By that little solo shack. That thing is impossible to play while anyone is in Furia's position. Unless you have a million smokes or enough cars that you can block the entrance and have something to hide behind. It's just fully open wall to their compound. So if Furia can just sort of sit there, they can get 1,000,000 points this game. Unless this goes east, and we get the same zone where Twisted Minds won PGS 5, south side of Georgia Pole, which, funnily enough, is exactly where T5 is. So, probably one of those two teams is going to win this game, T5 or Furia, unless they severely fumble, or if the zone just goes somewhere else. But if I were a betting man, I'm going for one of them.
Nhưng phía bên kia cũng cực kỳ cục với những quả nết bay luôn cả đầu. Sông Giang rất may mắn anh ta mà chạy cố thì nằm, nhưng Chú Ớt lại là người nằm ngửa trước. Rồi xong cái ông ở nhà thì lại bị bắt. Thế cái người đang về thì sao, ai cứu? Hết nhà để về rồi, không trốn quay đầu đến từ vị trí của Sông Giang, đứng giữa đường giữa chợ thì đương nhiên là chỉ có cái chết thôi. Twisted Mind và Titan Fire dễ dàng dứt điểm các thành viên của Megopa. Còn Bestia đâm thẳng ở bên trong bo, không có miếng mồi nào cả. Nhưng có một khu vực diện tích công trình đủ để cho có thể sử dụng hết đoạn bài này. Khá căng, Bestia thoát thân được ở trong tình huống vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là cũng may mắn khi mà cái áp lực đến từ bên phía đội Titan Fire cũng như NFP là không nhỏ. Nhưng cái khu vực nhà này nó quá nhỏ hẹp và chỉ chia nhau vài căn bé bé thì không đủ để sinh hoạt đến từ bên phía đội của Bestia. Sẽ là phải chờ vòng bo thứ tư thôi. Xe cũng chả cất đi đâu được, những chiếc xe này đều đang ở trong những trạng thái mà gần như không thể sử dụng được trong khoảng thời gian sau. BB Team vẫn đang ao bo. Áp lực đến từ BB Team mình nghĩ là để có thể giành được một slot vào final họ cũng sẽ phải cố gắng rất nhiều. Bản thân đội tuyển này thì cũng để mất đi một trong số những nhân tố quan trọng bậc nhất của mình, đó chính là vị trí của Spyro. Vừa làm player tay to, vừa làm tuyển thủ giàu kinh nghiệm. Nhưng mà nhìn lại thì chúng ta biết rằng là BB Team vẫn còn rất nhiều những tên khác cần phải được quan tâm. Nhưng có lẽ là tạm gác câu chuyện đó của bên đi, quay trở lại vào góc bên này khi mà Furia đang bắt đầu bị săn bởi cái thành viên bên phía team UFP rồi. Chưa bao giờ tôi thấy cảnh Châu lại đi săn báo như thế này cả. Chỉ biết nằm chờ đến từ thành viên Furia thôi, và đó là một tờ flick quá hay đến từ thành viên của UFP. Kraken không còn, và phần còn lại của Furia bất lực nhìn người đồng đội của mình bị bắt lại.
Watch that in the break.
Ferris của bên phía Navi thì bị knock out outside play zone, Whisper luôn.
So Ferris, I mean, Navi wins the hot drop, but they ain't getting into this zone. They're up on top of Everest, tanking phase 4 zone in a sec.
Furia thì chỉ có thể chờ thôi. BB Team cùng đường lao vào nhà JMG, liệu đây có phải ý hay không đây? Bestolog đến quá sớm, chỉ có một người bị dụng trên đường đi thôi, và Bin là người bị cô lập. Đổi được một mạng rồi, Bin 1 đấu 3. BB Team thì khả năng là sẽ chờ đồng đội về để có thể đẩy cùng nhau. Check hết nhà vệ sinh rồi, Bin thì phải bỏ xứ. Anh ta không thể làm gì được, cố gắng đục lại từ cửa nhà. Nhưng bao giờ anh ta không mạng một người thì gần như cơ hội của Bin đã hết. Đó phải là một điểm kill ngay thì mới mong có hy vọng dành cho anh chàng đến từ Hàn Quốc. Bestolog đi săn luôn rồi, chỉ còn một thôi. Không
Have we fixed it yet?
bên phía đội của BB.
Starting to slide into the circle. Hills.
It's still broken?
Going to be alive.
It's still broken.
Twisted Minds trying to make a coastal play. Have those rocks
Oh
that are
no.
along the river edge.
Bro, fix the mic.
Making their way through. They actually have some space to work with if they can find a way to stay underneath the eyes of Bestia, which they are just going to go down into the water to do.
Paper Thin is just solo casting right now while Matrim has his mic fixed. You hear like that popping sound, that's them trying to figure it out. He probably has someone on the stage like fucking.
Got 4 kills already in this one, dismantling Bagelpaw earlier. So put on the water wings and get moving, Twisted, because you still got some time though. Circle's not too close. Everybody else mostly safe inside of this circle. No teams really to speak of that already haven't gotten through. I mean, you do have Day Trade on the southwest corner, but they're on their own.
Yeah, I mean,
even a Panzerfaust did lose back
Blood
pocket.
is full committed to solo casting. No, thank you. ยิงมอต้า
มาในน้ำตรงนี้โล่งจัดครับTwisted Mindเข้าวงน่าจะเฉียบๆเลย
Who is casting this right now? I don't recognize their voice.
อ้อมสวยจัดคือสามารถทิ่มเข้ามาในตัวเมืองได้นะครับมุมนี้มีเรียกว่าตึกจิ๊กซอว์เนี่ยบัง
New coach T5, Kova Levy.
มีทางขึ้นด้วยนะฮะ
ใช่ครับ
จะดูขึ้นไม่ได้จริง
sprinkle of EMEA sauce. Yeah. Maybe every team manager should start dating analysts from other teams, and then they can steal them. It's a good plan. ทั้งบ้าน
นี่ไงไหลขึ้นมาแล้วครับซูรูกับ Perfectis ครับเพลียคอแบบเฉียบกันไปทวิตเตอร์มาฮะ
ทุกบ้านมีคน
น้ำนะฮะ
ใช่ครับคือน่าจะคิดกันมาตั้งแต่แรกแล้วช่วงที่ทิ่มบริเวณโกดังตรงนู้นนะครับถ้าใช้รถเข้ามาอาจจะเสี่ยงมากกว่านี้ก็เลยเดินเท้ากันมาทั้งหมดเลยครับแล้วตัดสินใจได้ดีด้วยนะตรงนั้นคือโล่งๆเลย
How's the games? T5 is probably winning this one, and they already won game 1. So I'd say it's going pretty well.
จริงครับ
ที่เหลือรอดมาครับนาวีครับแต่มีเฟิร์สได้8ชิ้นเลยครับถือว่ายื้อเวลาได้อยู่
On you นายบาน
จะเข้าวงยังไงดีเพราะว่ารถก็เหมือนจะเสียไปแล้วด้วยแล้ววงอัพเดตมาในเฟสที่5บีดมาซ้ายๆให้กับเดทเทรดเกม
ลังน้
ได้เล่นนะแบบนี้ก็เดท
Oh no, okay, it's the Furia zone. Furia is winning.
จะไปเล่นตรงไหนตอนนี้ต้องกรุ๊ปอัพแล้วผมว่าเดทเทรดอ่ะ
ใช่ครับโอ้แล้วสเตทนะไม่ไหว
Well, it was either Furia or T5. Furia it is. Oh, a Panzerfaust? Why is my stream cloud butt broken, bro?
ยิงอย่างไกล
โอ้โห
นี่ปาระเบิดมาหวังผลหรือเปล่าแต่ว่า
ไม่ระเบิด
ไปนิดหน่อยเลยครับ
No grenades.
เราวิ่งผ่านแบบนี้เลยพี่โอ้โหนึกว่าคนรู้จักกันตรงนี้
แหมสกิดแรงนะสกิดด้วยกระสุนครับแล้วตัดสินใจเดินเข้าใส่เลยครับเวลานี้คือเวลาทองครับเพราะว่าเขารีเซ็ตกันอยู่สำหรับทางด้านของนิวแฮปปี้
T-zone? Kinda. Yeah, but they can't really do anything. That was the problem.
ยังไงแต่ว่าซ้ายมือมีทางด้านของทีมไฟเหมือนกันเปิดซ้ายเยอะอาจจะ
Testing.
โดนทีมไฟยิงได้ครับยังไม่ได้อยู่ในขอบวงสำหรับเพลย์โซนเฟสต่อไปครับในเฟส
Restarted the bot.
ใช่ครับโอ้เมื่อกี้ต้องแจ้ง
And it still doesn't work.
ลูกบ้านตีกันเอาไง
Does it
ต่
work
อ
here?
เนี่ยนิวแฮปปี้กับทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ไหลเข้ามาหรือว่าไม่รอช้ามีระเบิดไฟมาด้วย
มันร้อนเหลือเกินมันร้อนเหลือเกิน
No. I might need to find somewhere else to put the chat on this screen because it covers up the player cams. But also I don't really care that much. Yeah, my Baba is really just fully broken.
ก็ยังเฟี้ยวอยู่เก็บคิวมาได้ตรงนี้7แต้ม
It's
คิว
kinda
ไป
wild.
แล้วเลยครับตรงนี้ฮะนิว
How
แฮ
about
ปปี้
now?
พยายามจะดักขอบรออยู่ก่อนนะครับวงในเฟสที่5บีบมาเรื่อยๆเท่ากับว่าเวลาของทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ต้องเริ่มเข้าทำแล้วครับ
It's a real shame.
เอาจริงๆตอนนี้ทางด้านฝั่งของทีทอนไฟเองเนี่ยผมไม่แน่ใจว่า
Oh, okay, wait, it worked on YouTube.
ใช่ครับ
แต่ถ้ายังไม่เข้าเนี่ยรอ
Interesting.
จังหวะเข้าไฟกันแล้วเรามาแจมเนี่ยมือที่3โอ้โหสวยงามเสมอฮะตรงนี้
ก็น่าจะพอหา
สวย
คิว
งา
ได้
มเสมอ
รื่อยๆนะครับนี่ฮะทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ชิดบ้านเรียบร้อยอยู่กันครบ4คนคืบคานไหลเข้ามา
The quality on the Thailand stream, yo, he panzered him from there.
ยิงแพนเซอร์ฟาวครับ
คือไอ้นักฟอร์มไม่ได้เข้าบ้านนะแต่ว่าโดนทางด้านของตัว
Panzerfaust ไม่ได้เข้าบ้าน
นะครับเรียบร้อยเลยครับทีวันจบอันดับ10ปลายพอซ่าได้ด้วยคิวน็อกดาวน์
ขอบหน้าต่างพอดีเมื่อกี้
จริงครับ
เข้าบ้าน
นะฮะตัดภาพกันมาทางด้านของทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ครับโหแล้วหลัง
The Panzerfaust didn't go in the house, right?
ทางด้านของคิกสตาร์นะที่ยิงฟุกกี้
Panzerfaust ไม่ได้เข้าบ้าน
ตรงนี้
Panzerfaust did not enter the house.
รอช่วยกันเต็มที่เลย
แต่
แต่ว่าคิวตัวเป็นของ
still knock.
ฟาวคอนปิดงานไปไหลกันต่อทางด้านทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ครับชิดบ้านเข้ามาแล้วครับโอ้แล้วแกลื้อไปเนี่ยคือหาไม่เจอแล้วว่าดิวแฮปปี้อยู่บ้านหลังไหนกันบ้างเพราะเขาแยกตัวกันอยู่เลย
T5.
เหมือนจะร่นถอยไปเหมือนกันนะทางด้านของนิวแฮปปี้
Bad zone shift. Furia just win for free. Let's go. Oh, wait a minute. Tanvu with an AWM. Hold. Holding.
เป็นบ้านของฟูเรียครับแล้วเดทเทรดอยู่ในวงด้วยครับรวมถึงด้านฝั่งดีเอสไม่รู้แต่ว่ากระเนตอัดเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับเป็นทางด้านของชื่อ
Oh, we're watching Corey's POV.
โอ้แหมปาใส่เพื่อนเฉยเลยตรงนี้เราไป2คนไงต่อดีฮะ
Okay.
นิวแฮปปี้ถอยหลังมากกว่านี้ไม่ได้แล้วเพราะว่าโล่งๆเลยครับด้านหลัง
เหมือนพยายามจะป่าเข้าบ้านแต่มันติดขอบหน้าต่างมาขุดแล้วมันกลายเป็นว่าโดนเพื่อนที่อยู่หน้าบ้านแทนครับแบบนี้ครับจะไม่ได้มายังไงดีแล้วเป็นนึกเคียร์ยิงแจม
Okay, wait a minute.
บอลมาดูวินครับตรงนี้โอ้โหแกมุดวงออกมายิง
How did Duck Juice knock him?
ใช่ครับโอ้มันกดดันนะครับทิมเตอร์ไมล์เดินดันมา
What angle does he have?
หรือว่า PGS 3 สมัยที่ผ่านมาครับลูกพยายามจะดักมุมตรงนี้ให้เด็กสเวล
Oh, he's on the left side of the house. Okay. Thought he was on the right.
อันนี้ต้องบอกว่าเป็นมิสเพย์ของด้านของนิวแฮปปี้จริงๆนะ
จริงฮะจริง
จากตอนแรกเนี่ยมีโอกาสในการพอจะตั้งไฟตั้งสู้ได้แหละ
He's gonna die to that, no? In a Yusha?
2 คนมาเล่นยากเลย
อ้โหแล้วนี่ฮะเหลือเป็นคนสุด
2
ท้าย
HP
คือยาชาครับ
Holy
ขึ้นมาใหม่ครับ
you lucky boy
เล่นยากเหลือเกินครับเพราะว่า
Oh Falcon's coming
กำลังจะชิดบ้านเขามาด้วยเหมือนกันรวมถึงทางด้านฟาวคอน
เฮ้ย
ขับผ่านมาหน่อยครับ
with a Panzer Faust and kickstart and oh he got his car the car hit Kickstart's car and pushed him out. He was trying to turn in but he got pushed out because the cars hit each other. Ah, that's so annoying. That Panzer could have helped a lot pushing in here. I mean, they're dead anyway because they can't get out of this spot. They would have had to drive past everyone into Furia and they would all just die. H-Win had a Panzer as well and he got knocked too. That's so unlucky. Actually, Daytrade, okay. Daytrade might win a fight against Furia and then win this game. Getting knocks. They're now 2-man advantage. If Daytrade clear Furia from this compound, that's huge.
เหมือนจะมี TE มาแจมด้วยนะพี่ใช่ไหมจังหวะร่วมนะครับจังหวะเดินเข้ามาครับเดสเปนโรครับ
Good nade.
โอ้แล้วพี่ติ๊กเราครับเซนเนตใส่ด้านของ Example น็อกดาวน์อยู่กันนะมุมนี้ปามาเรียบร้อยเลยครับตรงนี้มาตามปัจจุบันได้ครับตรงนี้2คิวส่วนสวนหายจากทางลูเหมือนกันตรงนี้ HWN ไงต่อดีฮะเก็บยาเราวิ่งไปต่อแต่ว่ายังมีอาวุธลับเลยครับด้านหน้า
Okay, they got H-Win back up. What? How?
เปิดโล่งเหลือเกินครับโอ้โหเปิดโล่งเหลือเกินแต่บอกไว้ก่อนครับแล้วเรียบร้อย
Oh, he maybe had time to get that off with the jammer pack, but good shot through the smoke. The down south Flash playing anchor for Daytrade.
ใช่ครับเช่นเดียวกับทางด้านของเดทเทรดเหมือนกันนะขยับเข้ามาอยู่ในโซนกลางวงแล้ววงบีบมาแบบนี้สวยๆเลยครับแบบนี้ทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ไปต่อยากแต่ว่ายัง
Okay, actually, yeah, Daytrade are gonna win this game now, I think. Only scary thing is Furia's window. They can't be pressured from anyone apart from Southwest. Unless Daytrade push them on foot.
เหลือกัน5ทีมสุดท้ายครับโอ้โหตอนนี้ผมแอบลุ้นทางด้านฝั่งแฟลชครับจาก
Yeah, not anymore. GG. Ooh, big damage. Tambu's farming with that AWM. Panzers are great. Okay, what? Explain what you mean. Panzers are great as in like they are great weapons. They are very powerful. I agree.
เห็นเขามูฟเดียว
Show you're working.
เสียงปืนมันแน่นเหลือเกินใช่ฮะยังไงอย่างสเวทแมนได้นอกจากฝั่งแฟลชไปก่อน
Is there a Panzer on the floor next to him? Just fucking send that at their shack, bro. You know you're getting double peeked on the door. Yeah, this is the problem. No one can help Flash here. Yeah, I have a oh, there it is. Let's go. It works. My bot is back. It's alive. Every time someone dies to a Panzer, we do the exclamation mark Panzer, and it adds up how many times we've seen players get hit by gameplay discrepancies. Yeah, the giveaway one still doesn't work, or it's just super delayed.
ใช่ครับไทคูลเลอร์ครับ The Experimental Day Trade และหน้าฝั่งของฟูเรียนะครับ4-3-3-2ครับตำแหน่งตอนนี้ถือว่าค่อนข้างที่จะสูสีนะต้องรอดูวงในเฟสที่8เลยครับว่าจะ
Maybe now.
ครับผมถ้าฟรีสุดจากวงนี้นะ
There we go. We fixed it. Woo. Okay, TE TKL. Back to back top 4 games.
แน่นอนครับต้องรอดูเฟสต่อไปเลยนะตัวเปลี่ยนนะตัวแปรตัวเปลี่ยนเกมครับแต่ถ้าวงลงล่างเนี่ยโอ้โหในเมืองที่ไฟกันยับครับ
จริงครับแล้วเนินของไทคูลเลอร์นี่คือเล่น
Old Spaceman.
รับตัวฮอตพิซโซ
If anyone
อัปเดตมาแบบนี้กลางๆครับทำได้
If anyone told you before the game started that TKL would be in first place after 2 games, you'd probably call them an idiot. A big stiff moron. But the Expendables game is over now. Unlucky GG. Nice try, boys.
แสดงว่าต้องไปหินข้างหน้าไหมไม่ก็ต้องไปชิดเนิน TKL ให้ได้
ไทยคูเล่
จริงครับผมว่าเขาอาจจะตัดสินใจตี
Yeah, I don't really know.
ตรงกลางนี่น่าจะหนักกว่าเดิมครับ
Because it was too cool in PCL, but now they've changed it.
มาจาก
I
แทน
guess.
บูล้วนๆเลยนะครับ
I don't know what it means.
Day Trade Gaming มีแต้มคิวแต่ว่าตอนนี้คือมาติด
I mean, it's the same team. It doesn't really matter. You just call them TKL.
ทิกเกอร์ครับดาคุนอฟกับคูณ6นะครับพยายามจะแง้มมุมฮะหาพื้นที่
อุ้ย
ใน
และทีม
การ
เลยครับบี
ตัดสินใจไปแล้วครับต่อไปในด้านบ้านของฟูเรียนและพกมาพร้อมกับแพนเซอร์ฟอร์ครับแต่จังหวะโดดมาพอสซ่าให้1น็อกใส่เขานี่ไปก่อน
Yeah. Get grenaded. Nice try, duck juice. Nice Panzer Faust, idiot.
เข้าไปแล้วปาไฟปาระเบิดเข้าไปนะแต่ว่าตัวเองก็ยังไม่ได้
ปาระเบิด
กีเซราเมื่อสักครู่ได้แต้มคิวมาเพิ่มเติมเป็น4แต้มคิวให้กับฟูเรียและเรียบร้อยเลยครับพอซ่าไปเป็นแทนวู
เรียบร้อย
ส่งทีออกอันดับที่4ครับ
This guy really rolled the R when he said that. He said, "Ria,
ถ้าออกไปข้างนอกโล่งๆมันอาจจะโดนแบบซ้ายขวาได้ครับ
ใช่ครับ
เอาเลยครับไฟต์ต่อไปตรงนี้น่า
He
จะ
hit
เป็น
us with
ฟู
that
เรียกับ
formal
เดทเวทครับ
pronunciation. That's
โอ้
crazy.
แบบนี้ไทยคู่เหลือคือลูกปากเลยนะตีกันเมื่อไหร่น่าจะแจมหวานๆเลยฮะ
แต่คุณเลยคือรออย่างเดียวครับว่าถ้ามีไฟต์เกิดขึ้นเนี่ยทีแกรอไดเข้าไปแน่นอนถ้าโดนโดดมากลางอากาศโดนสเปซแมนสอยไป1 จากมินิฮะ
This is not good for day trade anymore.
มาตรงนี้ Day Trade เริ่มทำการ
If they use too many grenades to clear Furia out,
บ้านไว้ก่อนนะออกมาเมื่อไหร่
or
มีโดน
worse, if they get knocked to grenades by Furia, TKL have 7 grenades that they can just
เข้าไปครับนอนหลบระเบิ
เข้า
ดก็โดน
ไป
ใช่ครับโอ้ต้องระวังนะครับเพราะว่าวงในเฟสนี้โดนแตะนี่
Furia
ดาเมจเลยนะ
ตรง
นี่
อกไป
ชิงขอบไปแล้วออกมาพีคแต่ว่ายังไม่เจอใคร
โอ้
นะ
โอ้
โอ้โหแล้วดูเลือดแล้วโดนวงไปแป๊บเดียวเหลือ 20
อ้าว
แล้วพอซ่า
เจ็บ
โอ้ยรอด
เจ็บมาก
เจ็ดครับตรงนี้แล้วหน้าต่างปาดมาเรียบร้อยกันไปครับคุณราชของเขาไปแล้วปิดงาน
แบนมาก
ดับเบิลคิวครับเหลือ
น้อง
สอง
โม
ทีมสุดท้าย4 ต่อ 3กับเทรด
โอ้
แล้วโค119ครับเฮดช็อตใส่เบลมอสเปิดไปก่อน1
Belmont's just
นี่มายังไงดีแล้วเป็นด้านฝั่งของ
Playing these idiots.
เปิดให้ก่อนครับ3-3เลยครับ
Shredding the skin off these dweebs. 2 guys with 3 gear. Belmont don't give a fuck, bro. Okay, fair enough. Good sprays.
ออมซ้ายสโมกกันมาสเปซแมนเลยครับผมแล้วเหมือนเขาจะรีเซ็ตตรงจืดกับบันได้
Now,
ด้วย
now
นะครับ
this is the problem. They have a lot of grenades, and if they just keep throwing them in front of that house, day trade have to come out at some point, and they're gonna walk into the nades.
ก่อนหน้านี้ได้เก็บของมา
And TKL is 4 up as well now.
เยอะปาปิดตาไว้ก่อนพลิกซ้ายพลิกขวา
They are no longer winning.
เรียกได้ว่าตอนนี้คือรอวงบีบแล้วรอรวบทางด้านเดทเวย์อย่างเดียวเลยครับแล้วหลับ
Oh, that's one dead. No? Okay, he's dead now.
และไม่ไหวแล้วตรงนี้ยกจืดแล้วดัน
ไม่ไหว
เ
Yeah.
ดี๋ยวว่าคนสุดท้ายครับ
เล่นไม่ไหว
ไม่น่าจะแจกต้านแล้วครับอยากสู้
Can't do it.
เรียบร้อย
GG.
ไทยกูเลอร์
Yo, the admin's like a fan. She's popping off for them.
มาได้สวยเลยนะจังหวะที่มูฟเข้ามาบริเวณทางด้านของ hospital หรือว่าตัวโรงพยาบาลนะครับแล้วก็
Cheering on the boys. I rate it. GG.
ปิดไก่ไปส่วนเดทเทรดของเราที่ภาพจับอยู่ไม่แย่เลยนะครับพวกเขาก็
We didn't really get to see a whole lot of what they actually did that game because they were just kind of piss chilling on the south the whole time.
มุมเขาดีกว่ามาก
ใช่ๆ
นะครับสำหรับทางด้านฝั่งตู
Here we go.
เส้นนะเต้นเลยดู
Okay. Vietnamese viewers in the chat, if they say anything interesting or naughty, please translate for me.
Bên Tây Nam đánh bắn nhau chim kẻ đó. Kiếm men khu lên, men khu chuẩn bị chạy em vòng đó. Tây Nam 2.
Only donk, you know. Donk. He's already used a lot of bullets. No, we switched off. What does that mean? They like got one or one knock or something?
Được quá, nhưng đó được thằng đấy ạ. Em là đem bên đang kẻ ba này, bên Falcon.
No, because he didn't say mod.
Khả năng ủi mình cao luôn đó.
Tầm 2 ly rồi đấy.
Uh,
Đi hơi khó. Bắn đây.
is that Delwyn's voice? Holy shit. Have I never heard Delwyn speak before?
Bảo này góc anh em đẹp lắm, tí nó bị tổ nó bắn nhau hết rồi.
Oh, it's Clory's. Yeah, Clory's has the deep voice. Yeah.
Nó một tuyết chân nhà chụp bộ.
Nó vào nhau thằng đó rồi.
Damn.
Hát lên.
Thỉnh thoảng gán nhìn.
I when Perfectix got knocked there, I was like, damn, how the hell did they get that knock? What angle did they have? Turns out they could see 2 pixels of his head.
Nó
Tanvu can't stand here because his gun's too long.
Anh bảo là cứ giữ đi, không qua đâu, còn thằng này kể nữa.
He gun too big for he goddamn window.
Nếu mà thằng mình qua trước đường mình qua đẹp hơn.
Cốp xe anh em ơi, phải chết xe xem còn xe không.
Chỉ còn xe của em thôi Vũ ạ, xe của anh
xe rồi.
không còn đâu.
Có đi lắm. Có đi lắm.
Falco đi à?
Falco khả năng nó đi kẻ này, khả năng nó đi kêu kẻ 2 á, hoặc là công hospital.
Nghe đi.
Oh my god, they had a Lynx and 2 Panzerfausts.
Công nhà luôn kìa các bạn.
Ra vào khu luôn kìa.
Yeah, Tanvu just steals that one. He doesn't spot kickstart before he goes in the house. He gets that knock though. That's like a vestless man. So they get the revive on Hitchwin because he got inside the house. He just got inside the house. Yeah, TKL were just sort of holding the hospital. I guess they got pushed on the south a bit. That's a close fight actually between them and BB.
TKL đủ với cả BB3 nè. Rồi cứ nhìn hết thằng 4 này ăn kill nè em. TKL cuối.
You can hear TKL screaming in the background. That's funny.
Cho mày smoke một thằng trên tầng 2 đi luôn.
That's kind of one of those where Tanvu doesn't want to take a shot at that because he doesn't have enough bullets left. Oh, and he can't see the window anyway, actually. Oh. That he's like he's gonna push here. He's gonna push here. He just. Oh, he does get him. Good switch. Blue zone was gonna kill him if he didn't switch to the org. That's smart. The Falcons is all dead.
Đẹp hết em yêu rồi.
Đừng đi nóc nha.
Nóc. Xem không?
Xem à? Không phone của anh à?
Nhìn thằng TKL không?
Smoke, chúng nó không làm gì đâu.
Không có xe đâu. Coi chừng sát
trái. Không phone nữa.
There's not really much that they can do from this spot. You just kind of have to hit some headshots. I don't know if they've got vehicles that still have tires left. Probably not. Yeah, no, they're on the south side. They definitely have no tires. They're stuck here. Bro, I'm pretty... Look. Tanvu here. There's a Panzerfaust on the floor, bro. If he picks this up and just like launches this, if he can make it hit that doorway, it kills them both. They're literally both standing right there. Imagine he co-woes that shit, picks up the Panzerfaust, lines it up, it hits the door frame, blows up, kills them both. Imagine. That one, I wouldn't even be mad. Because that would be hard to hit. That looked like it should have hit, but it didn't. I'm not really sure why. I don't think people would actually be that mad about a long range like Panzer where it actually has some level of like skill, where it's like aiming it over that kind of distance is impressive. People are mad about them because people just carry them and it just, you can't close range fight against them because they just click their mouse and you die. That's more what people are mad about. That and the fact that they instantly blow up cars and everyone inside.
Có 2 xe luôn rồi, có 2 xe ngon luôn rồi.
Rồi giữ xe thôi, đợi thôi. Cứ xếp xe lại đường ra đi, kiếm đường ra đi. Tí nó sẽ móc ra được.
Cứ xếp đi. Có tầng chưa cái gì đâu.
Báo thằng đây kẻ anh nè, với thằng Phu.
They actually do have tires. Oh yeah, they drove across. As he switches out. Gonna fire that 180 rim bullet. He's gonna use it.
Nó bắn ở hai tầng cam hay sao? Không, bắn mì. Bắn mì. Hai tầng cam nhìn bắn được. Với cả một thằng ở chợ 4 nữa nhá. Cái bật tường hai tầng cam này đẹp nha. Nó ở trong khu luôn. Nó có xe ai cứu được. Trong cái cối đi.
Yeah. And then it's just sort of slowly over. GG. We have a giveaway happening. So if you haven't entered, go enter. Go do that. Main channel back. We have 2 mics now.
Even this one still has sort of felt like a little bit of a feel out game. Not as much
There's also a giveaway on Twitter.
All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have game.
We are going to a short break.
We're going to those wildcard maps. Don't you go anywhere for PGS 7.
Okay, in that case, no.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing.
Yeah. What else is down here? Twisted Minds. Don't care about those teams. Then we have this as our backup content for the break.
Hello everyone, welcome to another video. We have PGS 7
Hi.
and PGS 8 right around the corner, and there was a few upsets and there's also a few new teams who are popping off, so we're going to go over everything you need to know about this upcoming event. The schedule and format for PGS 7 and 8 will be as follows. We have 3 days of group stage, 1 day break, and then 3 days of finals.
PUBG OC hat
a week
is
in between PGS
drip.
7 and PGS 8, which will be good because it will give teams time to review their mistakes and
Yeah.
improve.
Killed by
So I think
Desync,
PGS
thank you for the
7
follow.
will have a very different leaderboard to PGS 8 because those teams will be able to
Confirmed that my new follow
mistakes,
alert
especially after not playing in a
works,
international
which is
level
nice.
lobby in a decent amount of time. Gotta realize, guys, these international lobbies are hard. It's not easy to play in. Anyway, the prize pool, very, very top heavy. First and second taking home majority of the money. It's kind of rough for the teams placing 3rd to 8th, but at the same time, top heavy prize pool makes winning even more important. In terms of the participating teams, we do have our 10 GPT teams, and we also have our qualifying team. So I'll go through each region individually just to give you guys some ideas of the stats and what to look out for. When it comes to PAS, we had 4 teams qualify, 3 from qualification and 1 GPT team. We had Team Falcons as the GPT team. We can look at the circles. El Proyecto, or former Lunar Galaxy, absolutely smashed this tournament. They played fantastic. It was a pleasure to watch. So you can see they had high placement points. So did Bestia. But if we keep an eye on the average amount of kills, Team Falcons, despite coming 4th and with a 30-point gap on 1st, they still managed to have the most amount of kills, which can give you a lot of info on how aggressive Team Falcons were and how little placement points they really had. You can also see how aggressive Team Falcons are by the amount of
damage dealt.
they're taking, and that might be some DMR
1,200
farming here
is
and there,
fucking
but,
wild.
1,200 average damage per game is killing 12 people per game, so that's a lot of people to shoot at. As you can also see, working in silence, they have under 1k damage taken, so then they're kind of taking less engagements than the other top teams. Now, when we look at the individual star players, we have all the top fraggers from each team. So Shrimzy, top frag for Falcons, 34 kills, absolutely incredible from him. We had WS, who is now Rock Esports, 27 from him. Kraken popping off, and they are now Furia, for people who didn't know. And, of course, Giraffe King with the performance of a century. He had 24 kills and MVPing for their team. So that is PAS. Moving on to Europe, we have 5 teams going to PGS. It's interesting to note that in the European Championship,
Virtus Pro's damage taken is crazy,
which
by the
kind of
way.
indicates how good European teams are with their macro. They're very good at surviving and getting into endgame.
23,000.
Team, we had Geeky with 88 kills and 4.9 average kills. Very impressive from them. They had an incredible day 2 and 3, and I'm interested to see how they will play. The only issue with Geeky is that DiffX, their top fragger, will not be able to attend, so I'm hoping that they still are able to put up a decent performance.
That is a big problem for them.
I'm sure they will be able to. Anyway, moving on, VP taking a lot of damage, as you can expect. This is quite a creative team, and also interesting to note is that Twisted, despite coming in 5th, had very high average damage dealt, and also a lot of knocks compared to 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. So it's interesting to see that Twisted is still doing the damage, they just didn't seem to get the points. And going on to our top fraggers from each of this team, we have Example, Molodoct, Hakatori, Beamy, and as I said, Diffx won't be there, but hopefully Geeky are able to pull through without their top fragger. On to APAC. APAC was a very interesting region in the sense that it was one of the few
visa
regions
issues
where a
probably.
GT team kicked out a team who placed above them.
It's
So
the most
win
likely
game does not
explanation if
go
someone
to
has
PGS because TE is a
problems for
GT team.
travel.
Anyway, we can see in APAC as well there were three kings here with 208, 204, and 200 points. T5, EA, and Daytrade all looking extremely in form for PGS, so it'll be very interesting to see if they're able to keep up this momentum. When it comes to top fraggers in this region, sadly our GOAT, Hymas, will not be attending. He had 53 kills in 24 games. Absolutely insane. But we can keep an eye out for Jacom, Clories, Kiss, Ranger X, and Belmoth. They all did extremely well as well. I'm looking forward to seeing APAC play.
Yeah,
because I
Kiss
think
was
that
fucking
this
popping
region
off.
is improving at a very fast pace. Korea is looking very interesting this year. I do think the talent pool has been spread around a bit too much now. So we have one team who is just absolutely dominating. As you can see, DN Freaks, 168 points.
Average damage
14
dealt,
average points per game,
1600.
104 kills, 8.7
Bro,
kills per game.
stop
Absolutely
yourself.
incredible performance. They're also doing almost 1600 damage per game, and they have 91 knocks. So this team,
Yeah,
is
when he
definitely
was
gonna be one of the
with
key ones to look
Valitai.
out for during PGS. I think that they have a lot of confidence.
He definitely held his
You can
own,
see
but
as
he
well in
wasn't
terms of
like
top fraggers. Salute is 15 kills above.
he wasn't
second
pushing the
fragger
top frag
in DN. Wonderful
levels.
It's going to be extremely interesting to see how.
But you know the
Salute
difference?
performs. I think
Coach
he could be
Check.
an MVP candidate. I think he is playing extremely well at the moment. But when it comes to Korea, it definitely looks like an extremely top-heavy lobby. And I'll
They
be
steal
interested
the
to see
coach
how
from
the
Daytrade.
4 other Korean teams
The
handle
most
against
successful
these other
coach.
international level teams. And finally, we have PCL. PCL was a great watch. Para absolutely dominating. It is interesting to note, though, that the first place PCL team did significantly better than the second place, and the second place did significantly better than third place. So I do think this will translate into international, as I think Para and 17 are a lot well suited to international play. As you can see, 17 has lots of placement points, indicating they have pretty solid macro and getting into late game. And then, of course, Para, 120 kills. They're just going to steamroll through a lot of teams. Their mechanics are incredible. So it'll be very interesting to watch how aggressive Para is going to be in this international. We also have Para with 111 knocks. These guys get entry picks and they force fights. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for other teams to put up with the combo of Ming Ming and Aches left. And when looking at
it's alright. It's
fraggers,
alright.
we did have Aches left.
I've
by a big chunk, like 16 kills is a lot. in
been doing a
competitive, especially in
couple of
18
like
games.
things on the side
Happy
with
December 12th did really well. Spaceman did really
qualifications
well
and
as well. Xiaobei top
certifications.
fragging, and Atongmu also top fragging for 4am.
But I've
That's gonna
finished
be a
with
brief
those.
overview of PGS 7. We are going to do daily reviews of the games, but I just wanted to give you guys a brief overview of the stats
Thingies.
and get to know who will actually be playing this event.
Courses. Thanks, Flood. Appreciate you, bro. Finish with those courses now. So, next step is to start using them and applying for stuff. So, potentially some pretty interesting things happening fairly soon. Oh, yeah. You're a teacher, huh?
Not quite hitting statistical significance yet, but a few more games and we'll be getting there.
Well, one of the things that I was working on was getting my teaching English as a foreign language certificate, because I have turned 30 years old, which means it's customary and it's almost an obligation for me to take a year or two to move to Thailand and teach English in schools. I think it's just kind of rules. It's like in the contract you sign when you're born as just a white guy. No. No, he can't. Now he can. Shit, Matchroom can see the future.
In the world, 11 bullets, 10.
Oh, what do you have to work with? Just a couple of shots. He's gonna go down. Xiao Wu defends, but
That's
he's gonna go
tops.
down. So 17 Gaming eliminated yet again.
All right, well, that's 2 for 3 for Na'Vi. Doing a great job there. The
I wanna
first
do
kill does go
teaching.
over Xiao Wu, but the battle is won by Na'Vi. Fairest, huge stuff in the beginning there. Just putting those SMGs to work. This time the UMP doing the lion's share of the damage. Tried to go for that last one and came very close. Man, oh man. Well, that one was so fast.
Yeah, fairest respect. Well, I mean, it was like a school fight, right? Everybody just landed up on top and grabbed the gun and go as fast as possible. But 3 kills for fairest. He does go down, so it does mean the fact that Na'Vi is also going to get pretty much the center of the circle as well. Now that we've managed to see that one pop up, Twisted's going to be kind of flanking around all around them. But up to the north, T5 is going to have some options on. To the south, though, is going to be very interesting to watch.
Well, this is kind of one of those circles where it's very interesting because there's a couple big mountains in and around Terminal, and then you've got some fields out there. So the circle is very dictative of how this could shape up. So just going to be keeping our eyes on that, keeping our eyes on Taikula, excuse me, and they have been really coming out the gate swinging, really putting on a show for the home crowd as they have 30 points in the bag already, 10 points ahead of your Game 1 winners in T5, and then the leaderboard starts to drop a little bit, so a little bit of a top-heavy start to the day.
Yeah, basically when Na'Vi had their roster changes, when Diffx stepped down and peaced out, they kind of changed all their drop spots and just were like, we're just taking Central now. They don't.
Fantasy team, and I'm content.
Dude, I almost always get type, and for whatever reason,
They don't go for like the old Ferry Pier, Minas Generalis, like the classic Na'Vi drops. They're just like, we're just going in the center. It's kind of been working pretty solid. The downside is when you get to internationals, especially when you are both global partner teams, you're going to have to fight 17 for them, and 17 have been fighting for those drop spots for like 7 years. But if you can win those hot drops, then
he's going to get you
it's
fundamentally
fine.
sound at this game at the very best. Yeah, at the very worst, I mean. Like he does so much more for you beyond that, but
Because like it's weird because the format for PGS is like, with the way that the group stage works, all you have to do is don't be bottom 8, and 17 and Na'Vi are kind of both good enough to be like 50-50 whether or not we actually get to play the game. So like roughly 50% of our games we're going to die within the first 2 minutes and get 0 points. But they're both still good enough to still qualify even with that.
I mean, this play right
Yeah,
here,
that fucking
insane
second one was crazy.
And then finally, the feet
that is
with the mutant. Good. Oh, the 2-shot mutant barrage to the ankles. It's nice stuff there from Na'Vi, but Mime, real quick, I want to give him so much praise. I've always found him to be a glue guy. Like, he's the guy who's going to do some of the dirty work for you. He's that blue-collar kind of guy. He's going to, be the one who's loading up the car with some of your extra util and things like that. He's going to do some early scouting for you. He's very active in the comms, in the mid-game, and things like that. So he brings a lot to the team in terms of his general just knowledge and understanding of the game.
And he puts a lot of pressure onto himself, and I know that sometimes can kind of lead to controversies within teams, but it looks like he's also kind of starting to mellow out a bit in that regard, so we'll have to see how time tells, but hot-blooded to say the least, but he definitely has goals.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, he wants to win, and he is very focused on that. Again, was telling me earlier today that, he was thinking that early rotations might be the name of the game here today on day one because of the way that, and he was right in a way. I mean, they just haven't quite gotten some of those shifts to go their ways, and some of their fights haven't really panned out probably how they would like, but I think not a bad idea. We've seen some of the teams that are able to grab some of those
in the same group, yeah.
In the first game are able to get deep results.
I'm such a child. Every single time a caster says panned out on a PUBG cast, for whatever reason, it just makes me smile. I just have like the sound effect that goes off in my head.
Oh yeah, I like that. That's good.
Okay, so we got a stack of people that are all trying to play around center at the time being. No big firefights happening just yet. Day Trade is playing very far to the south. Almost everybody else is touching the circle in some fashion. Fluky's kind of off by himself.
That's interesting.
The rest of his team
okay, cool.
Just on the other side of
I was talking with my Thai teacher
themselves a pretty solid position.
Because
I guess Dried River.
one of the other students from the Thai course that she teaches has just in the past like month moved to Thailand to teach there.
That's all you can really say.
Yeah.
Chaos is a ladder, and they are climbing as fast as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they were tremendous in the PCL playoffs, especially this guy right here, Spaceman. And he only plays on 400 DPI.
Respect another 400 DPI guy.
400 DPI you abuser and 0 negative vert sense is crazy.
When you're playing, bro.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I can see where that's the case, but I'm more of like a wrist movement kind of player.
See, I used to be for the longest time, but it's like I made the change up just because I got old and I need the extra sensitivity, but just so that way I can have more control inside of shots. And then once I started getting it down, dude, at range and like trying to go for snipes or anything else like that, it just feels so much better.
What level of qualification? I have the.
You know. Win some, you lose some. That's my viewpoint on it.
100%. 100%. I mean, it's quite funny how everybody has their different preferences, but like, I mean, you could see like earlier we saw a player at 1600 DPI, he's at 400, and yet, you know, everybody's kind of
this
not
one
too far away from each other in terms of individual skill in some cases. So, okay. So
level 3 Thai certification.
This is still, dude, he is just like.
And then after that, I took TEFL course.
King can't quite connect the way he wants to. So Bestia, what are you gonna do? Looks like they're gonna have to just step away from the angle. Mime doesn't have any angles that he could really assist.
And yeah, just talking with the Thai teacher. Because some of the places that I've been looking at to apply, like obviously everyone says if you can find a private or an international school, like you're chilling. Like they pay way better, obviously. But some that I have seen say you need to have like a teaching certification from like the UK schools. But
yeah, I mean, still
she says that for most of them, native English speaker, I have a degree certificate and a TEFL certification is enough for them to at least like pay attention to it.
Either way, you have fun.
So I thought I was just looking for like Thai schools,
yeah, I mean, this is just
public schools, state schools, whatever. Turns out I actually could apply for private schools, so that would be
get some information from
that'd
the
be
sky
cool.
and make plays off the back of that, find some safe space. TE,
and I'm gonna have time to do that now, considering I'm sitting here and not sitting in Shanghai. Unfortunate.
I assume, to get a little bit of scouting info.
But it could be worse. I could be Toby, who was supposed to be going to Shanghai, but had some medical emergency within the close family and had to cancel. So hope everything is okay. Hope it's nothing too serious. It seems to be at least urgent, but hopefully the severity is nothing too crazy, and hope he gets a chance to fly out for PGS 8.
TE looks like you can see the lines where maybe they could go for a longer wrap around. That would be the safer option, but it looks like TE just has the goals of trying to get in, and they're just going to be pushing right in on top of Fury. Meanwhile, Jinji's going to be taking some shots at the BB team to kind of force them away from this for the time being. Bestia's going to use that opportunity to go right past on the other side.
Ooh, that was very close.
That was very close. He's not wrong.
Down to low HP there. Just by the skin of his teeth, able to get away from this 2-2 split that Genji has set up pretty central in the circle. They're going to be able to control quite a bit of real estate around them. As you can see, when BB team tried to make a move, they were thwarted. A knock there for Tanvu. So TE continues to choose aggression, and I think that's going to be a point on to Haven. Wait.
When has TE ever not chosen aggression? Delwyn just going to go ahead and defend up his Kraken's going to go down. I don't know. What TE, you going to continue in? G0's on a new angle. He's just trying to jump into a car and get out of here because, dude, these guys hungry. Every firefight. Every firefight they want it.
No, they're so effective, you know, in these fights. They find one knock and then, you know, another car is coming to try to res the teammate, and Delwyn's in a perfect position to cut that off. Just extremely efficient in the way they play. Furia has to lick their wounds and try to find some other way through deep into this game with only 2 players up. And you just got the Porter
Oh my God.
and UAS to try to make this work, but
Don't teach languages, so it might be different, but knowing students that have gone abroad to do apprenticeships or work-based learning, they needed a level 3 in the language of the country they're going to and a level 2 in English.
So cleanly. If there is
Really?
any opportunity, it almost looks like chaos the way that they come
Interesting.
into fights, but it is exactly the way that they want it to go. They're just coming in at just full force.
Well,
trying to
I have a
fight
level
each
3 tie
isolated
certificate,
player, very
so
quickly shift over to another one. You can
let's
see that
go.
That's kind of the way the line came in. Okay, we got a knock onto one. The other one comes in a vehicle very, very close. It's just full-on control in the way that they're playing around it. Bestia just has to kind of relent position and step away.
yeah, I mean, their style for the Expendables is quite unique. You're not seeing too many other teams quite play the same way, and you have to assume that's part of why they won PGC. I mean, just an incredibly talented team. You've got great fraggers on there, and you've got great ideas to back it up. Bagopot they're trying to get into the circle, and I think they've just found enough space out on the eastern side.
Well, the thing I love about the Expendables and what's going on with them while we're watching Bagopot is that there's a lot of, I guess, methodology that comes into PUBG since we've been playing it for 8 years now, right? Everybody has an idea on how everything's going to line in. Specifically, Tiggleton. He knows how to line in quite well with these mortars.
Oh, he sure does. Tiggleton and Rossiter JR in the same group right now is like the worst case scenario for anyone who doesn't like getting mortars shoved down their throat constantly. I'm on the wrong screen. I've been on this wrong screen the whole game. Why?
I mean, I think this is
none of y'all told me.
at these international events. I'm not sure if the Tiggleometry was quite on point there. But
Tiggleometry.
I mean, I think for the Expendables, it's a team that catches other teams off guard because you're seeing a lot of teams try to mirror what Twisted Minds is doing and sort of this methodical.
Tigonometry is such a great name.
Right into 4 a.m.
This is going to be difficult for AM. Is split into 2-2.
Any Panzers?
So they have the numbers if they manage to stack in fast enough. Defense for 4 Angry Men gets a couple of shots out, but not enough to force anything away. This is a full run in from Falcons.
They're full committing to this.
Looks like they're going to be trying to roll in roughly the same time. Nate is going to connect. Long's getting along to right onto kickstart.
They must not have cars in a position to escape.
The line of 2 different throwables coming out. Same time, not going to connect just enough. Furia is going to get spotted out. Bestia is going to be able to pick that up. All right, so lined in. We also do have T1 that's getting some vision on it. And also New Happy spots what's going to be going on with the Falcons 4 Angry Men situation. So that's why you can see Falcons are playing on one side. They're in a bit of trouble over here, having to play against a lot of utility being thrown at them and a lot of nades.
No doubt. This is not the position you want to be in as the Falcons. These compounds open themselves up to their long sides for some of these nades to get through. I mean, they're getting help from T1 now. It was a knock on to Godby, so that's got 4 a.m. taking a pause on this attempted fight, and T1 just going to keep their eyes down on towards this 4 Angry Men squad. No love lost between those two teams, so certainly T1 is not going to make this any easier. Long's trying to get in there, trying to find a way to pick up
the screen look nice.
The Falcons
yeah.
do have everybody back up.
Good as a break screen.
So close to Long's, but it's so hard to peek out right now.
I usually get yelled at in the YouTube chat because people want the full screen.
We did talk about New Happy just a second ago that had Overwatch on this. They're going to be taking shots at T5. So that's kind of pumped the brakes on.
But my Thai teacher is gonna
I'd like to see some smokes here from the Falcons that
introduce me and send me the contact details of the other student from the previous group who went on to teach, so I can talk with her about the process of applying, organizing, moving. I'm going to talk with Kovalevy and Luke as well. I think Luke's experience is going to be maybe a little more relevant since he moved from the UK. I know like the whole getting a visa experience will be different because I'll be on an education visa. It's kind of just done for me. For them, it's a bit more of a problem. But
I'm not sure if that Molly got
just finding out like simple shit like the couriers and services they use to transport, if they're bringing stuff like PCs.
Their harassment circle is favorable to both these teams that are in here, though.
they had any sort of documentation or any advice on things that might not be immediately obvious for making a move like that. And
settled territory. You've used a lot of utility to try to displace the Falcons.
I don't think it's a crazy coincidence that a lot of people are like heading out east within the esports space.
Really close. Team Falcons are very committed back in. I think that
Kovalovy, obviously, his girlfriend is one of the team managers for T5. So, you know.
Yeah, T5, I think at one point, Fluky was actually shooting
I got a lot of friends who live out in Thailand.
In the glider. I'm pretty sure he seat swapped
in the production companies, the teams, the players, fans, all that stuff.
Near his territory.
Nearby to Vietnam as well. Pretty easy just to hop on a flight over there. If there's anything happening, I can go visit the 500 Bros boys in their massive studio in Hanoi. Go over for a weekend to hang out with the Expendables or some shit. Me and Tanvu are homies.
We also have where we were looking at with Falcons and 4 Angry Men up on top
of
the hillside. It's got those trails that are going to be.
But if I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to start learning Vietnamese as well, and that's going to blow my fucking tiny brain into a million pieces.
So the Expendables playing this lower point, you can see that they have the
So far, I can say Din Tao, Tuk Mung Nam Mui, which is relevant for like 5 days a year, which is something.
Navi's got a good angle on top of Taikula. They're starting to let loose with some of the util as well, seeing if they can get Spaceman isolated and taken down. Cold up here to try to help them out. Stade just got a vision of Cold. He's going to let loose with the frag. He gets some damage.
Oh, but did he shoo him away from the nade? It does look like it. We also have, I believe, one of the members, so said, pretty far out. Trying to see if maybe he can get a hold in line onto what's going to be going over here.
Yeah, this is GG. Tigger with the Panzerfaust? Oh no. Narrows down your trip dates to those 5 days. Ah, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's the Lunar New Year, basically. Chuk Mung Nam Mui is the Vietnamese way of saying Happy New Year. So for Lunar New Year or Tet, then it's relevant. Most of your students in game dev or esports, I was quoting anime. Oh, you teach game dev?
Just runs right out in front of each other, but both members now down a BB.
Or just that's something the students do on the side. Actually, my that's sick. My degree that I got is in game dev. Although they split our course into 2 halves, where they did like a programming side and an art side, and I idiotically did the art side. And now I have absolutely zero interest in ever using a 3D modeling program ever again.
Some mortar kills for Tigger there. T1 doing some damage to TKL. They're all
If I had done the programming side, it would be way better, because there's just so much more shit that I can do with that. Like every time I make a spreadsheet, I'm just like reminded of how stupid it was to not learn like Python or some shit. Pull API data. All that kind of shit would be useful.
He's getting harassed, has to make the run in. Meanwhile, back over here, 4 Angry Men and Falcons trying to press in. Falcons just trying to run in, but it's going to be a pretty messy push coming out on it.
But one of my friends in Thailand is doing her final exam for computer science. So if I need something, I'll just call her up and be like, Pinua, Wei Pom Dai Mai Hap.
Does manage to get the knock onto H1. Now just trying to go for the flushes. Gonna go for the spot up, but no, Tig's got to back
Level 2 and 3
Tig's having
esports.
a really nice day today. He has gotten some
What kind of
big
things do you
kills
teach
for
in
the
an
Falcons, but
esports
only
course?
Shrimzy is resible. The other two members flushed out, so
I see a lot of, let's call it discourse
T1
around the existence and value of esports courses.
New Happy able to cross the shallow river.
I was involved in the esports society at my university, and one of the guys from that basically became the lecturer for the esports course at our university, despite never working in esports and having zero experience other than he went to the esports society. He was the chairman of the esports society, and he only played Smash Bros. And then they made him the lecturer of esports, which was
support, and the other two members just kind of playing right along the edge. I think that they're picking up some crates off of some dead members,
something.
Dead enemies that they managed to spot out just a moment ago. Bestia still just kind of playing along these dips.
I should just take his job, actually.
But I mean, it's going to be very hard to defend. There's going to be a lot of angles.
Pretty sure he doesn't want it anymore, or he's already left or something.
They're in pretty precarious positions.
To him, yeah. I'll do it.
Some hills, so they've got a little bit of cover. But once you start going a little bit further east, there's some down slopes you might run into, some angles some teams might.
All right, day trader popping off this game.
On the hunt, on the move, gonna be able to find the edge of the circle there.
Plus core subjects.
Down to their south, but there's another hillside that cuts Gen G's vision off momentarily. But Orca out the open, gets some help from the bush, but he's gonna have to use some smokes.
Well, eyes on first place right now, trying to see if they can get an opportunity. Twisted.
He did 11 damage.
What kind of happened with Vegapunk around this bridge? This was what was a lot of.
The guns sound so weird when they fire in slow motion. Level 2 a module on casting, brand building, module on coaching. They have to coach a different student from a different class, a game at a decent level. I have to admit, that sounds like some of the least useful parts of esports to teach to students. Coaching is fine. I guess in the same way it would almost be like taking a sports science course. Sports coaching. But that's like a dedicated course that's entirely on sports coaching. It's not a single module. But a module on shoutcasting. The brand building one is good. A lot of current players could use a module on brand building.
Great follow-up nade, assuming the fact that they might have
a module on shoutcasting.
So going to exploit that quickly. See, now that Heather's back over here in position, they've got a couple of plays that they can make around it. Nade's going to go just a bit too far. One, having to weather the nade.
If
this is just beautifully.
Yeah. If you would like a quote from an international esports shoutcaster, Starga_UK, the best skill that you can have as a shoutcaster is starting 15 years ago.
They knew when the retaliation was going to come from T1, and they were able to have the safety of this dip behind them. T1, though, still on the push, trying to make a move up the hill. Type up and over. Type shut down. It's actually Shrimzy from the Falcons. Gets a quick knock in a flush, even though Type able to find one with a grenade of his own onto Perfectix. But Shrimzy has that Mark 14.
Twisted Minds are so getting demolished here. One nade, watch. Boom! 3 kills, at least. Tragic. Overcooked.
That was close. T1 was hoping the fact that they could really exploit the high ground
Just
advantage. Good defense coming out.
red dot sprays are just absurd these days. That nade would have like 100 to 0'd him if it was a little bit closer. 93 damage. Damn.
Coming down from where we saw Falcons compound just a moment ago. Daytrade's got control over one section of it. Another one. T1 trying to see if they can get enough knock to try to shift out of this.
Hey Heather, what the hell? Relax.
See if they can get enough damage to maybe shift something back. And does have a knock on one side of it as well. But it's going to be Heather.
100th game of Garen top lane. Hell yeah.
Raining's going to be running in right right up on top of this thing. Now, maybe the down member can feed some information over. Goes for the rock. That is going to be raining down.
Oh, he's so good.
Going to be T1 that does get the finishing touches.
I feel vindicated from saying that Raining is a good player 5 years ago, and then 3.5 years of irrelevance. Yeah, I think I've tried to like go back a little bit. And watch some of the University Series stuff, because that's where I like started doing my shoutcasting. Was for University level events. That's where I started in like 2017, 2018. And I've sort of gone back and watched some of like the University Championship series that they do, because it's actually kind of sick. Yeah, Newell is where I started. And the stuff that they're doing now, I think they've dropped the N. They're just UEL. But have you seen the confetti in Nottingham? It's like a student production studio, and it's actually a really good quality production studio, and they use that to do like all the events and that kind of stuff.
I mean, that firefight was going on for so long in that compound. I have no idea what they have left. But hey,
2016 to 2018? May have been some crossover. I don't know what the first year that I did. Let me chiggity check myself. There's some shit in here. Well, the first role that I have is Winter 2018 was my first Null work based on the role that I have in their Discord. But yeah, I went and watched some of their student championship stuff, and the people who do the production, like the producers, that stuff's all really good. Casting is
that is going to be December 12th now. Down Inuyasha, trying to see if maybe he can provide enough support. But I mean, there's too many different angles. Belmont did go down off of that as well. Inuyasha gonna have to contend with Flash, just creeping down even closer. Day Trade, they've been running amok on this lobby. If they
it's hard to put into words. Oh, that's sick. You planning on going?
Make that a 2v1 as Flash is gonna go down.
I always find it really hard to put into words why I don't like if a caster like does something like the way that I feel, where I'm like, that wasn't very good. I find it very hard to explain why. I know everyone has different preferences. Like some people, everyone will have like a different favorite caster for different reasons. But there are some like fundamentals that are just complicated and difficult to explain. So I mean, good luck to you with that. Send me some keywords so I can explain it to people. So the next time I'm casting with like Contra or something and he says, do you have any feedback? I can be like, here's a list of keywords I can now use. Which, yeah, he did ask a couple of times when I was casting with him. He was like, if there's any feedback, anything you would change or anything. Like, there's some things, but I try not to change a dynamic too much during a day. I don't want people to be like trying to focus on what they're doing more so than what they're looking at. And like, put your focus on the game. Don't focus on what you're doing. We'll talk about it after. All right, there we go. Trimsy. New trim.
So Falcons do manage to find themselves a victory in our third game.
Gets the winsy.
Think about the way this game started for the Falcons.
Huge W.
Let's
go Falcons.
4 a.m. on the double shed compound over on the riverside that lasted for forever, and then 2 players come through and get the win
with 5 teams
yeah, man.
that were essentially third partying it. That was that was just a battle uphill all the way from the Falcons. But I mean, they saw a point that they wanted to play for.
Yeah, it seems like D plus Kia has a couple of people that play well, and then they just like suck. It's kind of just roll a dice. Happens a lot for a lot of teams. PUBG is like a very hard game to be.
We also do gotta talk. Day trade hurt this line.
Day trades here. They
consistent.
just were crazy in the beginning of that game, finding so many frags, and certainly they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit about that one, Matt.
Okay, it is time to get everything starting set up. Let's go ahead and
No,
throw it over to Colaris and Toffee.
Wait. Ooh, that's sketchy. We talk every day. Rao. Wait. One. Quick. Quick. Rao, quick. Quick. It's a short you. Quick. Okay, you have to be very careful with that. So this is I got it wrong. I got the wrong one. This is my Thai teacher, and she puts these little like quiz things on her YouTube channel. Rao Kui Tuk One. But you have to be very careful because this is the short vowel sound. So it's Rao Kui. Rao Kui Tuk One. If you use the long vowel sound and Kui, you are saying we penis every day. So you have to be very careful with that.
I thought, day trade going in for strong towards the end was going to be great for them.
Don't want to say that.
They were wounded down towards the end. Falcons here providing overwatch over this position. Overall, as Tagos go when it comes to this, obviously a lot of open space you can see as the kind of the later stages of this game do unfold. And for the most part, I mean, Falcons played it well over on that northwest side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you saw right there, we had people playing Billy Goat's Gruff as they're just trying to find bridges to hide under. We saw this really kind of big showdown with the Falcons versus 4AM that lasted for a while. Yeah. Falcons came away with 2 at the back end of that, even though they went up 4-3 early on in that fight. And also, there was a point where it kind of seemed like they were saving. We saw Shrimsy just sitting in a shack while Tiggleton was sort of outside.
It was one of the things that they've sort of introduced.
And then with that last shift, they were back in the
when
game.
I was
Something out of nothing. I also loved what we saw out of T1. They looked really good in that game. They found a lot of points where I didn't think there were points to be found. Yeah, definitely. Eventually, they did come to an end there as we go into
when I was at Newell, one of the things that they had was a spreadsheet where your casters would give each other feedback.
I was concerned.
It was kind of like our homework thing. Some of the shit that they were putting on there really made no damn sense.
Talking about how the games have gone today, and I think Four brought up, hey, you guys mentioned those teams need to have a good start before they run into C.
And I still talk to a couple of the people that were there in my Newell time. The first guy that I started casting PUBG with for the Newell things is Sandstorm, who the Arabic host at EWC events.
Here are the numbers. Here's how it breaks down for Tago.
That's my guy.
I mean, even at the very beginning of the day, Toffees,
Mr. PUBG Mobile.
You were keen to see how Thailand
He was the first guy I started casting PUBG with.
Day trades here again.
I just he keeps telling me to get hired for EWC so we can work an event together again, and I'm like, bro, it's not up to me. Like, if it was up to me, I'm there. Like, you're there, you're in with them. Go pull some strings. Tell them to bring me in, and I'll do it. You know what I'm saying?
This is a team that, with the exception of Tigger, who was added recently, they've been together.
Ain't up to me, bro.
They know each other's play styles, and you can see that in the way that they're doing their macro rotations. The problem I have with
huge game from Kickstart.
against things like the Falcons,
Sometimes it just be like that, you know.
Favor their opponents.
Yep, and here are the numbers.
Yeah, well, in theory, it's nice that everyone puts the effort in, but not everyone actually did.
6 kills going the way
Some of the feedback that we would get is just sort of like, yeah, very good, no notes. Okay, well, somebody clearly didn't watch.
The top 2 players, arguably, sort of statistically right now, going up against a 1, and you're like, well, that's when you know it's over. But Taggleton, and This may not, he has a lot of fans. I'm not going to love this.
Yeah, okay.
Tiggleton, I think, has been hyped for a very long time.
Yeah.
I think Tiggleton had a fall
Oh.
off a little bit last year.
Toppy hot take.
Him play as the superstar that we know that he is.
Oh,
I think
shit.
that Tiggleton coming back to us this year is looking really, really strong. He's playing confidently. He's wearing tiny shirts whenever he's in the stadium to show off those muscles, and he's putting those muscles onto the field of play constantly.
No, I didn't study esports, but we had an esports society at university.
Number one, day trade though, another 20 bomb.
I went to Salford University,
Rare sight for us here. On an international stage, getting a second place,
which is one of 3 universities.
Performance from them so far.
Salford technically isn't in Manchester, but it is pretty much. It's the same shit as like Birmingham, Wolverhampton. So
Tier 1, ironically, with the name experience last year.
we did a lot of events with the other Manchester universities, UOM and Manmet, Manchester Metropolitan or whatever. But that was kind of where I was
Now, the interesting thing about that is actually
in
them
it.
and T1 are very interesting in this regard.
We had like a, because we had the my campus was Media City,
Generally, I would always
which
say
which is in Salford.
play or in competitive in general. As if
But
you
it's
keep getting the kills, eventually
it's where they do all like the ITV shows, the BBC. I've been there a couple of times to watch filmings of like 8 out of 10 Cats does countdown. Fucking like Jimmy Carr shit. Where you apply online and you get put in a lottery to get free tickets. I've been to a couple of those. They filmed Coronation Street around the corner from where our campus was. Like, it's a cool place. Ow. We had that as our venue for a couple of events between some of our universities that eventually grew, and we had universities like traveling to compete from like Nottingham, Swansea.
where we're going next. Yes.
Atomical showed up once.
We want the test track. We want the Neox factory. It's not only
Kind of like his PUBG career.
Mine's here. It's not only Navi that's here. It's also 17 here.
Hey.
There was other teams in the past, like 4 AM, that have wanted these locations as well. Everybody's.
I think it was
everybody's
like
in for it. What do
from
you
the
think?
first time I ever actually like casted anything from when I did one of those
PUBG Esports. We'll just tell you straight up for Rondo.
inter Manchester University events. From that to the first time that I got picked up and flown out to Portugal to do a show in a studio, it was like 6 months.
In the first game. So here, I think we might see 2 or 3.
So I got very lucky with
it's weird, right? Because in EMEA,
timing,
it feels kind of figured out, despite having 2 teams
even
there.
just being
Generally, you'll
picked
have,
for that.
Twisted Minds going towards Test Track.
Very
Then
fortunate.
you have Navi going towards Neox Factory. Both teams say a little wave and then walk away from the situation. But
One
now
of
here
the
on
one of the
international,
guys who was at that first studio event I ever did in Portugal is a guy called Pedro, who, if you keep up with Valorant or like
they dropped, I think it was over on the church at Pachinki to watch that fight. So I expect that to
League
happen
or
here,
anything,
especially with the circle
he
trends
is
on Rondo,
now
having one player drop on the fringe to be able to sort of
a senior broadcast manager at G2 Esports.
So I expect to see that. My other beef with this area is that because there is so much loot right there, you get multiple teams sort of sharing out that location, which means there's not a lot of space to fight for your high drop, right? You can't sort of push out and try to get wrapped around.
But that's
This
sick.
is even if we have 1 plane. If we have 2 planes, it causes a whole
my
other
God,
dynamic. But anyway, let's get to it. Rondo is on the card. Let's go to our commentators to bring
Well, yeah,
you our
he's
fourth
done
game
well.
of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. Great breakdown on everything to look forward to. Test track, Neox Factory, how everything goes. Looks like we do have the 2 different
Everything to look
paths
forward
that are
to.
gonna be maneuvering in,
Test
as
Factory,
well as
Test Track, and Neox Factory. That's all we have to look forward to. Oh no.
Everything perfectly in advance for the storyline.
Yeah, I like how the plane path is just putting a big X on it for us too. X marks the spot here. Right
X marks
on
that
top.
it's not going there. That's where it's not going to go.
hope.
Oh.
I mean, I don't want
But
it to go
you know
there.
who's probably going there?
Holy shit, there's no one anywhere on this map right now.
Assume, Navi.
The entire western side, the entire 2 western kilometers of the zone has 1 team. and it's 17 who bailed out because they don't want to hot drop against 2 teams. True, thanks. My usual watch party technique is I change screens when the game start music ends. That's usually my cue, but I'm a little out of practice on the watch party front because it's been about a month. So we'll figure it out.
Unless somebody finds a cheeky knock, like then sometimes
A cheeky knock?
Off, but okay, well, okay,
Not
maybe,
west, not
maybe.
west of test track.
Well,
east.
Yeah, so it can still like hard shift over, but we pray.
Nah, this definitely just shifts east side of test track now.
So it's kind of tricky.
Yeah, so this is
If this doesn't go east on the next shift,
nobody really to their north or east along this line. Yeah, they do have Takula. That's going to be pretty far north from them, but they've got a lot of different areas
I
that
don't
they
know.
can play around, and it kind of gets first dibs on how they want to navigate everything outside of what's going to be going on around.
There
the
we go.
factory. We can see 4 Angry Men are inside the circle as well.
Uh,
Kind of north of where test track
didn't
is.
bother with the
They've got some
Expendables
space to play
POV stream
around
because
and
last game they just kind of
separated
died. They just got
looting.
grenaded a
I would
couple
say
times
it's
and
trash looting, but it's not the best. It's not the worst. It's
not ideal.
Take what you get.
Yeah,
What
I'm
can you
kind of
do?
curious about the Expendables. Looking at the map, they have the ability to maybe kind of split the difference here.
Go
the
2-2.
river, I would assume that with Tanvu already close to Meiran, where
They could do. They could do.
is, that they might
Well, let's see what they're thinking, Mr. Paper Thin.
can be a little bit difficult.
Cho 4 có vế gì đúng không?
We do have
Cho
an
4 không qua
interview
đâu.
with Maiko Sung
Đi 2 kẻ hả?
Bago Pa here coming pretty
Hello.
soon. I'm very
Em có
curious
lúc
to
đó
see
đúng rồi.
Any YouTube viewers able to translate this?
재밌게 즐기자는 목표로 대회를 나왔었는데 하다 보니 조금 욕심이 생겨서
Oh, so it's a pre-recorded interview.
할 건 하자라는 각오로
What
대회를 임할
what
생각.
happened to the in-game interviews?
젠지를 경쟁 상대라고 생각 안 하고 있어서 당연히 이길 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 이게 제가 지금도 이 자리에서 인터뷰 하고 있는 거 보면 아시겠지만 나이는 크게 중요하지 않습니다. 노련미로 승부 볼 생각입니다.
Doesn't see Genji as a rival. Love it. I love that there's like respect, but also banter that comes out all the time.
Are we just not doing the record an interview with the player during the break and then play it in the games? Are we just not doing that?
He enjoys playing with on his own terms.
What's I doing?
And like he said, he just wants to try to get the best results he can. And look, they got here. You know,
Yeah.
that's not an easy task, especially
Cool.
in the PWS.
I mean, isn't that kind of the esports dream, is to be able to make it to internationals just playing with your friends? If anything, he's kind of got the core of what this all started and was about right off the get-go, right? And so, well, yes, they're not
Twya,
absolutely tearing up
you
the
mean
leaderboard.
Fantasy?
They're tearing up my
Twya Fantasy's dead. The leaderboards are still alright.
It would be like playing with your friends, and you keep like climbing higher.
Oh, Tig is a man of
Maybe one
culture.
your friends leaves to go to the big, you know.
He increases sense based on how big his scope is. I do the same thing.
None of them are friends. They never hang out
Let's
with
go.
each other ever. All right, so speaking of
Red dot sense is lower than
he's gonna jump in, spray
2x,
goes a
3x,
bit
4x.
longer than he wants it to,
How is he
so
still alive?
buy a
Holy
little
shit.
bit more time for the Expendables, and good Molotov right back around the corner. But Nate is also gonna fall.
okay.
That was a beautiful set of bounces.
He had the fucking sawn off. He was ready to fucking run it down as well.
Trying to get in towards the river. I'm not sure if Navi's rotations out of test track might have slowed them up, but Tanfu had been on his own here for quite some time, and Bagopa able to
They just really left his ass here.
That's a really nice start to the game for them, and that's a really
Không chào.
potentially prime real estate as well. So
Em cho đi.
Bagopa can capitalize
Nghe chứ bà nè.
on this and get deeper into the game. But the Expendables, I mean,
Falcon nhảy ấy đón hiếu.
Có cho Vũ đi. Đâu anh em ơi. Không à, bỏ được không? Không bỏ được, bỏ được. Cho em ơi.
Oh my god.
Đón hiếu qua.
Bro, the bounce on that nade. Oh, it came from that side. Yeah, he's done there. There's nothing he can do. GG. Oops.
And they're going to come in back behind the entirety. Instead of going down along the peninsula and the river itself, they're going to use the natural terrain to their advantage and use the bridge to kind of bisect around a lot of the mess, be able to creep in right back behind what we saw Begapop.
Back behind.
Yeah, well,
Let's go.
Let's hear from 17 Xiaobei as well.
Oh, we are doing. Wait, no, coming in. Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. There's the interview. That's unfortunate. It's pretty fire to do an interview and translate for yourself. Unfortunate timing for this interview, though.
Was saying that his teammates has really gave him information really clearly to make Navi very transparent, and of course using the MP5 to swipe them out. Thank you for Xiaobei, and back to the casters.
Okay, we are jumping right into the thick of it. 3 members down for Gen G right now.
I gotta say, I respect anytime Matchroom is casting and they have one of these like segments where it's like an interview or like something gets pulled up during a game. Doesn't matter if there's like a fight going on or not. He just straight up like doesn't acknowledge this stuff. Like sometimes, and maybe I'm guilty of this, it's like if the player says something during the interview, you will like discuss what the player talked about, which can sometimes be a good idea. But like if you're coming back and it's just like into a team fight, I don't give a fuck about what Xiaobei said about something that happened 3 games ago, you know. Straight up like, alright, we're back in the game and we're going. And it's an unfortunate topic for the interview that they talked about how he killed Na'Vi on the hot drop in game 1 and then got rolled on a hot drop for 2 games straight after that. That's unlucky, dude.
Gonna be pretty tricky for them to kind of rack up too many more points.
Game's the game.
It is Clories. He is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he do things. So
Shout out Lisa though. Doing the interview in English and translating for yourself like that is, it's got to be fucking off.
Day trade still buying a lot of space. 2 different points of interest they hold with a 2-2 split in Meiran as well as Yuzing. So this is going to be
impressive, honestly.
Interesting to see how the circle collapses in, because we've got kind of the river to the north, right? And we also have the river that's kind of cutting through the south. We got that little mini lake. There, I want to see how this is all going to lay out.
I think this either just goes hard west or northeast, but we'll have to wait and see.
Because Meiran also, isn't there like a small creek that goes around the outside
of it? There is,
so
yeah. But I have no idea what's considered unplayable and not around that area. So
I don't think that's unplayable.
I really like the way Falcons. We didn't get to talk about it too much.
The little Meiran moat, I don't think is unplayable.
This circle, like you mentioned it when they were crossing by Jadena City, but into the way that they
because the unplayable like parameter is that it has to shift away at least 70% of the water in the zone, and that little like stream that runs through Meiran is never going to be 70% of a zone's like area. So
where they're up on top of those god peaks, those god tower things, and they did it here too, where they went to some of
it does not come into play really.
For info to make their late game moves. That's not quite the same as Twisted, but it feels
similar
a little bit.
premise, right? Yeah. I get what you're like from if you were going to look at it from.
Plus, it's also tall enough to stand in, like or shallow enough to stand in. So I don't know whether there's like a different kind of water setting or some shit that's like deep water. It's like a different color on the minimap, so maybe. And what do you know? We are going back towards Neox Factory. So I said, he has to go hard east. Otherwise, we. Oh shit! Damn, where'd you come from? Otherwise, we might just go straight back to Neox. T5 going back towards the bridge. Lucky should be able to see that there's a team in front of them. That might be one of the weird parts of the river where it's like thin enough just to drive over. I don't think it is, but it might be. Actually, it is. At least from west to east, you can drive over that river and keep your vehicles. You go underwater, but you have enough momentum to just bounce straight back out. I don't know about east to west though, because there's some weird hills like right on the cliff line or the riverbank that will slow you down a lot. So if you're coming from the mountain north of Test Track, you can just send it straight east north of Lohuashing, and you'll still make it.
The river that's just to the east of them, they're going to be kind of funneled in, right? So while it's buying space,
I feel like a stat like that is kind of not useful. Points contributed. I don't know if my big ass head just blocked it, but they had a stat that popped up that was points contributed during the group stages. And number one is Xiao Bei with 60% of his team's points, but that is like 4 points.
School is going to be up to the north. They're going to have T5. That's going to be pretty.
Maybe 5.
But they've got a couple of different pathing options. Well,
depending on how their rounding works.
Have like those like minor
whether placement points
kind of
play a role. I don't know if they even have any placement points.
For angry men. So this is open, but not. It's almost like it's kind of not a river cutting through it all the way. It's just a whole bunch of different subsects of water.
Your points contribution is going to be way higher when your team has 7 points. Yeah.
How it's going to play out, I mean, you know, there's some of the teams that are in the middle
And he
of the two
got a
rivers
squad wipe in game 1 on
T1,
Navi.
Bagel Paw, like have some control, some pivot points over if the circle cuts towards them more and cuts off teams around their southern flanks, then
anyway,
dictate the pace of that game for those teams.
Shador Sanders to the Cleveland Browns in the 5th round, huh? How about that?
There isn't a lot of room to get in unless you make like really wide wraps out in the blue, which you could still do for the next circle or two, for sure. But the later that goes,
1 draft round for every quarterback they have before they pick him.
Similar to what New Happy is doing right now. They're one of the ones who are
crazy
all
work.
the way from the east. Now they're going all the way back over to the west, trying to find some way into this. And they might have to just go through Neox Factory. I can't see anything else on the map that really looks comfortable for New Happy to do.
So whoever survives this Two Rivers battle, does that mean the fact that they're the Dragon Reborn?
Oh.
What is this
like
a reference
3 people
to?
other than you and me that probably get that, but
That was
they
a good
thought
one.
it was funny.
Good reference.
All right.
What was that a reference to? It's got to be some old man shit.
Fine for Angry Men is it feels like a little rivalry is starting to brew between these squads.
If Paper Thin gets it, it's some old man shit.
On the exact
For
same
sure.
compounds, and they have similar goals in their what they're trying to get out of this. I mean, For Angry Men are running the 2-2 as it is kind of separated out. Tig's going to be just tailing in back behind the Falcons for the time being. Circle's going to pop, and we're going to keep a bit of all the rivers still in play.
Oh, they're going for the tires here. Our New Happy. I don't think they might have popped one, but there was enough momentum already created by that vehicle. 17 was able to get out, so New Happy didn't wrap all the way into Neox. They opted to try to cut through.
Oh god, Belmoth and Tigger are in danger.
A lot of teams probably going to be eyeing that open compound. Yeah, I totally agree with our observers here.
They got there
T1
just about
may be
in
the
time.
first to get there, but I think there's going to be 3 or 4 teams that are going to be thinking about this.
And they're all
Couple
going in at the
drive-bys.
exact same time. 4 Angry Men is going to be tailing in right back behind Takula. Does get some damage, but doesn't get enough to really shoo them away just yet. Finally, it is going to be Dons gets down and flush. 4 Angry Men, Fanadil going to do a 1-2 punch onto him. 4 Angry Men still just kind of trying to lead out around this one. Takula is going to stop off due to that. But that does mean that it is going to be T1 with a bit of a foothold right up in front of this one. They've got themselves a shack. 4 Angry Men's going to be rolling right next to them. Shot's going to come out. Long doesn't go down just quite yet. So if anything, 4 Angry Men looks
Pull
like
up on
they
this shack, like there's the whole compound in front of them, but it's just still free. There's still no one in the compound.
Navi does get some vision in it, as well as Twisted
Okay.
Minds. 4 Angry Men
Alright.
buying
Yeah,
this
sure.
just by the skin of their teeth 2 different times. And we're going to creep in. Is it going to be a third? Here comes New Happy on an entirely different angle. It's going to be December 12th. Spots out, and
Oh,
finally
he
one
hits
of them
those.
goes down, longs down, and flush.
That was an
Oh, get back in. HSM just the fucking MG3 drive-by. Deploys the bipod. Twin link.
Close. Oh, 16. He's got a great angle, and he's got the finish.
Oh, but the cost is
Surely someone just randomly donks him in the brain. Yes. Example. No. 7-7.
So that is going to be finished off
GG.
by 7-7 with
And now T1 are like, wait a minute, nobody shot them from that compound when they drove past, so maybe there's nobody there and they just walk in. That's funny.
The circle remains kind of similar. We've still got Falcons as an outside rotator.
And then it hard shifts west, right? Because the water is on the eastern side of the zone, so we are just going straight back towards Neox Factory.
kicked off. I thought 4AM was
Brilliant.
going to crash T1 and we were just going to get the inevitable battle between those two teams.
Well, especially around the shack, not the compounds. T1 wasn't in the compound yet. They had stopped off next to the shack. But them being in the shack, it feels like it kind of forced everybody else to go, oh, that means the compounds have to be taken. Let's not go there. And the open territory was available. They just kind of got lost in the sauce of the mess that was happening at the time and didn't make the committal into an open compound.
See, that's the kind of thing where like 4AM is one of those teams where they drive through that area and one of them will say, oh, there's people on the shack on the right. And they're in their brains, that will be, ooh, drive by, look right, shoot gun. It doesn't register that no one has seen or heard anything from the left while they're driving past the team on the right. They drive past the whole compound, but they're also focused on drive-bying the people on the shack that no one realizes. Actually, nobody shot at us from the compound. It might be free.
We had just a moment ago. Maybe it's all calmed down. Bestia rolls up pretty close to the
Oh, he didn't get the folded up. Hold that, Susie.
Down. Tigger does spot him. Tigger's going to be on the other side of the, I guess, tail end of the river end, whatever you want to call it. T5 is going to have a new point from it. Flash already hopping inside of a vehicle. Looks like he's going to be wrapping around right into Takula's positioning.
Oh, he's just going for it. Damn, he really
I don't
is.
think that he's gotten over here fast enough just quite yet. Well, Ranger X is going to help out. Space
Ranger X got the knock?
With the throwables now coming out. Takula hasn't been able to stop
Oh,
him.
it seems
Flash, dude, this is day trade playing
working together,
real
huh?
aggressive, just getting up into the face of Takula.
They really sent Flash, who has no grenades, though. That's unlucky. Yeah, good luck with that one, Paper Thin. That's a... Anytime it starts with an X, our Western mouths are just simply not built for it. Okay, well, now Tig is here with a one grenade.
Down to the south, we do also have Vegapot and Falcons that have bumped into each other, and it looks like it's coming at a massive cost. Remember, this firefight is also not
Can't see where he's throwing it, but it works anyway. Oh!
Maybe they can get some kills out of it. Means that they're not making moves.
0 damage from that? Are you serious?
Trying to get the inside track. Still left Danadol back behind. Seeing if they can just
Nice.
open with their firefighting capabilities.
They're both dead. That smoke's gonna fade. Oh, Flash got the heal off, and he's ready for it.
Daytrade does win the firefight for the time being, but
Okay.
it's Fluky and the rest of T5 going to make now a shift into after Daytrade because they are neither team in the circle just yet.
Tanadol's got an important role to play here for Daytrade to try to do some damage to T5 to keep them from getting ahead of where Daytrade maybe wants to go, but it's Flash at
big
long
shot.
range. Gets Rossiter Jr. out of the driver's seat, and it is going to be T5
Good shit, Flash.
to try to continue forward.
5 kills already for Daytrade. It feels like they're starting to get the momentum. Bellamoth has to go for a peek up on top of that hillside to at least try to stall out Fluky, but it means that Danadol has a new angle.
That is... Oh.
Taking some damage. Blue zone already on
Okay, he's in trouble now.
It's just continually shifting and look, Daytrade hits from one side, then tries to shift into another one, but Path and Fong finally manages to take down Bellamoth, which should
That almost worked really well. They had... Oh, Tanadol tried to get back up, and Patapong is like, nah, get back down, kid. Sick.
Opens up a lot of extra breathing room. There you go. He's going to get the flush as well on a Tanadol. Those are some big headshots for T5 to continue.
Yeah, good shooting. Oh, what do you know? It went full west.
They did suffer a knock. They're trying to go
Again.
res while harassing T5's movements. Flash again. Unbelievable.
Dude, Flash is just putting in work all by his lonesome on this hillside, seeing what else he can just add.
I guess he just doesn't care if people are driving. He'll just bop them either way. Damn.
Not inside of it. Navi's compound not in play. Fury is going
That's
to have
hype.
to make a move. So, as well as our southern teams, I believe that BB that had control of the south also going to have to shift in, but they already have one of their duos inside of the compound, so should be able to regroup around.
Daytrade on top.
The west into the north.
Yes, sir. Maybe Rushy was the real coach that they needed the whole time.
Watching the bullets fly over his head.
He's like, guys,
Right now for some of the teams that are towards the bottom half
put
of our leaderboard.
the PC down. Stop going on dates with your girlfriend and get in the gym.
get deep into this game, get some kills, get some points, so they can feel a little bit more comfortable trying to get to that grand finals. That grenade just a bit too far.
So I've been playing quite a bit of Warhammer Total War recently because the YouTube algorithm started feeding me videos. And just watching that Panzerfaust get sent and just completely miss the target gave me serious PTSD from every time my units try and fire at something and just completely fucking whiff.
It's going to be Haven's Kraken already down. Na'Vi defending very clean so far.
This is looking really good for Na'Vi.
Human artillery, not very accurate. But when you're fighting an army of 7,000 goblins, it doesn't matter. Just aim somewhere in the middle and like 400 of them will die each time you fire a rocket regardless. Pretty sick.
Trying to heal through the pain, but I think he may be coming to an end relatively shortly. The thing about this for Na'Vi is expending a ton of utility, expending a lot of frags, a lot of throwables. How many more are they going to be able to pick up?
The timing on this is perfect. BB is looking at Mime and sending one of their members to regroup in the compound. Na'Vi shifted out looking for the remnants of Furia and Posa.
Yeah, Flash is just
managed to find
stabbing him.
So
he got a placement point out of it as well.
Was almost as exquisite as you could want because BB was doing so much of the harassment into Furia that stalled them in their tracks. And I thought that there was just an easy pickup. But Posa, we know this guy can play solo. He knows how to hunker down and just try to find.
Whose car is this? Oh, this was
Oh, he is one of the best in the business at doing that, Matt. That's for sure. We saw that so much.
He's gifted with it.
He is.
That's a Punk died. He outlived him.
Like he's just one of those players that has some great salvage.
Flash might get another placement point if Posa dies first. Just looted a body too, so he should be fresh on meds. Nava definitely knows that Posa is buying them, but do they know about Flash? Or are they just going to forget? Or do they even? Does it even matter because they just can't play the game from where they are right now anyway? Okay, yeah, an extra point for day trade.
Na'Vi has a pathing into the circle. Flash is going to be pretty close to him. T1 was wanting to try to get some control over the circle, but Raining is going to go down. Twisted, playing very close to 17. There's going to be this hillside that everybody's going to be working around. This is the end game right now. So it's going to be about buying position and control. If you can control top, great, but it is going to mean that you're going to
Twisted Minds are going for it. While they've got the knocks. Head is about to get run over or some shit. Can't aim low enough. Okay.
That was so nice. Yeah, that knock
Oh, you saw that nade?
for Twisted to make their move. They felt the pressure of 17 behind them.
He pushed forward. They weren't ready for it.
Has something to say about it. That's two.
Oh my god, he's gonna... Oh! He got shot in the back! Fuck you, man! Was that Ferris that shot him? Fuck you, Ferris. He was doing it, bro. He was doing it. Yeah, you deserve that. If that was you. If it wasn't, then I apologize. No, he had it.
Which target do they want to go for? Best of luck is looking at 17 Gaming. Well, it looks like a doozy and Molotov are focused in on Na'Vi.
Yeah, this looking like it could be BB's game to win, but the problem is 17's found some safety. They've cut off BB's sightlines.
Okay, Na'Vi and 17 both in the top 4 is like going to be a rare occurrence.
17 wants to stop this.
Yeah, no. I'm right there with you. And I was wondering how fast 17 was going to be able to try to punish Twisted after they almost got cleaned out by Type and T1, but they took their time. They're focused on the position.
17 ratting the whole game. 2 kills and both of them were steals. Not technically true, because they killed the T1
That's all that's really left to play here, and that's
dude.
why 17 has opted to play safe now, because they have one of the more powerful spots that's left.
Or New Happy, whoever it was.
With this,
maybe New Happy.
Gets even more control down to the south. 17 tried to go for a 2-2 split, keeping an eye on what's going on with BB, and then sent
New Happy.
as well as Little Ghost over to the north to see if maybe they could take on Twisted, but Twisted.
Because Example had him like low, and then they just shot him once while he was hiding behind a tree. That one wasn't technically a steal.
This is now kind of shifted in.
He wasn't knocked.
Kind of
16 nades.
Forcing a lot of the movement. And now it is going to be what's happening up into the north. 17 Twisted right up on top of each other means that there's more space that BB is trying to exploit while this is going on. Nobody can really make a big shift right now except for
Okay, everyone has 10 plus now.
shots onto Twisted that they want. Twisted is finding ways to survive.
This is going to be a very
Are weathering the storm. A new threat approaches. And it's going to be BB that has a new firing line onto Twisted.
very interesting end game where nobody actually gets to shoot each other. Apart from here, I guess. Oh, damn. That shit actually reached. Those blue zones landed on each other. That's crazy.
Has to go back and hide. Perfectix down. Apart by these crossfires.
17 has realized that BB has the line onto Twisted. Now they've set their eyes back onto the circle. They're shifting in after it. Looks like they're trying to see if maybe they can catch a doozy while he's kind of focused in on trying to defend in. This is 17 saying, nah, man, you guys can go ahead and have Twisted. Let Twisted maybe see if they can stall you out. We're going to go ahead and see if we can use the opportunity of you being focused on them to find a new way to play around this one. And we are finally going to see Example go down. But Twisted, dude, these guys have just been fighting so many desperate battles today and somehow
You're getting drops, by the way.
longer than they should.
I was told that my account has had drops activated.
They're doing a pretty good job. 17 might have felt like they had enough pressure with the combined fire of them and BB to take Twisted down, but Twisted still clinging to life, but just barely. You do have a doozy down on the southern side of the circle as this anchor position for BB team. That's going to be a potential point of interest for 17 Gaming if they're going to keep making moves, but they have to back off of this fight with Twisted because the circle is cutting off that high ground advantage they had.
I mean, this is an interesting situation if you're BB team. You know you want to get rid of Twisted because of what they can do, but Batulins has already got a knock on to Phil first. The more that they have to focus in on this, it's just meaning that they're surrendering more terrain over to what's going to be happening on the opposing side of it. Luch is trying to see if he can get into the circle itself. Does get some damage on Bestalock, but Bestalock has the cover. He has the angle. BB now at 10 kills. 17, though, they're just going to hop in vehicles. They're going to see if maybe they can get into a position to set up a counterpoint.
But that was quick. No drops. None on the main channel. Ah, okay. Maybe it is just for grand finals. I don't know. They gave like a questionnaire thing to fill out and said like which days, and I was to put all the days, and they were like the drops have been enabled for all of the days. So, okay, cool.
I love the way that they played that. They
Fair enough. If it's finals only, no problem.
Twisted Minds, but the moment that they saw those knocks come out from BB, they said, no, let them do it. They can't control the circle anymore. They shifted back out, let BB try to hold up against Twisted that has been so entrenched, and then just flooded down back behind him. It was so smart the way that they played that.
It was really well handled. I mean, I thought there was a moment where they could have been more aggressive, but boy, they nailed that.
They nailed the aggression at the end.
Yeah, at the end, they did it at the right time.
Why? Damn, Patrick really tags just a random selection of... Wait, what? How did this happen?
I would have got there eventually.
Oh, you would have got there eventually.
17 Gaming gets themselves a victory on
Only during
Rondo, and
finals.
it was
Okay. Well.
perfect timing for them
Fine.
at the
Fine.
very end
I'm leaving it in the title though, because it's gonna maybe bait some stiff idiots to showing up.
Once they finished off Twisted Minds, perfect stuff. Perfect.
I mean, we watched the drop from the very beginning, James. You went, Rondo is the EMEA map. Look at all of our teams getting Neox and Test Track.
Damn it.
17 drops on the far side of the map and then makes their way all the way over.
Two planes.
Oh, dude, the 2 planes was awesome, though. Like, crossing right on Neox Test Track, that was cool. That said, though, 17 went off to an off position. They made a big rotation. I really thought that was BB Team's game. I think the fact that they just had, Doozy had to give up that defensive position when 17 crashed, it just put them in a tough spot.
Yeah, as soon as you're 3, right?
Yeah.
If they're 4, I think it's a different story.
100%.
Maybe you could actually stay where you were, but for a Doozy, had to fall back, and then it gives up. It takes too long against Twisted Minds, and then it gives up too much room. And as soon as you see 17 in the cars, moving, ready to go, like, how do you actually shut that down as BB team? It's not possible.
I don't think you can, and I give credit to a Doozy falling back. If there's a team that you know is willing to throw bodies at you in a 2v1 or a 3v1 situation at 17. So he falls back. They made the right play. It just took too long for them to get Twisted Minds down, and by that point, 17 smelled blood in the water.
It's like they not only smelled blood in the
Okay,
water.
let's see what
as
this
soon as
is.
they came around the corner, the cavalry comes along. The ending.
Well, first of all, let's go over here and join the giveaways, because I gave a whole bunch of G-Coin codes. So if you go to my caster Facebook page
And they were already preloaded themselves to
and press the like button. Alternatively, you can do it on Twitter.
Except for the fact, I think they'd be, if they weren't hot dropping, right? If they weren't losing people in these early games, they would be a force to be reckoned with right now.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, if the hot drops had all gone there.
Anyway, let's see what this is.
If you're going up against Na'Vi,
The updated PUBG Esports unofficial global power rankings. Not only it sees updated rankings ahead of PGS and 8, but a preview of how the rankings will look after those events and heading into EWC.
Every team that's come out of those fights has been limping, and this is the
Holy
first time we've seen
shit!
17
Okay.
with full strength going into an end game.
Patrick, what am I looking at? Team
Both
Liquid.
teams, of course, though, know as GPT that they are going to be fighting all year.
For these,
This is to continue things on. Not the biggest game for 17, but playing things on
carry over from last year with a decay based on
getting those big wins. So only the 4 kills going their way, and so a very small portion of this being overall for the man of the match.
Absolutely, I want to give it
with a decay based on the duration
I think some of these players shall be
since the event happened. So a placement at PGC is worth more points than a placement at PGS 6 is worth more than a placement at PGS 5 is worth more than PGS is worth more than EWC. Like Navi 0.
They didn't have a hot drop spot. They didn't even have a prime position in this game. They were so far off the west side that I thought they were kind of out of it, right?
Okay.
They have
So Liquid,
game. I don't know why we focus so hard on
Twisted Minds, Freaks.
Yeah, slow in from that west side. It even said it's rare. I actually quote.
Penalty. I don't know what that
It was
means.
37,000 meters across the whole team. That's very far that they had to travel to try and get
So-
to these circles to then start moving around on the edge of these circles. There was no center.
Global ranking with
really
decay,
for
global
them
ranking
to
no
try and
decay.
hit.
I don't know
And
the difference.
especially on Rondo, right, where
After
you're
PGS
kind of
8,
where we're expecting those circles to go. But overall,
he hasn't filled it
it's
in.
BB team from a compound that will take the 16 points at number 1.
But after PGS 8, we are basically removing the points for 3 and 4. So all of this
sweep team, edge control team. But in recent
still leaves Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, Freaks top 3, but Liquid will get pushed down because they're not playing at these 2 events, so they could get pushed down a long way. They could end up like down here or something. There's quite a lot of teams that are like Alcad, Cerberus, Eternal Fire, Yamba, TDT, like a lot of teams in this sort of range that just I'm not here, so a lot of these teams could climb. And this is all an unofficial thing, so it doesn't really matter. So
anyway, we're getting off track here for a second. We could talk
curious.
forever. Yeah, no,
cool.
I get it. 42 points for day trade. Fantastic start for them here in.
What the fuck?
And now here's my
On the
other thing.
contrary,
Great for them, but also 2 and 3 right now is Twisted Minds Falcons. Those are the 2 teams we said we need to get off to a big start, preparing for BC tomorrow. To see them at this point after these games is really good news.
PUBG to
because we're going to
OPGG
Miramar, and all of these
Esports
teams in the top
power
3 tend to
rankings.
thrive on Miramar. They work really well with the more ridge system, the harder transition.
PSM is still here.
And I think that they're both all 3 of
They
them
have
are really
moved
I
down.
will hold for Rondo that if you give EMEA that much room again in these
I guess these are being updated live based on their current position, which is insane.
very strong positions towards that late game. EMEA will bite your hand off if they give them this much room.
Because day trade was like down here, not that long ago.
EMEA was so tangled up. Absolutely. They got away with a little bit of murder there.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, we have got our Dusty Dudes
Team
on the
Liquid
way
is
to
still down
Miramar.
here.
We'll
Shenza
go down
Midnight
for groups A and B for
has all of the NIP points. NKT. Legacy is down here. What? Fair enough, don't really exist anymore. Windy Gaming. Damn. Windy Gaming getting placed lower than teams that no longer exist after getting like 5th in the APAC qualifiers is fucking brutal. They're lower than Happy Squad. Look, like what? So NIP is down here, 914, and then fucking 1,000 points for Shens of Midnight as well. So their actual ranking combined is something like top 25. Seems reasonable. I don't know. This shit's all over the place. It needs a lot of fixing.
Listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle, soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena.
What is
Hover
this?
high and strike hard. Soar and dominate
What are we advertising now?
Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a
Some other game that Crafton is
It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but
like
you
a
can't run a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
okay, so it's just a Rocket League but with guns. This is what, like Animal Crossing? Yeah, Crafton is publishing some crazy stuff, huh?
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover
The
flare,
zipline gun.
and stun gun appearing across all battlegrounds.
Tingletown is MVP on Twire right now after the one game where he got 6 kills.
Or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes.
And then the other
Another way we're unifying the
games where he
experience
got
by expanding the
3
recall system to all
total.
maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system.
Cool.
So check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps.
I'm gonna run downstairs real quick.
Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Okay, this has been spicy to start, and I feel now that we're making our way over to Miramar, it's just gonna get even spicier. Are hot drops gonna continue? I don't know. I hope so.
Probably. It feels like it is the day that Na'Vi is going to do whatever they can to claim their territory as, no matter who is going to be fighting them for it. I mean, obviously on Rondo, that we knew wasn't going to really be a point of contention. It was just more of a Twisted, you guys get that side, we get the other side. So be it. But beyond that, I think this has just been a great day. We've started to get some really intense late game finishes where teams are kind of stepping up in these big moments. Like we had 17, we had the Falcons that were coming through with some pretty clutch wins. So stuff like this, the teams are starting to get a feel for this lobby, and you're starting to see some really great, especially end game play.
Yeah, that was also just an in general very weird last set of circles on that map. One, we weren't on test track, which I'm always going to be happy about. And so with the way that everything was kind of lined in, I love
Made the mistake of not closing the window fully before the cat came in, and she just immediately tries to sprint through it and launch herself into the garden.
Or just trying to read the circle.
You know you're not allowed outside. Silly idiot.
What they're at.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. And I think that's a big reason why I like Miramar is because there's all this terrain to work with. It offers a lot of different kinds of endings that you can see. So
Naughty.
2 more maps to go here for day 1 of PGS 7. We'll
Very
see exactly
naughty.
how this is all going to shape out. A lot
Bad
of teams
Susie.
towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
All right, 2 games.
Start making moves so they can get themselves in more comfortable positions to get to the grand finals. Because like we've been talking about all day, Group C is looming for everybody else in this lobby the next 2 days. And that is a stacked group.
Wow.
That is a scary group. Whenever we look at everybody that's going to be in it, what they've managed to be able to pull out is going to be very hard. I mean, that's where we're going to get Petrichor Road come in. Freaks are going to be making an appearance. VP also going to be in there.
So rude.
I mean, even Irina, where we've seen Irina have some successes in what's been going on with the
Ow.
So,
PGS 4,
this is going to be
Rude.
I guess the better opportunity for these squads that are struggling, as we only have 3 days of play through the group stage, so you've got to make sure that you're making the most of it right now. So, what do you have left
This
in the tank
deposit
on
she's
Miramar
left on
as
me.
eyes are drawn?
God damn.
Yes, Picado is back on the table.
Oh, yeah. This was
Sweet little weirdo.
pretty expected. Kind of curious, Twisted Minds gets Power Grid all to themselves. Maybe T1 might be
They're hot dropping again.
scraping with some teams trying to get to their drop.
Time to get
Sarah, so
dominated by
this one
Hakatori
could
with the
be
Desert
interesting,
Eagle.
but are we getting just the boxing ring fight, or is this going to be a split? Looks like maybe apartments. Oh boy, this
They
is
do like the apartments because it's easier to like hide and survive.
Eagle play.
Yeah, but it feels like Na'Vi and their positioning up on top is gonna. I was gonna say has some vision to work around, but the low ground positioning for loot that 17 with where they made that lower drop does mean the fact that they have access to a lot more kills to work around, as they're going to be getting a lot more utility and a lot more tools to really be able to punish. You can see that Na'Vi really just trying to scrap around with what they've got up at the top. I mean,
But it is possible for Sosa to climb up that.
We got some loud players right now. They're
cold.
Of course,
Cold is letting out
China
a few
players
videos there,
on hot
just
dogs.
letting T1 know. Like I was worried about that for T1 and also TKL. This is the other thing I was looking at, because Twisted Minds was so spread out on their power grid drop. I thought, well, maybe somebody might go take a peek at what's going on. It is a Western circle again, but so far 17 just trying to lock this down. It's a bit dangerous to go out onto those ledges.
Is he just trying to airburst it? Yeah, it looks like Na'Vi heard it, and it goes a bit too far anyway.
Such a,
So,
a
I like the
bad
idea.
kitty.
At least they throw up, and here come the shots, and that's going to be a Na'Vi. Blue's going to get some vision.
Very
This is
naughty.
just, again,
But she's very
Twisted
cute.
Understanding what's going to be going on around them. We know the fact that this is definitely the thinking man's team, so they know that the hot drops have been
The
happening.
thinking
They
man's
know
team.
what's going to happen, and just sending a member over to see if maybe he can buy a kill for free.
Heck yeah. It's well worth it. I mean, there's really no cost to that. You're going to get decent loot anyway. You have plenty of time. Hakatori, not many bullets left in this AUG, but a Panzer to back it up. Looks like he's going to find a sawed-off as well, so that's a pretty good combo of weaponry. I mean, he's got a lot of options in this fight now for how he can take it. Close range, mid-range, and the Panzers are just extremely devastating. Just kind of look to see if Na'Vi can find those opportunities, find those windows. And then once again, they're going to try to send that flanker out. They're going to try to wrap. It's going to be stayed this time.
and I mean, you got to give respect to Na'Vi. They were the ones getting harassed by Twisted up on top with Lou. Their loot situation was pretty bad off, and instead you can see that they're just
Pretty
kinda
bad off.
shifting around and kind of stalling.
You're not
out. They
wrong. It
showed
was pretty
at
bad off.
with 17, just to kind of and with style, cold. Okay, I get why you were yelling, my man. I get it.
That is a nasty shot.
And to finish it off with Pan.
It's a thing of beauty there. He has
Good.
an iron sight bolt, headshot onto Lil Ghost though. Zakatori finding some more bullets for the Zog, put him to good use. Got a 3x to boot.
All right.
Damage done. Now Navi trying to do what they can to funnel 17.
El
players
Pozo
out.
circle,
17
huh?
thinks that backside is free, and they don't quite realize that there's been a wrap in that direction, and they try to drop out one of those windows. They might pay the price, but so far they're just gonna hunker down in the apps and just try to make this work and try to put the impetus onto Na'Vi to make the first move and see if they can punish them off that.
Yeah, this is interesting. You can see that it's almost.
I
like
mean,
Na'Vi is
the longer they stay here, the higher a chance that someone's just gonna rock up and third party them. Like, it's not that
but 17 is now kind of committed a bit more into their loot.
unusual for teams to kind of rotate this way.
Position as far as their loot. They haven't moved their position physically too much yet, as it's still just apps. Nowhere
I don't think anyone's going to, though, because they're all taking
with the way that the
E-pickups.
drops and having to surrender the rooftop happened. They have no idea exactly what's going to be going on with some of these flanking positions, and it's making them nervous.
1.17 Vertons.
Plane or up in the helicopter, trying to find somewhere to land with their emergency pickup. But a lot of the central stuff already claimed by a couple different teams. Gen G, Bagel Pop.
Now, if you're Bestia taking an E-pickup on that line, there's only one option for where you drop, and it's the massive rock southwest of El Pozo. Like the mountain.
It looks like they might have lost a tire on their vehicle.
The one that's like a rondo rock, but big.
I mean, slowed them down,
It's
but
like-
could have been way worse. So now, Path
I guess you go on top of the
T1
East
and
El Pozo
has plenty of
mountain
opportunities.
rocks as well,
Tula
I guess.
Kind of a bit further away, but nothing too terrible just yet. As Monte Nuevo seems to be the focus.
cooler.
Of a lot of teams, a couple others kind of dancing around Pozo itself. Of course, we've got the Picado Brewing. We also
Is
do
it
have
actually like their name?
down to the southeast.
I
At
don't
least
know.
gonna
It's
be BB getting
confusing.
some vision. We might see a couple of shots, but it doesn't even look like they're taking shots at it due to the fact
Too
that Sandstorm's
cool.
right on top of them.
TKL.
They trade and Furia
Tucola.
are pretty close to each other up to the north and might path in, but everything else is kind of settled real estate.
Yeah, it looks like the early game may be a little bit quieter this go around. We'll just have to wait and see. But I was curious if maybe BB Team was setting up a trap near that road, but it's potential that the dust storm kind of cut that off. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we've got ourselves an interview set and ready for
Welcome
Belmont.
back to the interview. I'm Lisa.
Oh, my guy Milo.
So you're performing really great among
Yeah.
APAC teams, and after T's win last year, how strong do you think the
And
APAC
tiny
team
little
is
Belmont.
versus PGS?
ก็ดูจากฟอร์มการเล่นวันนี้นะครับทีมของเราเล่นได้ดีมากๆเลยที่กับทีมจาก APAC ทีมอื่นหลังจากที่ทีม TE เนี่ยเขาได้แชมป์มาในปลายปีที่แล้วคิดว่ามันทำให้ทีมจาก APAC เราแข็งแกร่งขึ้นมากแค่ไหนครับ
ก็แน่นอนครับหลังจากที่ TE ได้แชมป์เมื่อปลายปีที่แล้วมันทำให้แบบทีมอย่างเช่นทีมผมหรือว่าทีมใน APAC รู้สึกว่าทีมใน APAC ก็สามารถเป็นแชมป์ของแชมป์โลกได้เหมือนกันครับมันก็รู้สึกว่ามันใกล้ตัวเรามากกว่าที่เราคิดครับแล้วก็ผมคิดว่าที่เล่นดีวันนี้แล้วเดี๋ยวทีม APAC ทีมอื่นๆก็น่าจะตามมาครับ
So of course yes we have improved a lot and I would say after
Belmoth
we have won last years that made
speaks
all
good enough
APAC
English
teams,
to
including
not
us,
need a
have to
translator.
improve a lot to become champion and we all know that it's really close to us. It haven't been around. It's still in APAC regions that made us really need to improve.
Okay, thank you. Good luck, and back to the handsome.
That's you she's talking about,
I
right?
was I don't know. We just both turned and looked at each other, and I was just like, thanks.
Which one? Which one?
Thanks.
Yeah.
I know.
I think she might have gotten it confused for other people, but.
Well, we know it's not Poro. Poro's back watching right
shots
now.
fired. I love it.
I love you, Poro. Okay, so looking out on the day, yeah, I mean, Flash putting in some work, but Tig, remember, also had that big 6-kill win. Best of Luck has also been like Best of Luck is
Besto
so good,
so
dude.
good, man.
Like, and we just don't get a chance to really talk about it.
It's been a bit of a struggle for BB teams at the global events, right?
Yeah.
But they're great regionally, and Besto is often a big part of it. He's just constantly just doing damage, putting up numbers.
And he's one of my favorite guys to talk to. Like, he's so chill. He just, like, he knows how to explain everything that's going on around with what's happening in the team. I mean, also just an incredible memory whenever you ask him about...
They're still here, bro. This is a waste of everyone's time.
That just breaks it all down. I mean,
They're gonna get placement points on this fucking hot drop.
So many players that are always going. It's so hard to just give everybody their due. But, I mean, we've just had an absolutely incredible run of plays today. And meanwhile, back over in Picado, we've got a shift out
Okay.
more to the east.
If you are a team
along the edge of the zone, but
that is like
He's behind the building. The X-ray got me. The X-ray got me.
relatively lesser known,
Taikula is just so loud. Every kill they're getting.
and you
they're
qualify
just
to a
popping
global
off.
event,
they're having fun. Let them have fun.
Oh yeah, I'm all about it.
and you want to guarantee yourself some screen time, all you have to do is hot drop a popular team and then don't actually ever fight them. Just stalemate, just hide across in buildings and never peek each other. And you will be on the screen for the entire first 10 minutes of the game. Every time.
Players kind of bouncing around a couple different teams in the PCL. You know, they've been on Weibo and some others.
Until someone else starts
Together
shooting.
here and having a ton of success with this new org.
My question to you is with TE.
You're getting like 70% coverage of phase 1 just by standing there doing nothing.
And their performance in it. And I mean, that was just such
You know, if you have like a big lucrative sponsor that's like, oh, we'll pay you more for the more exposure, boom.
You know that their mental is strong.
Make sure that the sponsor is like here, so the player cam is just constantly seeing it. Huge. Ah, yes, the interview curse. The long Belmoth.
Seen them really be them again just quite yet.
Not yet. We've seen some glimpses of kind of that expendable style and the success it can bring them. But it can be hard, especially on day one of a new lobby. Everybody's coming in with different ideas and things like that. But again, I think the thing that impressed me talking to Duck Juice was that their work ethic they didn't let up. Like he said, we just went right back to the grind, and I think that's definitely the right mindset to have. And I think one way or another they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. As maybe not this tournament, but as the year goes on. I think we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on the Expendables, and we'll be talking about them having success at some point.
There's still a lot of, I would say, potential growth with Expendables. That's interesting to say about a PGC champion, right? Is like they have still a lot of things that they can just really hammer in on. But I love the fact that they're very committed into their play
didn't
style.
win.
I just want to see. It feels like they're just losing a member here or there in some of their earlier rotations, and it's just setting off their pacing and the aggression that they want to bring out.
I think you're exactly right.
We were talking about the start of today, like Analyst Desk and us both. This is a bit more of a chaotic lobby than what we're used to as well, and it's been kind of difficult for a lot of teams to kind of ride the wave. Twisted, we've seen just how brutal it is for them to try to make it into some of these zones. I'm expecting Expendables to kind of thrive in that chaos a bit more.
Yeah, I was too. But they've been kind of having some issues like we just saw in this game. It happened in the previous game where they're losing players early, kind of hemorrhaging as the rounds go on, and then they're having players that are on their own trying to either hold an anchor position or a forward position. They get killed by themselves. Things like that are things you're going to have to address after the day is over, right? You got a game plan coming in today. It didn't quite work out the way you wanted, so you got to look at what the rest of the lobby is doing. You know, how can we take these positions that we want to take? How can we keep our solo players a little bit safer? Things like that, or do we even let solo players run around? Are we going to maybe go for more of a 2-2 kind of hold, or just more grouped up? Things like that are going to be what TE is going to have to consider going into tomorrow. But you never know. I mean, again, there's still 2 more games here. They could have one big pop-off game and feel like, you know what, our game plan was correct.
Yeah, they're not out of like touching distance at all. I mean, we still have a whole nother day of play for groups for them, so I'm not concerned or like, oh my God, why are they so bad? I know we're focused in, but it's just whenever you come out of being the PGC champion, a lot of eyes are just going to be looking at you. See, can you replicate it? Can you be able to do it? I think that the squad can. It just feels like their footing is a bit looser than it was at PGC itself, because almost it feels like whenever they feel the freest is whenever they play the best, right? Is whenever they're just going for like some sneaky backstabs and doing stuff like that.
What they did to TSM.
I mean, and we saw just a ton of cool plays like that, and it's coming. I just don't know. I just hope the fact that the lead doesn't slip too much before it does.
No, I'm right there with you. I mean, I think the Expendables are going to be fine. I mean, you got to think about also at PGC, right? It wasn't till the end of the tournament where they really picked up steam as well. Like they were kind of there in the beginning, they were doing fine, but it came in that last set of the group stage where they really popped off, and then they started messing around. They started having fun.
Well, they are in center of circle, and new circle has popped, and they're pretty center to it again. Na'Vi has regrouped, and it looks like they're going to be taking the northern path inside of Picado. That's going to put them kind of close to where Lil Ghost is going to be playing from. New Happy is going to be trying to regroup, and yeah, the arrow doesn't seem too crazy off, as there's a couple of opportunities for pathing in this one. This is kind of an interesting circle as we're looking on that outskirts, low ground position, Monte Nuevo, as well as still having the ditches outside of Power Grid still in play, and still having the hillsides just to the east of Pozo with some vision in it. This is going to be
There's going to be some beef on the western side of this zone pretty soon.
Twisted's already made one.
On those hilltops.
Compound dead center of the circle, a pretty good one to boot. That one across from them in the firehouse where Bago Pie is also very, very good at times, depending on where the circle wants to go. But the Hook Mountain's still in play. Bestia's up there getting some info. Really on Twisted now, it's their game to just kind of lock it down. They don't have to go fighting through 5 different teams to get into the late game, which they have been doing pretty consistently. Ooh, some mortars available.
I see what their goal is. I see what the plan.
Are they going to be able to get into a spot where they can use them, though?
That was kind of what I was thinking as well.
You could put them behind the shack, but...
Yeah, because there's the hillside, but then you're kind of weak to the hillside.
Exactly.
Hey, look, maybe T1 will deliver some cars to him.
That E-End is getting dangerously close here. This is...
Oh, he senses it. You can tell. He pulled off of that shack. He was driving straight at it and was like, nah. I don't like this.
The honks.
One of the cars and was shifted away.
Yeah, that's like that veteran presence that E-End is going to bring to a team like T1. I mean, he's been around for so long now, and he just knew that driving path really, really well.
Ooh,
and
that's
like you said,
to play from though.
No. Yeah, you're correct. This is not great, and maybe that's why you're trying to get that higher ground angle so you can find a little bit extra cover, a little bit extra safety. But now you kind of have to rely on the expendables to not get
Find a bit of an extra safety. What, like the Baltimore Ravens did at 27?
You never know.
Crazy.
Could be. It could also just be opting to play safe, play for some placement points. They've got a position to play from for the time being. We do have an emergency pickup that was called by Na'Vi, so
Fucking hell.
looks like we're going to be bypassing anything going on with 17. 17 did set up a 2-1 split to see if maybe they can catch anybody out. But looks like that's going to be the end of the hot drop finally.
Huge hot drop, lads. Proud of you all. Let's do it again sometime.
It's so weird that Miramar feels slow.
I know, it is. It is a little bit odd that this is the game that kind of cools off.
Miramar with a hot drop is the slowest game of the day. What?
Yeah, I know. It is a little bit strange, but I like this from Na'Vi because 17 had position on them.
Lil Ghost, I think, saw the ropes.
He did.
Looks like he's trying to maneuver in.
He's going to try. Is he going to get there in time? The helicopter about to come through. This is scary for Na'Vi.
Oh, he's in the window. He's spotted. Goes for the shots. It does get the knock onto one of them. Is the yoink going to happen? Does pop.
Oh!
Beautiful shots.
He dies for it, but it's so worth it. He didn't die!
Little Ghost. That is disgusting. You just did Na'Vi dirty.
Okay.
Lil Ghost with the big plays there is with that last jump out like, nah, you're not going to do us like that.
Holy.
That's beautiful. That is absolutely incredible.
He got the heal off on 1 HP too. God damn, Lil Ghosty. Okay.
I'm literally clapping.
I'm calling that 2-2.
Over here to the west, we've got Jinji has
That's a hot drop win. Took 17 minutes. But that's 2-2. I hope they actually fight in the final game and we can say who won the hot drops today.
No, I see him. Okay, we're fine.
And also, here, everybody that's watching right now, say it with me. Bago Pa. It's one of the most fun words to say. Oh no!
Oh. Okay. Okay. You got some backup, some cover.
Longs and God V both.
Okie dokie. Oh god! And now the grenades are coming through. Tons of damage being done. And Dragunov has a decent angle. Cole is just having his way before AM. Good.
Yeah. Get rolled, idiots. Dude's hitting that headshot was... He didn't even need it, bro. He probably did. I don't know if he had damage before. Or if he did 84 to the guy, was it
Having a good day. Having a really nice day so far, to be honest.
Longs or whatever.
The top 5. Would like to get some more points to really
Maybe one more bullet, he would have got him anyway. But Sue's getting that knock, gave him the chance to heal. Oh, unlucky.
Cover did him dirty there, even on the explosion. With the nose of the car being the balance point, man, you just kind of you can't get close to it because you're afraid of how it's going to fall. T5.
Oh, Jesus.
Having a ton of bullets dropped on top.
Oh, and yeah, there go the tires. I mean, Batu stealing a point there.
Yeah,
from
they're stuck there for the rest of the game.
T5 even more. They're in a terrible position in that shack.
NT.
They trade out on the edge. A bit of ways
So no one actually fought on the Western Hill. That's probably a good thing.
Let's watch this again. This is a thing of beauty, man.
That's pretty nice. But then... Damn. Last bullet as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That did cost Little Ghost, but it was worth. Well worth. I mean...
That's a play of the day.
I mean,
I
hell
love the
yeah.
guttural scream with it as well, because man, that just feels good.
It does.
And to do it at this level,
And against the team that you're hot dropping against, like that, one of your biggest,
That's 2-2.
in this lobby.
Oh,
So good.
Ooh.
Hello.
Bestia, you in some trouble. Nade gonna be landing right in front of you, blue zone as well. Now just gonna be skirting right along the
Day trade just out in the
on one side of it, and you can
blue
see
zone
it is
again.
going to be the Falcons also trying to take into what's going to be happening. Circles pops. T1's position is pretty good off of it. Day trade.
He's going down.
Last breath I stab at thee, but it is going to be day trade eliminated. So team presently in first by 6
Interesting.
points. Going to have to contend up with Takulu as well as Twisted and Falcons. That are
He has a mortar out.
Yeah, man. The Falcons are in trouble.
Yeah.
New Happy is going right at them. They saw
Oh
those
yeah.
knocks in the
Oh
kill.
yeah.
They want some points.
Oh yeah.
They're hungry for it.
What?
Smokes are in front of it.
Turn the X-ray off.
Can't quite see, but H1 steps out in the open momentarily.
Observer, turn the X-ray off. Doesn't have any grenades. He can't do anything.
At least to slow down the pacing on everything that's going over there. DraftKings actually hears these shots. It looks like he was trying to creep forward as well. New Happy starting to commit a lot more into it. And I just... Nerves of Steel commits in, wants to make sure that
They're using team color for the grenades. You saw the red line and I thought it was a frag.
Get eliminated
Well, I got them eventually. Well, it might not be no cost. Yeah.
In the middle of that battle, but after that, it was all New Happy.
They've got a long way to run before they
Great opportunistic play by
get to
New
the
Happy,
safe spot.
having the space and comfort to take that fight. Just DraftKings from Bestia in the vicinity now, looking to see if maybe he can find some more points of his own. New Happy in Yasha.
Oh, you saw the
Gonna
movement.
get a knock onto 7-7, so they are all over this edge of the circle. It's just, is this trap that DraftKings maybe
He's
setting
looking
up
for
gonna
it.
get sprung and do damage?
Okay.
That's
Oh.
the question. Long.
It feels like New Happy. Yeah, I mean,
Throw it in the kill feed.
Takula, please, just more. I just want more.
Yeah, they're great. They are fraggers. I love to see
Oh.
They are riding the momentum of it too. They are
Okay, goodbye T5.
feeling it whenever they get in position. Begapa also in a pretty strong spot is going to be able to spot out and do a ton of work, pick up some more kills for themselves.
Begapar is not in a strong spot. They just came out of the compound and just launched a Panzerfaust and blue zone grenades at the T5 shack. That spot kind of sucks.
Blue zones to clear T5 out of that shack. Probably just layered a couple of them on top of the shack and you're just done. I mean, there's nothing you can do in a position like that. Zilong thinking about a blue zone of his own BB team with these absolute stunners that are oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh! Taigula, no fear, runs right next to the smoke zone one side of it, and they are just absolutely unleashing hell on this lobby.
Dude, that was nasty. They strike so fast too. They're so well coordinated. Taikula doing a great job. There is some damage being done by the Expendables. Clory's barely able to best 16 there. Inuyasha thinking about the grenade up and over. In towards them. Oh, it's right next to him, but doesn't get the knock. He follows up with the spray.
Inuyasha steps in yet again after getting a knock. Has to be very, very careful around his angle. Keep in mind, BB can't really get into a third party. They've been caught up in what's going to be going on with Taikula. Nobody else has really.
Let's go, Expendables.
Twist is taking a couple of potential
Bomb the bots. No, not with a scar. 7 kills? Okay.
Finishes it all off.
Oh,
10
man.
kills for New Happy.
He's got 7 for himself, does Inuyasha. Living up to his namesake
Yeesh.
there. Just absolutely destroying teams. Spaceman. Oh.
Living up to his namesake? Is that like an anime reference? Inuyasha? What is that?
Knows he has backup, can go for the spray, doesn't quite get it to connect enough. Teammates are there to follow up. Genji getting destroyed. They have 2 players left.
And Taikula is now
Manga series.
So, can they continue to ride the successes? Twisted now going to be making a move up in the north. They're going to have to deal with Inuyasha, who's a beast in and of himself. So
PKL first place again with 10, and they have high ground over everyone.
Ian is going to have some very close friends. Going to see if he wants to get too involved.
Oh shit!
Their other members for T1 can't really do too much because they got Fury up on top of them.
Twisted have to now make
Might be doing it.
The safety of that compound no longer theirs, but they've got 1 kill. They've got some placement points, at least 1. Probably more than that, you would think. And Bagel Pot going to be their opponents yet again. Just like we saw in Erangel, these 2 teams seem to meet, and that smoke just going to give Park Pro enough ability to get back to safety temporarily. You do have T1 here as well, so a couple Korean teams now going to be trying to gatekeep Twisted Minds. Looking for the grenades, sensing that there might be a player behind that rock, and he's right. 2 Heart is there. It's just whether he can get the bounce. Doesn't quite do it. So, Twisted Minds, slow but steady march forward. They've got some vehicles to work with too. Let's see how they want to approach this fight. Are they just going to wait it out? Yeah, they're going to be patient. They like to ride the edge of the blue as long as they can.
Songjung's now having to start running forward. Blue zone back
Batulins is trying to find an angle for something cheeky, but there's a very non-zero chance that he dies for it.
Trying to regroup. They at least have a foothold of some.
He's gonna take the risk.
They can't really say a foothold. They have like they have like a toe hold in the circle right now. It's Inuyasha. Oh no!
And he gets a knock.
Right on top of him. Nade on the other side of it. No options. Double blue zone. He's just going to run out, and looks like he's going to run to the cover.
Didn't see him.
He is going to survive. Takula is going
Oh, they
to
did
spot
see
this
him.
out, and these guys are sharks. They are just going to throw the nade in. How's it going to bounce? Get some damage in. Oh, where's he going to go? There are no options.
Got him.
He's finally going to go down. Takula going to pick up
Oh, but Twisted Minds is pushing on that.
Kind of some mutually assured destruction with them and Bagel Paw, but each team losing 1 respectively. Back off.
Yeah, I mean, Batulin was pushing up out into the blue zone is the one and done spot. They triple naded that. Jesus Christ. That is the most Twisted Mind shit of all time. The coordinated triple nades is just terrifying.
Finally have to calm down. They still have 1 member in Don down to the south. He was trying to keep an eye on what was going on.
Straight back north to make sure they're not getting pushed the same way that they just pushed onto them.
Support Twisted just push that clean, fast, efficiently. Now eyes back.
Oh yeah, they've been spotted.
Where the threat is, figuring that after hearing that firefight, maybe Bagapar would try to creep forward. Everybody's out in the open. Lou just can't quite hit the shots that he wants to get out of that, and that is going to allow Bagapar some breathing room. They got a knock. Bagapar
Should be pretty sure that this is a 3-man because Batulin's killed off one of them.
At range, it gets a knock onto Example. That's going to be from entirely across the circle.
Opposite side of the zone that he got knocked from. Damn.
Shots back. He had a couple potential knocks underneath him. Type get hit by that grenade. It goes a bit too far. Haven starting to come alive now. Has a P92.
Now we're getting some whiffs today, huh?
Finally gets the spray to go. And Haven starting to do some real damage here. Furia needs these points.
And they're in a great position to get them. Can they get the kills now that they finally got the position to play from? They still have to deal with Twisted.
Really getting some whiffs today.
A lot more complicated. Lou is going to get the shot
Haven.
on Haven. Get the knock onto him. Now Fury in a little bit more trouble. They still also have Dons from Takula that is alive.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
The east of this type still clinging to life, as well as a Khan for Begapa has kind of stalled out the center of the circle. It's Twisted on one side to the northeast and Furia down to the southwest, and they can't meet in the middle just due to how entrenched these solos are.
Yeah, you got Type and a Khan solo players left just up on this northern side underneath.
Enough smoke, so it's probably not resable.
Trying to keep the other teams around them from getting angles. So far,
Oh,
so
Gazera might try it.
The real question here is, can Don do any more damage? Does he have any more frags in the bag? If he had some, I think he could have a great opportunity to let loose, but
Gazera has smokes.
Points behind.
He's going backwards. Got his tires popped.
We've got their solo still lined up right next to the other members for Twisted, but it's Twisted. You have to have expectations for this team. Furio looks like they're managing to get a reset, using that just a bit of a lip for cover. Can't quite get the way that they want every single time they kind of go.
No, they just don't have a smoke.
Shots coming right back over at him. Just having to watch.
Yeah, they've got no smokes.
Gizero wants it so bad, but you can see backpacks, can even see a little bit of spike sticking out from it. Is he going to be able to
instantly
get it? No,
fucking
gonna go down, and
two-tapped?
Cannot cannot find it. That's also going to be type going down. That buys a lot more space. We are in a
Alright,
technical 3v1v1v1 because really Furia can't get those reses.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted again, able to find the right times to
Well,
change battles to keep themselves alive.
they were gonna win one eventually.
Very much in this game, and they've been able to win whereas
Unless
all these other teams kind of ripping each other to shreds. They have found safety up on the top of the hillside to the east. Now Don wants to find a different angle for himself. Those knocks over there are certainly going to be in the back of his mind, knowing that they're going to be somewhere in this vicinity.
Twist
For himself, keep this great game.
TKL BGP.
Who's the solo up for Furia? Of course, it is Poza. And that's going to be an issue of itself. But Taikula has been absolutely ripping apart
Damn.
squads. Don, you have an opportunity to at least buy yourself a couple of more placement points, get a kill out of it, but instead he keeps leaning back into Twisted. Akan, Begapus still alive, still just clinging to the hills, and nobody from Twisted can really get clean sight lines down onto that just yet. Most notably doing the fact that they know that Furia still has a member up, and they're a bit nervous on that angle and over-peaking it.
Absolutely. Khan just chilling, just trying to stay alive as long as he can, but the blue not going to be kind to him.
If he peeks around, Perfectix is just
you have
totally
to.
in the open. He's going to be using that rock for cover. Is he going to go after the first, or is he going to see if anybody else comes down after it? Poza has been spotted. A couple of shots in. That means Perfectix is beat it in. He's trying to line in for this one. Akan just letting him go. Perfectix, are you going to turn around? Are you going to spot out Akan?
Got to be careful. If he waits too long, there's a chance that someone just happens to look behind and see him.
Is it bait, though? That's what he's worried about.
I mean, this is so dangerous now.
All right.
Oh my God.
Look at the focus
12
on his face. He
game
knows.
days.
He spotted out. He knows the numbers. He knows he has the opportunity. If we see Perfectix start going after Poza or Don's, there you go. Shots now starting to come out. Akan starting to creep forward. He has the most information out of all of the solos, but it's Twisted Mind. He goes up for one, gets the second one. Can he spin it back around? No! It's going to be
Wait.
Perfectix that takes him down. But
Wait
the
a minute.
damage is done. Perfectix is by himself. Goes for the shots after Don.
Oh.
Does manage to go with this. Poza survives. Now down to a 1v1.
No, he still can
He's
stay
just
up.
got some level 3 gear. This is going to be
Oh, he's been spotted.
He got the headshot. He's got the win.
Oh, he got it.
Off of the hero blade.
Holy. Bro, I thought that nade cooked them. He just held the pre-fire and just peeked into him. Holy shit. Yo, that is a crazy ending.
That was a bizarre end game, and one unchecked angle cost you. Akan probably feeling pretty good, but would have probably liked to have gotten a few more.
So
Yeah,
close,
so
man.
close.
He almost flipped that all back on the line. He did flip it.
What a
He
tilting
almost, man.
loss.
He could have potentially walked away with the victory if he got that last of shots.
He opened the door.
How dare you only kill 2 instead of 3 by yourself?
He was almost there. Almost there.
Okay, I mean, well, that's just today, dude. I'm loving what's been going on in PGS 7 so far, so let's go ahead. I know we've got our analysts chomping at the bit.
Whoa. Crazy. Crazy. EMEA.
Go XLR with me. I'll be using my explicit button right now. What was that? Okay. Let's start with Fury.
All right.
Get themselves the victory.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Looking at how things were going to play out in the very
Because
end of this game, it was
I'm gonna be
getting
doing
a
this
little bit
giveaway.
harder to call than some other games, right?
It's
But Fury
awkward as
continued
hell.
low ground as three, eventually
Because
shutting down the rotation
nice
across
cat,
that
whoever
road.
that was.
Very important. And then
all hell breaks. So I've got like a shitload of codes that I gotta try and get to people.
Furia because Twisted Minds has got a good high ground position. They were spreading out very nicely.
Yeah.
The side slide by
We
Bengal.
got 4
They were
comments.
hungry, they were ready to eat, and
I just
they
do it
fed
on
off
likes
that
for
double
vibes.
tap up
There's
on
only
top of
one
the hill
more
was a
anyway.
beautiful spray, and it cost them everything.
So
Poza was
Facebook has
exciting 'cause he
4.
realized all I have now is a 1v1 to worry about.
Yes.
And there was a moment where I thought they were going to pull it off, Twisted Minds.
We have 11 on here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Wheel number spinner.
Yeah, of all the Snake players, the cam was spectacular in the spray control and then getting the 2 knocks. I do question, I mean, maybe he realized that they'd seen him and then he had to just take the shots anyway. But if you don't, you should always be kind of playing.
I don't want random.
I feel, personally. But, I mean, regardless, look what he did to the peak tore Twisted Minds opportunity.
I wanna customize it. I don't want random.
You know, he helped Furia win, but Furia also made sure that they got 2 points because he got those double knocks. They were able to confirm that and make sure that those go down. So it was a sort of a nice little working together moment, I guess, as Twisted Minds, who we talked about going into the break. Twisted Minds have been playing kill heavy. They're waiting for their circle. They're waiting for their win.
Yeah.
This was it. They got stolen.
It did indeed.
Name.
But they get to yet another late game. And after
This'll
already
do.
getting to plenty
Okay,
not necessarily
so
late
we're
games,
just gonna
getting a lot
go-
of kills in the previous game, and then on Rondo getting into that late game. Twisted Minds is going to be looking very strong towards the top of those tables. But Furia, big points for them. 10 kills on the board. 1,500
So
damage.
Twitter has 11 comments. Facebook currently has 4. If you haven't entered to either of these giveaways,
So they will manage to stay on that top 4 position off of this.
go do so.
Who's also been putting up a ton of points all day is going to get another 10 kill out of that. Furia is the one team that was sort of on the bottom of the bracket.
It might
coming into
post
this.
in the Facebook thing, maybe. I don't know.
Probably moving to the top 8.
Make sure to like and leave a comment.
The 2 and 4, New Happy and Tikula getting themselves even more consistency here makes me even more excited for tomorrow for Petrichor Road, but maybe we're putting way too much emphasis on them.
But I mean, okay, we'll talk about Furia in a second because I do that.
So I'll do it this way.
Road, but we said we were
Why is the... Oh, they've shuffled
but
like
their region
this.
doesn't
Oh,
look
that's so
very
annoying.
weak right now. They're a team
F1,
that's
F2,
very
F3,
strong.
F4, T1 to 11.
Incredibly off the chain tomorrow.
And just
Okay.
to quickly wrap up on
I'm not
that,
going into advanced mode.
5 games in, it does make me question, okay, is it just because they are very comfortable situated here? where
Boom,
they
there we
have
go.
played for a lot,
2
or
more for
are
Twitter.
they strong?
Easy.
I think that question still remains.
Thanks for the follow, Stoppy.
But anyway, Furia here as
So we're going to add T12 and T13.
well, here we are.
So this is how I'll spin it because
Galaxy, we saw them at PGC. They put up some good numbers.
I have to
Is that frag forward potential to go out there and mix up the fight? Always going to find himself in a forward position.
normally if I just draw it, I can just go on a website and it will just pick someone's name. But because this I'm doing it over both, then
to become Furia, and now this roster is looking very
it's
strong. We
awkward.
saw them come out of North American region.
One thing to note about this particular giveaway is that if you win one, you can no longer win any more from me. If other co-streamers are doing giveaways, you can use their codes, but the codes are unique. You can only use one unique code per streamer. So if you win a giveaway from me once, I can't give you another code. It won't work on your account.
Winners, the back-to-back-to-back for Twisted Minds puts them at number 1 by 1 point.
So, you know, give it to someone else if you win twice, or use it on your alt account, whatever.
Without a win is pretty impressive, right? So like
Crafton gave me 37 codes to give away across PGS 7 and PGS 8.
Surprise for me today, and I hate to say this, but it's true, is Taikule has been absolutely phenomenal. Unexpectedly phenomenal.
Yep. I can only agree.
6 days.
It's not just being able to get into some of those late games. Obviously, sat at their most placement points throughout the day so far, but also getting the kills as well. Batulins, number 1. Not bad, mate.
So if I do 2 on each day of the group stages,
no words just yet from Batulins.
No words, but his smug little smile and shrug.
and 3 on each day of grand finals
That could have been a heartbreaker
for
steal.
both events,
Losing that chicken dinner last
and then I
night.
can do 1 a day
Coming in with like, that's fine. Listen, man, even
in the
losing
week
that
in
was
between.
Number 1.
Well,
We're just twisted.
I know. Without him saying anything, I know exactly why there's no words.
Why is there no words?
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
And they know it here.
That's big
on
fire.
the international stage. They know that there's always the potential for big threats tomorrow. That's, of course, a looming factor that does exist. And it's very clear that if you've got a Taikula and a new Happy looking like this, Day Trade is also performing pretty well. There are definitely external threats that maybe some of the big teams didn't quite necessarily think about coming into the day.
I mean, I think the other side of that leaderboard problem is that we're seeing some other teams, 4AM, GPT, 6 points. They're averaging almost 1 kill per
It's
game.
a disaster.
It's an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Gen G, another GPT team, barely breaking past 14. We're seeing a lot of these teams, Bestia, not
Out of
getting up to that
curiosity,
number. And we said teams have to come
in
out
my
with a team or a chase team strong day one.
in my recent
see
video,
teams that are short of 15
I'm gonna draw the winner for the giveaway straight after Game 6. By the way, so you have until
For a team
Game
like
6
4AM,
ends.
obviously, there's always questions around their GPT status and stuff like that. And 6 points in this
Abdul
game,
Carter.
there has to be a resurgence in the next game. There has
In my
to be a
most
better
recent
day
video.
in their second group stage. Like,
This
because
one.
it can't be this way that they underperform.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point where it becomes unacceptable, right? You have to look at it and go,
I'm
what?
gonna put in-
This isn't working. We've changed the roster. We keep making, like, what is not working? Because the fact of the matter is 6 kills. Some of the players with under 150 ADR is absolutely abysmal. So hopefully they can pull something together, maybe figure it out tonight when they come back. But I am
Gotta be
shocked by
something.
some of our bottom performers.
Solid.
T1 is a team that I have been very pleased with watching.
Who
today.
they
They've been in
who
good
they flaming?
positions.
Bottom
They've played
performers.
aggressive. They haven't sort of had things
Who's
go
been
their way.
dog
We saw
shit?
that shift move away from them in the last
Mime.
match, kind of put them in a tough position.
Yeah.
But I feel like they've been great as a recovery team so far.
Definitely more pep in
Oh, hey.
weeks of PWS.
Hey.
Not easy to watch for a
Lads,
T1
lads,
fan,
lads,
I think is fair to
lads,
say.
lads,
Also, let's
lads.
talk about Navi 17 real quick. They went through 4 phases of hot drop last time.
Yeah, they did. We might
What a
get more.
beast.
We're on the way.
Z Kraken, top fragger in America.
A and B. Casters, take it away.
One of the top 4 fraggers in America. Oh dear. Hasn't worked so far. Duck. Stop fucking about, bruv.
Such things are inevitable. But, I mean, big games coming up specifically for whenever we look at Fury. That was a squad that is kind of
Decent.
taking Americans by storm.
Minas Generales.
This is a team that, talking to you guys, obviously watching the games, a lot of hype coming out for this Furia squad. Formerly El Proyecto, but got picked up. It's awesome to see.
Formerly.
Formerly,
Look, it's
yeah,
Americans.
we could go.
How many Falcons has had like 56,000?
You
Well, no,
guys,
technically they're not.
you guys need to chill on the teams, okay?
Look, money be money, bro.
Yeah,
That's-
fair enough. No, I know,
Ew.
total respect, and I'm really happy Furia picked him up. But I was getting a bit worried, to be honest, Matt. Watching him today, I was like, man, okay, so this fight's happening.
2 hot drops. Well, maybe. Yeah,
No,
definitely
that's.
2 hot drops. So here we go. We've got Skula on
Okay,
one side, and
yeah.
then we have T1 on the other, and of course Navi and 17 also lined up against each other. I don't really fault Takula for kind of being a bit friskier with this, with the way that they've been playing today.
Why not?
Test yourself.
You're good to go. Well, this is
Oh
not good to
my
go for
God.
17. Yes, yes. Do it. No. Go pick it up and do it again.
Disappointment. But still, okay, you still got it at the end. Oh, little
He
ghost.
knocks him with the pan throw. That's way cooler than him flushing with a pan.
It's a bit messy, but in a fun way that hot drops can often be.
The Saiga is so good in situations like this.
Fellas.
And, it's a nice setup for Lil Ghost there.
Shotgun's so hot right now.
Yeah, they are. It's been cool to see that these hot drops have often come down to SMGs and shotguns.
This is all important with hot drops, but we also needed to mention that there's this is a very
Oh,
southern
boy.
circle with I don't know what, 30% of it water.
Yeah, this one. There's a world where this goes Partona. It's probably not deep enough.
Why'd
but
you have to say it? You
well,
caster curse our fun.
I've seen them end there, so.
Both hot drops are a bit chill right now, though, so that's why we're kind of taking a quick second to look at the circle. Navi and what's going on with 17 looks like it could be brewing a bit more. Like Hakatori is kind of like the key point in what we're looking at with a lot of the movement, since he's the closest to what's going on with 17. T1, Taikula has separated a bit more into a north-south situation around Chumasera, but also we do have Orca that's kind of close to it as well.
Yeah, this is quite interesting, and I do want to say props to Taikula for going for this hot drop, because you've been having a tremendous day, and so you're basically into the finals.
Yeah, you're already in the finals on
So,
50 points.
if
You ain't gotta.
messing with your drops, now's
You ain't
the
gotta
time where
care.
you can really commit and really go for the fight and try to bully them out. I don't expect T1 to let up on it, though. Historically, Sonic's teams, as a head coach, he doesn't really give up these spots easily. You really have to bully them away, and I mean beat them 3 days in a row to get them to get out of it. But
pretty much, if you stay here, you won't qualify.
Yeah.
Is the threat.
Oh, they'll drag you down with them.
Okay, so Xiaowu, Not sitting the best. Doesn't even have a helmet. Shotgun's coming up, but he's got himself the Uzi. He's hearing a lot of footsteps. Feeding that back over. Hakatori's still playing around the apartments right now. Looks like the push coming out. So it's pretty much duos going after the solos on both sides. Very, very close to each other.
Xiaowu, he knows where everybody is.
He does.
Navi.
Okay, here it comes. How risky is it going to be?
Oh my god, oh my god.
I love the patience on it, but that does mean the fact that it means that Navi could get some vision on what's going on. 7-7 does show himself and does force away. I mean, I feel like maybe they're trying to protect him. He doesn't have a lot to work with.
I thought he was going to maybe go out the window. Oh, maybe they knew he was there to begin with. That's why he's being patient.
One! That chair is putting in a ton of work. It's buying him so much survivability. Tries to get the shots in between. Fairest having a big day.
Oh my god, he's full sprinting, jumping.
The jump peak mid-air spray with the micro Uzi while he was running out of bullets too. Absolutely incredible from Xiaowu.
The amount of times I've been killed like that, someone just fucking full sprint, jumping, hip firing with SMGs and shit in the past like 2 months is just.
The real question is 17 is. Yeah, I was gonna say you need to be
annoying.
really smart.
And that was before the fucking aim punch update too.
This guy, he can absolutely decimate a squad by himself. So now
well, let's see it then if he can. Let's see him do it.
Leans into the shotgun to the start. Doesn't want to bite off too much yet. So instead, just holding the angle, saying, "Okay, if you come for me, I'm going to punish you for it." I mean, it's a double barrel too. So here it comes. You can see the markers down below, getting closer by the moment.
And the thing with this angle is it gives him the time to take the shots and then fall back and potentially reload or swap guns, where he's going to be safe to essentially isolate the first player down. Next player comes up, he's going to be able to back off if they do, push up those stairs like that. But 17 is being rather patient. I mean, if I'm them, I'm out looking for more stuns and frags and mollies, just holding the line here and letting our solo player. Yeah, well,
T5.
This is T5 is just gonna say, okay, you guys are fighting still. That's cool.
Neither one of these squads in all of the hot drops has really taken a dominant position from the other one on the leaderboard, right? So we're at 22 points to 27 points. That's not like I have won a lot out of doing this.
But
if anything,
again, that's the
just both kind of
thing where it's like they can just hot drop every game and still get enough points to qualify, because in the games where they win the hot drop,
and I mean, you gotta think
they
about
do
this,
well
like,
enough to
this
not
is
be,
just setting the stage for the rest of the year as well, right?
6 points in 6 games.
Expecting to see each other at most of the international events, and as the year goes on, like these spots and having control of them is more
shit
and
is
more
so
important.
crazy.
So now you're grouping up for this push. It's just, can Hakatori hack it? Is he gonna get this done?
I love that, by the way.
Thank you.
This is respect. You can see that they do not want to bite off too much. They don't want to risk giving Hakatori too much. They know that this guy is a threat. And so instead, now that they're up at the top, they're playing it slow. They can potentially go for the trades. They have to have an idea on which side he's going to be playing from. So here comes a step in. Shotgun's off the start of it. Not really getting too much just quite yet. And there you go. 17 gaming, pick it up, and there's the bullets of we win. We win.
The victory
3-2.
spray.
Navi lose the hot drops on today.
The way they approach that, oh yeah. Let's set out some of those emotes. Kick them out. Kick them out. Kick them out of Picado. But the way they approached that was really, really
In before
smart.
17 gaming -2 for using emotes.
They made it so it was really hard for.
No fucking way.
He threw the crowbar.
I mean, do what you
Look at
gotta
this.
do.
Beautiful. That is.
That's not beautiful.
That
That's
is what the
Call of
micro
Duty.
is meant for.
They
okay, so
had
that
to
calmed
mute it
down.
again.
Yes, also Taikula and T1 did get separated. T1 is presently down to the south, and Daytrade. So it's time to talk about the circle and T1. What's going on with Daytrade as well?
Yeah, only
Daytrade's
7.5
separated
minutes that time.
I don't think that there's going to be too much more happens out of this other than potentially Belmoth.
That ain't killing
we
him.
see this kind of being set up. He's just kind of forced into the rocks.
The
Tinder
waste of a
can't
nade to
support.
try and
He's
throw
not
him
even on the
on
main
this kind of
section
terrain.
of land for Miramar.
Yeah, this is pretty challenging though to get a grenade down there. They would have to be so well cooked for Heather to get one to land. So not much you can do other than to try to find other angles. And Belmoth, might be okay with that because at least potentially maybe one of his teammates could get some sight lines on a T1, so T1 kind of aware of that. That's why they're just poking and prodding right now, just seeing if maybe they can catch him out of place. The bad news for Belmoth is you're stuck here until either T1 leaves or you die. Or unless something crazy happens and a third party shows up. Like those are kind of your only options.
So with Takula getting a kill, they're back into first place, tied up for the time being. So this has been very back.
Yeah, so that's someone said at the start of today that this HUD, this UI, they really like it. And the one annoying thing that I find about it is that it doesn't show overall placement points. So right now, TKL and Twisted Minds are tied on 48.
I want to see Twisted Minds just rampage through a city again.
And you can't see how big the difference is. And if someone's chasing, like, for example, if TE, T5, and BB, let's say that if this was like you need top 8 to qualify,
It's just been pretty to watch.
all 3 of those teams are like 5 points or less behind 17 Gaming. And there's a very real chance that it could go down to a tiebreaker between them. So it's really important to be able to see the placement points, so you know who wins the tiebreaker.
They're using the terrain in a couple different ways. They're
So
not
important.
just peeking over it. They're doing a great job with that. But it's that they're setting up for another player to come and take a flank or find another angle, and they're not over peeking.
But
They're not over aggressing. They're not, if they take some
this
damage,
layout
they back
does
off
mean
to
that we
center. For
have
another player, like, it's really good
way
coordination
less
as well. So all those things looking good.
just
Oh,
numbers being
no
spammed
Arcona,
into our eyeballs.
Just resort.
Oh, I'm so sad. We get to resort. Still fun, and also
So it's like
I mean, where you've got all the sprinklers, all that.
it's good in some
17 gonna be
senses
doing
for
an
sure.
emergency
Oh,
break.
he got
You
one.
can see that this is pretty compressed. We still have a lot of water in play. So T is going
Let's
to
go.
Twisted Minds, who's probably going to go for a wider wrap. I wouldn't be surprised if they go all the way over to the east. T1's still going to have to contend up with Day Trade. Megapod went with a very long wrap and kind of circled around everything. You can see that 4 Angry Men also trying to do
Ow.
more of a regroup, as everything to the east of them is pretty open.
Whoa,
Oh
T1
my
drove
god,
down
he's
into
doing
this.
it.
Tigger doing some serious damage. Finally,
He's no longer
Ian
doing it.
able to take him down. Now he's got Belmoth out in the open. He's got him down. Nicely done here by Ian, but T1 suffering some damage along the way.
I mean, the way Ian played around the car itself and was using the windows and specifically the metal sections in between to kind of eat bullets, that was just very, very cleanly played for him. Heather is down a bit further ahead, but I don't think the Begapod is going to see him. Yeah, I think everything should be fine.
Whoa!
Well, they might have
Chewy! My guy.
You gotta kinda
Привет.
get into the circle, because if you get stuck anywhere near that bridge, it can become really dire.
Spasibo, drug,
You're gonna be
for the
driving
follow.
through day trade. Just Tanadol, though.
Oh, 17. Okay, looks like
My
those
man.
comments, they just snuck right through everything, so emergency pickup pays off.
Pretty sure I got fucking ran over by a 4-stack of your friends a few days, like, a couple weeks ago in ranked.
I play PUBG. I feel it happens pretty equally to me both ways. But
it does.
I saw the WD clan tags coming for me.
You just gave me a flash of, like, this moment where I, like,
It's all good.
the game, shot
I
somebody,
found out today
picked up, and
when
then took an emergency pickup myself,
on
and then got shot
Twitter,
touchdown. So I was like, oh,
Patrick posted
like,
the this
That's the
his unofficial power rankings thing, like, and he tags a bunch of people in it. And I find out that I did the same thing. I accidentally unfollowed Paper Thin because I opened this and it said follow, and I was like, what? So I did this. I did the same thing. Don't worry. It's cool. Oh shit. I need that open actually. Yo, go into my giveaway. I got given a bunch of G coin to give to you guys. And this fucker keeps winning my giveaways, so the more people that we have, better chance of dethroning his ass.
Looking like they're going to slow down for now. There's enough playable
I also have one on Facebook if you are
just kind of chill where they're most
from Southeast Asia.
Other than T1 is a bit outside. They're the only ones who have to make a move because they
Xbox in Russia, GG.
And yeah, I mean,
Telegram giveaway coming up.
They could bump into. They're having a good time. You can always tell.
Hey.
Hey. Oh well.
It's totally
gonna be
just us guys.
Jinji. Yep.
Oh no.
Gonna have to stop off on this one.
Type has hit some nasty shots.
And it looks like he's going to hit enough to make it painful. Instead, now Ian's going to get a nice flanked position around this. He has to be careful that he doesn't overextend because here comes the reinforcements. Vehicles coming down the hillside, both sides. Going to see if he can spot out Tosi as he jumps out of the vehicle. Doesn't connect. So now that means Ian.
Well, they gave me
He's just gonna go
they just sent me a message and were like, "Here's some codes to use for both events, PGS 7 and PGS 8 for giveaways." They gave me 37 codes. 37.
I didn't know that blowing the horn like that was.
Why do I need 37 codes?
Okay, so a couple shifts in, type, and now into
Crazy.
because Taikula, of course, Taikula is there. There's gunfighting.
My favorite team. Now that I've not been hired to cast, I'm allowed to be biased. T5 is my favorite team.
Also joining the fight, as here comes Spaceman just rolling through.
That's my boys.
Game 6 scrims. What's going on here?
It feels like it. Yeah, especially for the teams at the top of the leaderboard. You know you're sitting pretty.
I'm always a big Apex stan because that's like where I kind of started my casting career. But T5 are just good lads. Rosseted JR had a daughter like a month, 2 months ago. Little baby Mala.
Is it?
Mali.
Almost looked like it was coming.
My bad.
Could be. There's a couple teams who are in range.
Yeah, I
Very cute.
yeah, I know it is Falcons. Tickleton is.
And so he needs to win this tournament so he can afford to buy clothes and toys and food for his new baby.
What a nerd. Nerd with doing geometry.
So I'm cheering for them.
You're nicknamed after geometry. Tickleometry. Yeah, what a nerd. Playing your video games.
I love to make fun of Tig.
The
All right.
fuck is happening?
Gonna let loose with some stuns. That's all he has left for Util, and he just gets shot in the back.
It's a cruel world when
feels it.
They're so loud, dude.
someone like Paper Thin, who's very short and bald, is making fun of Tiggleton. That's when it really has to hurt. You don't have a favorite team, but support Phil first? Yeah, man.
17 has a.
I mean, it's a weird one to be like. I'm supporting the APAC teams, but I'm supporting the EMEA teams. So I'm just like, I'm happy if like half of the lobby wins. Hey, nice, excellent pun. I see what you did there.
Destroying the desk pound there too.
Oh, we get just like a whole replay of all the drops.
Let's just.
Okay.
This is a
Bonk. Get fucking sat, idiot.
It was the sight, not the crowbar, but whatever.
I just look at how.
This is my favorite.
I hate this. I hate it so much. Delete it from the game. He fucking should have died to that nade as well.
They can mess up your game and do anything else like that. But just
He didn't even know that nade was coming, but he jumped across the room and it got blocked by the couch because he jumped like a fucking maniac. Oh shit, dude. That sounds like a Civ character kind of name, you know what I'm saying? Civ 6, you get to play as Phil first. Dominate your enemies.
That was like, I was
Hell
like,
yeah.
this is what I love about
Am I the
this game.
problem? Do I just break mics apparently?
You've got a talent, I guess. Is that
Too
your
loud.
superpower?
Yeah.
You're the crappiest X-Men that ever existed.
Okay, so Twisted Minds is probably ending first place at the end of today.
Oh!
Hey, got him.
Tiggleton. There you go. The nerddom pays off. Lines
Dagestan. Oh, another one. Oh no.
What you got? Oh, he's hopping in vehicles. They got goals, man. They want to go after this. They already have 2 members that are very, very close.
Oh, he's just aiming for where the fucking E-pickup is.
Slow down the potential push and the
That's not good.
Falcons want some more kills, but
There's one.
overextend. Kickstart did get
They're fighting back.
Inside of this one, they've got to be cautious, at least trying to flush out what's going on from Tiggleton once what he created.
Just in case.
So good. I mean, the timing there was an emergency pickup being attempted. Tig gonna find the flush out in the open. He's got another from the car.
Unlucky.
What is going on today? We are seeing so many cool plays.
That was so good. I love.
He is locked in. Look at that face.
Well, they're gonna get out knocked teammate in the vehicle. This is just so well drawn up. You can't do it much better than that. I mean, the only way you could have is if you don't take a knock. Beautiful.
I mean, there you go. This is the
My headset keeps
expectations
beeping
people
at
have
me.
for Falcons when they talk about him. Trying to assault back up near the
It's
top
the
of
beep that it
leaderboard.
makes when
They
you
still have
mute
a
the
climb
headset
to go
mic.
chasing after the lead that's been set up from Twisted and
I think the
Tycoon.
button is like a
Tycoon
little
now
bit
out.
loose.
Yep.
That means the fact that there is a climb potential, but let's not forget Twisted Minds.
Yeah, there's worlds
Yeah,
where
something like that.
maybe
I don't know.
Falcons ends up as the top team of the day if they have a really just solid end game.
Rough.
I mean, even
Find some
Daytrade could
kills.
be there.
Even Day
On the bright side,
they're down to one
It's a lot
player,
hard.
but it's a lot.
They have to kill
Yeah,
a lot
30
of people as a
points.
solo, but it could happen.
60 points should be enough to not be out of finals. So they're set up
For a bit longer, and then
I feel bad. for
kind of
them.
okay
They're just like, oh, so
for
we're just gonna see a 3
qualifying.
Whoa,
But
Tickleton. Pose
oh
manages
dear.
to survive it though. Looks like the Falcons don't want to run it.
Oh, what the fuck? Huh?
Makes a big play for his squad when he needs to.
What is this?
That means it's going to be kickstarting Shrimsy. They've been buying a lot of cool plays so far, but this could be a problem.
What just happened?
matters worse, and it's actually T5 from quite far
Oh
away.
my god. Okay. Cool.
Getting involved, doing some damage to
Hey, Kraken got a kill. Has Mime got one yet? And that might be everyone. No 0 pointers by the end of the day. Mime doesn't have one yet.
Out Furia is. I mean, Guizero's a mile away. He's across the road, down a hill, out in the open. Haven lets loose with the grenade, but doesn't get
Ooh,
knocked.
the whiffs are starting to creep in for Falcons a little bit.
Usually Shrimsy gets those. I mean, there's a lot going on around him, so with that knock, more pressure mounting on Shrimsy's position. He's been revealed.
Oh, it's getting worse now. Guizero's coming over.
Shrimsy can make the hero play for his teams, at least taking the shots out onto Haven has now forced Furia to slow down a bit.
Pink Cloud 2s is always
coming up for Falcons.
Man, kick, able to get the
G-Wagon
nice work
kind of swag.
up on top of the hill. Although they have to use a lot of smokes and
Oh,
what in the
oh,
world
here we
is
go.
going on here?
Let's go.
The cave tunnels?
Sure, that's just today in a nutshell. I love it. Mime.
This
down
is
for the time being.
a crazy place for there to be a fight. It looks fucking cool though.
Did manage to separate. Shrimsy did go down at the cost for it, but Falcons did manage to make it down the hillside directly on top of what we're going to be seeing.
We should have more fights here. This looks cool as hell.
Staggered setup of these foldable shields. This gives them the ability to kind of fall back a little bit, set up some different options for keeping their opponents guessing where they're going to be hiding, where they're going to be going for the res, where those grenades need to be placed, things like that. Pretty cute little setup.
Why is the cave not a TDM map, man?
Twisted Minds. Well, I mean, they got their knock.
This would be so good. Oh, nice. An E pickup where you can't use it. Yeah, it's just like... Good luck setting that shit up in here, huh? Oh, here we go.
Oh, dude, you don't want to get in. Oh, yes, give me the...
Yeah, he's just aiming for the balloon.
This is crazy good. And then the second one. The second one hit too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so lay of the land right now. Dead center, we've got what we're looking at with Bestia and Twisted. Falcons are kind of up on top of it, so you can see them dancing around. Furia, we saw just one moment ago. New Happy's come into the northwest. TE in the due west. 4 Angry Men have themselves that compound that they're going to be playing.
This is such a weird zone.
Backs up against the wall.
This is such a cool setup that Bestia's got going. If Twisted pushes in here, I doubt they will. Because
Yeah,
of
they
the
gotta
circle
knock
situation,
south.
But
Oh, he's just chilling above. Like, he's just by himself.
So that way they even have some cover whenever they step out on this angle.
They are preparing
Oh,
for the
okay,
zombie
okay.
apocalypse here.
Yeah, this is a
Mortified.
fucking sick setup from Bestia.
That's not necessarily the best place to always play from, but they have made that. They've turned it around. That is a complete house flip from fixer upper into
That is
full-scale
cool.
mansion.
Yeah, that's a cool setup they've got going. Absolutely love to see it. Bagel Pot underneath Furia. Furia though doesn't really seem too keen to get very aggressive.
I would much rather see fights like that in that area rather than a island circle on Miramar. Island circles are exciting for the first like 12 minutes because everyone just TDMs because they're like, fuck it, there's no way we're getting any points this game. And then nothing happens until 29 minutes when the 3 teams who actually got to the island actually start fighting.
Really confirmed and safe going into that grand finals.
Fighting in the
It's going
caves.
to be a Khan that's creeping up close to Furia. You just saw that
That's
man
sick.
can blow up a squad by himself.
Oh.
Do it again takes A face full of lead, has to step away.
Oh,
Manages to
dude.
survive, though. Does manage to get separation.
Why can't anyone finish a kill?
Information back over the rest of Begopa. T5 can't make a move. Blue zone going to be on top of him in just 1 second. All of these squads kind of caught up over here. New Happy is trying to flank around, go up on top of everything, kind of move along the position directly on top of where Twisted is. So they're using the distraction. What's going to be going over here to buy a bit more space. T5 using that opportunity. They're going to be sending it in. Looks like they might be in lines where Falcons is going to be defended up at. Falcons going to be taking a couple of shots in, but not too scary just quite yet. Finally going to get rusted. Junior Ranger's going to go down as well. Pass them on. In some trouble. Falcons playing off the back foot in defense, but it's going to be H-Win. Looks like he's in some trouble, narrowly managing to survive.
Yeah, they get the wipe, though. That's huge for Falcons. Continuing
Kickstart hates children. Confirmed.
Unbelievable with 2 players alive. I mean, we saw
He doesn't want Rossiter JR to be able to feed his daughter.
Haven is going to end up falling to 2 heart as this battle.
That's brutal.
Slow but steady. Begelpod does lose a con, their anchor player in the long run, but they're going to continue on, march forward as
Won game
Furia
1. They had 18 points on game 1.
They got in front of them. It is
And then every other game has
going
been
down there, yes, of course, you can pull the parachute.
bad.
But, there's going to be a lot of teams watching you when you do it. Is that level 3 gear? Yeah, and it's a
They're looking decent on Rondo, but then Flash just picked them all apart.
Bad about that one.
That was supposed to be our crate.
I wanted that. And now you've got high ground and the crate weapon. I'm just going to have to kill you to take it back. There is a world where we could be potentially watching the brewing of a med battle ending with the multi-level situation. If this
dude, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
It could stay stacked over here, so we can see a lot of teams now starting to assign control over the top.
Had a heal off in the Vietnam series.
I haven't seen one in a while. The last one I think I saw was right here on this map, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's been a while for me too, but those are actually super fun because they almost never happen, and when they do, they're wild.
Was it APAC calls, actually? It might have been APAC calls.
The circle does that.
10 seconds.
Begelpot setting up the defenses themselves. Oh, 2 heart. You got to hit those shots. There you go.
Okay, getting some more control over the territory. Furia in some trouble. The Kraken's got to move down, and oh, we move to the south with the circle. Why don't you love me, circle? I mean, still a chance.
Oh, actually, the bestie is set up now.
Yeah.
Let's see it work.
Let's see. 16.
Let's see how it works.
His eyes towards where Furia was.
So, the thing about, though, that really sucks about this is Twisted, New Happy, Falcons, Furia, Begopa all have to move into the circle now, and it's kind of rocks and a field.
That's not ideal.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that not the best real estate to be playing around as the Kraken finds another enemy and he knows he is surrounded.
Draft starting to hit with the AWM. That's what you love to see. What's going to be
Kraken had 0 kills at the start of this game.
What does Twisted do, and what is Best?
Got 3 now, so it's all right.
Hold the line there at their
redeeming.
Fort that they've set up, and then if they, because likely that
sometimes like you can have 0 kills and it's like it's fine.
But and when they do,
if you're like playing with your team shooting, and it's just like coincidentally never your bullet that gets the final shot, it doesn't really matter. No, as long as you're still getting the points, your stats are going to be dog shit if you have like 0 kills. But like,
I hope so.
I don't care what else is happening.
Does it really matter if you win the games?
Can I run onto the stage and ask?
However, the odds of that ever happening is.
Look, I know you're 2 points out of first, but it's group stage. Who cares about first? Think of the memes, bro. Think of the memes.
We'll have to wait and see.
That's what we're here for, baby. The memes.
Okay, well, Bestia is starting to inch their way forward. They want to maybe think about.
They're actually getting like aggressive on this push.
They might have to just go this way. Molly's at the ready. As there was not much hope there for Begelpot out in the open like that. Trailer is going to be territory. Oh, never mind. Kick just donked by 16.
I mean, high ground straight in, beat it on him. Not a lot that he could have done there. So that means H-Win, birthday boy himself. All right, what present can you get?
Наши смоки закончились сейчас, я все сделаю. Я знаю, что делать, я все сделаю. Глубокий смок подойдет, да. Да, супер глубокий нужен только.
Супер
глубокий, да.
Translate.
И ждите, и смотрите постоянно.
А тут есть хая?
Да, я все есть, у меня все есть.
Сейчас.
Подожди, не надо, я знаю, что делать.
Я флеш хочу дать. Ну, вглубь
скинемся.
Даю флеш. Перед тобой.
Готовы закидывать глубокую хаешку?
Да. Отойди, Пир. Отойди. Я там молик глубокий дал. Можно под молик выпушить.
Я
Вот сейчас
еще
молик закончится, мы пропушим вперед.
Еще глубокий смог дал. Поэтапно. Нужно супер глубокий им давать.
У нас просто нет килки больше.
У нас еще 40 секунд. Не подставляйся, Перф, отойди.
Представляюсь, но надо играть, у нас светилки нету, понимаешь?
Вообще хэшек больше нету?
Нету.
Робик у Дипа еще был.
Пойдем вперед.
Подожди, не спеши, там еще...
Подождите,
Нужно еще смоки дать им.
Да, у меня 8 смоков. Но у них тоже много смоков.
Я вижу, куда кидать смоки. Я сейчас буду закидывать.
Их с другой стороны, возможно, пиздить будут.
Возможно. Осторожнее под хае поставляться. Еще смоки дать мне есть?
Да, 2.
Да, есть у меня еще.
У меня смок-пушка будет.
Нас.
Да, он походу... Походу чего-то пикает. При тачке, по идее, пикает, а что типа того.
Я подойду, щит поставлю.
Только отойди сразу.
Okay, they gotta pull the shield up through the smoke.
Он что-то кинул?
Флэш?
Флэш.
Да, только не сейчас.
Да, на выход.
This is so fucking nuts that he's just standing there.
Подземные войны, нахуй. Молик. Дайте них моликов.
Да, у них еще смоки.
Они глубокий смог
дал, да.
Дай тоже глубокий.
Я дал уже смог. Мне кажется, надо заходить, ребят, сейчас.
Сейчас, молик, подожди. Флэш.
Bastion is throwing all their util. Like they're playing this slow enough that it's kind of baiting Bastion into using everything. Oh, Vinny still has one more molly though. I didn't reach. It hit the roof.
Я дал еще глубокий смог.
Хорошо.
Зона подавливает.
Даю последний молик и флешку последнюю даю.
Блин, а молик нам не
His molly hit the roof as well.
Хуёвый дал. Ждите. Я флешки накидываю.
That's his molly. Nah.
Всё, молик проходит, подождите.
Надо идти. Прошел. Го.
Both teams threw a Molotov that just hit the ceiling because they can't see where the fuck they're throwing shit. It's just smoke. What the fuck? Drafting is gonna do some freak shit in this position too. As soon as they come out of these smokes, it's over, I think. Please turn X-ray off. We don't really have an observer. Oh! Oh my god! It's like they're fucking proning! Nah, what? He killed his teammate! Oh my god, they won this fight! No, they're watching the Expendables or some bullshit, who cares? They fucking won this fight! Dude. That was P90 outside, isn't it?
Справа под тачками, Тём. Можешь просто выйти правых ебануть. Выйди правых ебани. Правых ебани, иди.
Oh my god.
Я поползу.
It's at 1v2.
Подо мной, по-моему.
I'm gonna try and feed for info. Nice try though. Holy shit. How the fuck did they get a second place from that?
It was a really good day. That fight in the cave was so wild.
I mean, we've seen smart plays, we've seen crazy aggression, we've seen just so many cool stats, hot drops galore. If this is this year of PUBG, oh, my body is ready. I want all of it.
Just yes, please. That was some great stuff today. So many great plays, smart plays.
That has to suck for Bestia too. They'd spent so
Dude,
much time fortifying that.
Holy.
Trying to make a lot of
That cave fight was crazy.
Well, I think Mime just got a little overeager there, right? Like he was holding that angle, and it's hard.
I think it was a mime problem.
Tied up, but yeah.
Okay, well, our analysts are going to want to dive into that one, so we'll go ahead and
It
toss
just-
it over to Toffees and Coloris to give us a breakdown on the battle in the cage.
Just nobody could see shit, and then they fucking one got caught by the guy proning, and then they knew that they were proning, and then Example just fucking like sprays along the floor and deletes everybody. I don't know. Wild. Okay. Giveaway time. We're picking 2 for today. So we've got 5 comments on Facebook. And 17. T15, T16, T17. Right. Make sure it's set to show all. There we go. There should be 17. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's go. And over here we have show all comments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sweet. So we're going to pick 2 for today. These will be the 2 peeps that win a G-Coin code for today. And we will do another giveaway tomorrow because I have 37 codes to give away and I can't use them myself. Here we go. First one will be for... Oh shit, the Terminator. T2. That is 1, 2. Bierzamoran. Grats. That's 1 code gone. I'll do this because I will forget who won otherwise. Second one goes to wait, whoa, fuck. Hold on. I was supposed to shuffle. Oh well. T17. I'll remember to shuffle tomorrow. There we go. Two winnings. Grats. It's also worth noting, if you have already won one giveaway, you cannot redeem any more of my codes. You can redeem codes from other content creators, but these ones are locked to me. So if you have won one code already, you can not activate it on the same account as another one of my codes. So, you know, alt account or give it to someone else.
To the after game interview, and now here Will's code from TKL. And the first question is that this isn't actually your first time playing on
See,
the
it
PGS
still says
stage,
too cool
but this is your
on the
first time
shirt.
as the new
On the
team
shirt.
to come out on the PGS stage. And like, what do you think that your mindset has really changed? 那我们也知道 code 其实不是第一次打 PGS， 但是是第一次以 TKL 的身份打 PGS。想问一下，心态上有没有什么变化呢？
首先，我身旁的队友就是 Spaceman， 他其实也是跟我同步就是参加 PGS， 然后其次，像苏泽，也是他打过 PGC 嘛，毕竟，然后但是东子的话可能
I'm gonna have to make a fucking spreadsheet for all of these codes, aren't I? I love spreadsheets.
Spaceman 还有苏
Let's
泽
go.
稍微要放平一点，因为相对于说东子可能就是给他一次世界赛表现的机会。
So actually, for me and my teammates, we're not the first time playing PGS, and for me, like Spaceman, and for Suzo, we have already had the experiences on the international stage, so we're pretty much like more stable. But for Donzi, he is the first time on the stage, and we just want to give him like more chances to perform himself. Okay, and second question is that we have known that as a newcomer on this stage, you performed really, really well today, and ended as the second place. So are you satisfied with your performance today? 就是说，想问一下，今天对自己的整体表现满意吗？
目前来说，队伍在细节上还是做到跟联赛一样，发挥。但今天确实是，运气也站在我们这边，然后我们自己也把握住了，所以今天打的这样，其实是说实话，确实已经对于我来说已经很不错。
Oh, the way that his glasses makes the word series so much smaller than the way it is behind him. What thickness of glass is he using to make that happen?
So for me, actually, I am very satisfied because I'm not really entering the final group for PGS a lot. So for today's performance, I'm really, really satisfied, and I just want to
he looks
I will
it.
keep working. And of course, for the teams, we have some details to improve. So just look forward to our performance next time. Okay, 那么 the last questions would be that we have seen that on the first Miramar game, you've wiped out the 4AM. So can you just give us a recap of that game in that moment? 就是我们可以看到啊，最后其实在第一把米兰马的时候，
This game he wipes out 4AM.
那么可以给我们做一个简单的复盘吗？
首先当时我在圈
I don't remember
比较
that.
中心的地方在 在踩点，然后从右边圈的右边来。
What happened in the first game?
当时我就是已经
There's the T5 win.
然后就选择了原地操作，然后也是借助
Full west
防区
of
苏格的架枪，然后
south
帮助我打
north of Quarry.
打倒呢第二个补枪的那个人，然后我再慢慢拆开，就是用自己
I do not remember TKL or 4am in this case.
就结束了。
So actually, at that time, I'm in the center of the circle, and
Holy dude!
I know that I cannot really
37 fucking codes. That's outrageous.
On the first hands, and I just tear them up, so one by one, and with the help of my teammates, I just get them down. Okay, 非常感谢 co-players. Thank you.
Big up the teammates. Let's go.
Just have a rest, please. Thank you. And next, we're having
Just get the fuck out of here.
Navi welcoming. Okay, Ferris, just come to the stage, please, and with our translator. Okay, welcome. And you've actually, we can see that Navi and 17 had a lot of hot drops today against 17. So first, just can you tell us what really happened in those hot drops?
Починаючи з цього турніру, ми будемо
Like he understands English well enough, but he's just not confident in speaking it, I guess.
Рахуємо, що вони не заслуговують на такі споти з їхніми результатами.
Yeah, so starting from this tournament, we are planning to contest with 17s because of the central spots, actually. Yeah, because we are thinking that they don't really deserve these spots with such a performance.
Oh shit! Wait, wait, wait! He didn't have to go so damn hard. What the fuck? He could have just said, "Oh, those spots are good. We want the best loot spots for ourselves." No, he just came out here and was like, "Yeah, 17 are dog shit." We were evicting their ass.
During the next games, during the next days. Yeah.
Damn.
We can all see that so far it's equal. It's like
Fire.
50 to 50. But so, like, do you plan to continue
That's
this trend in
the
future
face,
games, or it's just a
the
secret
eyes of a
strategy?
stone cold assassin.
Звісно, ми будемо далі ходропати з ними, тому що ми хочемо відбити ці споти і самі їх лутати.
Yeah, for sure, it's not a secret. We are going to contest them in future as well. So, yeah.
Okay, it's a secret, so just be sure to follow our following matches to see whether Navi and 17s will encounter against in terms of top drops. Okay, so actually we can see that in terms of last year's, Navi's whole status is a bit of up and down. So for this year, like, what adjustment do you make to like more teams, more stable in terms of the game?
You ain't getting any more stable by hot dropping.
Перейти на центральні споти, тому що ці споти легше грати на них.
Whoever wrote that question,
Якби круг уходить недалеко від тебе.
rethink, brother or sister, whoever it was.
So during that time we practiced a lot and we decided to skip and move to the central spots. So we are going to contest on these spots because of it's like easier to play in the spots. We have more strategical things and we can do much more things during the game.
Okay, thank you. And we can see that it really worked out, but we really expect how Navi is going to perform in the
Really
future
worked
games.
out. You
That's
did?
all for today's
Let's
interview.
go.
Thank you very much. And let's go back to the analysts.
You squeezed in with T17. Sick. I'm gonna make a list. Cammy Lee,
Well,
let's
of course, those are
go.
fighting words coming out from.
I like that.
Nice, congrats.
I mean, it was kind of to be expected coming.
Bad
into
news.
You have to look at 17, who's fought for this.
You
I mean,
can't.
they're like, we
You
deserve
can't.
it out of the
You
fact
can't
that we've been here
win
forever,
another
right?
one
But he's not wrong. Last year's
on the same
PGS
account at
result,
least. If
look
you have
at
two
it,
accounts,
Navi was
you can
really
still enter.
consistent outside of one
Oh, Tig,
PGS,
what the
and they're
fuck?
saying, listen, you don't,
That was
the
creepy.
fact they're willing to get up and say they don't deserve that.
You can still
respect
enter. You
spot
can
that
just
they think that they've earned
have to give
5,
it to
6,
someone
7,
else
8 years
or
ago.
use it on
I
a
mean, that's the kind of
second
young
account
gun
or something.
mentality I wanna see.
You just can't
They were
use
challenging
two
regionally,
codes
and
on the
looks like
same
they wanna
account.
Continue challenging internationally. That
But,
said, though, let's
oh
see
yeah,
what
I'm gonna do a
happens in the
giveaway
previous game. As we said before, a
every
very
day.
important game for 4am. Who was
We'll do
place before this game? 11 kills, 10 victory points. Look who is gonna get
6
the
kills.
man of the match.
Oh my fucking god.
It's like he listened. He was like, okay.
Holy
you
shit.
two. enough of
Crazy.
this. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna get my 6 kills.
We'll do 2 each day of group stages.
4 a.m. Managed to come out with that victory. I think it's
3 codes each day of finals
this thing. It is going to be
for both
God V
events.
as your man of the match.
That is crazy. Crazy work.
Absolute destruction coming out from God V into the Sarlacc pit. These opponents go.
Right? Well, that's what it
Get
was.
him in there.
They were trying to come out of the Sarlacc pit. He just locked him in there with those grenades. There was nothing you could do to get out of that tunnel. It was absolutely brutal. It was a good trap by them. They let the other guys fight it out. They held a good spot. Yeah, I have a lot. You know.
Okay, we can pack it up, boys. PUBG Esports has been officially completed. We've finished it. There's nothing else. God V got man of the match at an international tournament. That's it. PUBG Esports is over. We've done it. It's all been. We've finished. Holy shit! Look at Twisted Mind's damage.
Calm me down. I calm down. But hey, another favorite team,
Fuck
Falcons, showing up
me.
here at number 2 on a bunch of the stats. 2 favorite teams that we kept expecting to see last year that let us down at PGC step up here and play well at PGS.
I do have. Oh, he's gone. Hey, Gunner, come back.
Gunner, come back. Oh, no, you're not even on the camera.
No jersey.
No
He's not allowed
jersey.
to.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, he might. He's coming. He's coming.
He'll come back. In the meantime, match leaderboard, 21 points going the way of 4 a.m.
Jerseys?
Pretty happy about that. Twisted Mind, New Happy, 2 teams that were putting up numbers all day long, continue to bring those in. And the overall leaderboard looking really strong with Twisted Minds at 57. And unexpectedly, Taikula at 51.
All right. Well, yeah, we have Gunner here. Actually, you can just take that microphone. Hello,
Twisted Minds,
Gunner.
they're pretty good.
Twisted Minds are pretty
They
good.
are pretty good.
57
Where do I
points.
look?
Where do you look? The
Over
camera.
here. Oh, what's up?
Yeah.
We're going to do the impromptu thing, because that's what we like to do here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So talk to me, Gunnar, about the day, how it's gone for the boys.
All right,
What are you
this.
feeling?
It was a good day. Tago win was nice. Zones were pretty tough on us, but we did a good job maximizing points and just doing a lot of things we practiced. Capitalized. Take on the mortars last game were pretty nice. So
love
that
trigonometry.
helped. But yeah, I mean, we can't complain. We're in striking distance, obviously, to qual. So, yeah, we're gonna qual.
Decent day. The win that you
Yeah,
got,
decent day.
did you expect that? Because obviously, day trade was 4 alive for a lot of it.
No. Continue, I'm sorry.
No, that's, I mean, if you've got the answer for it.
I mean, we knew we wanted to take that compound because we had info 4am was 2-2 split.
Yeah.
So we kind of just like pre-sent it there. We knew we were gonna have a good fight, but we got some pretty fortunate shifts that forced a lot of teams around us to fight. Won the fight against 4am, and then Susie made a huge fight getting on top of the shack.
Yep.
We were able to kind of just force New Happy and day trade the fight, which was like the main thing. We honestly, the comm was like, hey guys, like what can we do here to play for second? But once we saw that they were nading and fighting into each other, then we knew we had an opportunity to win. So we just tried to basically pick off like each team to give ourselves a better chance. And yeah, it worked out. So
Nice. So overall, happy with today.
yeah, definitely happy. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, 2 things. I'm really happy you're here, because I never get to be with, like, people the same height as me. This is fantastic. It's always these
I'm
guys.
kneeling,
They're
by
so
the way.
tall.
Anyone on the broadcast, I'm just kneeling. I'm just kidding.
No.
I mean, we're 6 foot. They're just like really tall, you know.
That's true. 7'4" right here.
I'm glad you got the jacket to wear. What do you think of my jacket, though?
It's really nice. What, you don't like?
Is it?
No, it's great. I love it.
No.
Don't look at me like that. Give me this microphone back. Go away.
I like it.
From my grandmother.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Gunnar.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Gunnar.
Much appreciated. I want to do more of this. This is fun here for PGS 7, and it's been a fun day so far.
I mean, shit, if you're going to have the analyst desk just on the stage where all the players and shit are, you might as well give them a microphone so you can do impromptu interviews. I do kind of rate the more like casual style that they're going for, where it's not everyone has to be like in full suits and shit. Yeah. That's just not really the vibe of esports, I think.
It's not only for us.
You want the giveaway? It was two winners on Twitter. One of them was Andy, and the other one was someone else. We gave doing 2 codes a day during the group stages, 3 codes a day during the finals, and then I'll do 1 per day every day in between the 2 events as well. And then that adds up to 37, which is the amount of codes that I have. So that's convenient.
Expect them to come in here and absolutely shake up this entire leaderboard.
Definitely, definitely. All right, well, of course, we have everybody to thank for making this tournament possible alongside for all of these players. A big thank you to Crafton, as well as Hero Esports for making the tournament happen, as well as making the game happen.
I appreciate that.
First and foremost. We also have
Whoa.
GG. You can overpower your game if you head on over there and check out all the stats that are going down. Some may surprise you if you actually check out some of those from the day. You can break down all the
True.
players as they go. We also have, well, Horus joining us as well as the official PC partner, so thank you to them. Coming up as well, we have
Maybe one day.
AMD,
Maybe one day we will
our
check
official
OPGG
CPU partner,
for
because we've got to get all
stats.
of these PC components together in the right configuration, and AMD is your way to go over at home. We have Zowie, our official monitor partner, as well here, so thank you to them for providing clear vision for all of these teams. We have Andersey for all of these teams and players to get situated and comfortable up on the stage over at the casting desk as well. And finally, we have Lexar, our official memory stick partner for PGS.
Good? You good? You survived that?
Are you good?
That was good.
Yeah, it was good. It's all right. What do you guys think? Is it okay? Is it your birthday? It's H-Win's birthday.
H-Win's birthday?
Oh, happy
Nice.
birthday, H-Win.
We're not going to sing to you. Frankie tried that once and no one joined her. It was
No,
really
that
rough.
was that's
That
a
was
really
tough.
bad
That was a
idea.
tough
That's
day.
terrible. Good job, H-Win. We'll buy you a cheeseburger.
You want to come stand next to
He
us
looks
so that
really
so
happy
chat
about
can say happy birthday? Here, come here, H-Win.
No
We're not going to sing
microphone,
to you,
just-
but you can say happy birthday in chat. H-Win, how old are you?
Birthday.
Too old. Too old. So obviously 47.
As he says right next to two old people. All right. Well, that's a lovely hat.
It is a good.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
good way to end it. Let's get out of here as fast as possible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for PGS 7. That has been the day one of group stages. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, for B and C. Join us then for more PUBG action. See you then.
Sweet. Cool. Sounds good. All right. Good day one, everyone. See y'all tomorrow for day two, where surely... I don't know if they're in the same group or not. Surely we will have no hot drops tomorrow. Surely. GG's. Have a good day. Enjoy your evening. Or afternoon. Or wherever you are. In a bit.